After dying, the hero met Aphrodite, the goddess who was supposed to send him to another world. But instead of treating him like a chosen one, she immediately looked at him like he was trash. When she saw his profession as a monster tamer, she burst out laughing, since that role was considered almost useless in this world. Aphrodite finished him off by saying that such a pathetic profession was perfect for a nerd who only played games and watched anime. But she had no idea that his trash capsule ball could capture more than just monsters and become an ability that could break the entire world. So the hero decided to test his useless skill and threw the capsule straight at Aphrodite. At first, the goddess did not understand the danger, but a second later, she started getting pulled inside. And then the impossible happened. The guy captured the goddess herself. The boy found himself in a strange place and wondered if he had gone to heaven, though he doubted it. He remembered that he had just been sitting and watching Sunday anime. Now he was tormented by the question of how he ended up here. A girl appeared before him and asked if he was Kezia Sauda. Sauda was stunned by her appearance and felt as if he had arrived in paradise. He noticed her straight blonde hair, blue eyes, and unusual clothing, and wondered where such a beautiful cosplayer could have come from. Snapping out of it, he apologized and, a little flustered, asked her name, showing politeness mixed with respect. The girl looked at him and replied with a hint of restraint that he hadn't come here to chat. She added that she could answer his question. With a slight sigh, she confirmed that he was in heaven and explained that, based on research, it had been decided to send him to another world. Sauda couldn't immediately grasp what she said and only managed an astonished gasp. Seeing his confusion, the girl smiled with slight irony and, introducing herself as Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, informed him that she was going to send him to another world after instructing him. Completely bewildered, Sauda asked for a moment, saying he didn't understand anything. Aphrodite, remaining unfazed, explained that she was here to ensure that a good-for-nothing like him wouldn't die the most pathetic death in that world. She advised him to stop staring at her and focus on the player profile. Sauda was deeply hurt by her words, especially being called a good-for-nothing. Although it stung, he decided to maintain his composure and act like an adult. He thought that a player profile had indeed appeared before him and began to examine it, trying to understand what it was. Before him appeared the profile of Kezia Sauda, a level 1 monster tamer with extremely weak stats but high intelligence. His divine gift was called Absolute Domination, and his only skill was Sphere Capsule. Aphrodite looked at the profile and, with a contemptuous smirk, sarcastically remarked that he was a tamer who would be house-draining slimes. Sauda, stunned, asked again what she meant. Aphrodite sighed and began to explain that he would go to the world of Algade, which was structured so that the heavens bestow a person's destiny and life path at birth. However, she added that a monster tamer was the most useless and unwanted destiny. Sauda was shocked, wondering how that was possible. Aphrodite, noticing his reaction, sarcastically remarked that such a profession was perfect for a nerd like him. After all, on Earth, he only played games and watched anime, so even his new role seemed as useless as he was. Sauda was completely bewildered. He tried to figure out what kind of girl this was in front of him. She looked cute, but she turned out to be quite the bitch. Sauda wondered why she called him a nerd, as he was a diligent high school student. His school uniform should have confirmed that. Doubts about the reality of what was happening lingered. Was he really in heaven, talking to a goddess? Distracting himself from these thoughts, he decided to figure out what the mysterious spherical capsule was. Focusing on the item, Sauda noticed that the system allowed him to see details just by thinking about them. The capsule was labeled Class G and had the ability to capture monsters for later use. Captured creatures couldn't harm their owner if the owner was at least level 1. Sauda began to ponder how to use the capsule and decided to try activating it, just like his profile. When the capsule appeared in his hands, he felt a slight thrill. Aphrodite, observing him, explained that the spherical capsule was a basic item for tamers, allowing them a chance to capture monsters if thrown at them. Sauda asked with interest if it really worked, and Aphrodite confirmed that she was about to send him to another world. He, however, asked her to wait a moment as he had an idea for an experiment. Aphrodite, surprised by his initiative, allowed him to try. Almost defiantly, Sauda said she had only herself to blame and threw the capsule directly at her. Surprised, Aphrodite didn't immediately understand what he was doing and caught the capsule, indignant that the item only worked on monsters. But to her astonishment, the capsule suddenly began to pull her body inside. Aphrodite found herself inside the capsule, and Sauda, stunned, noticed that the goddess was now the size of an eraser. He couldn't help but admire her stats. Her profile showed level 3620, vitality 297,786, physical strength 19,822, magic power 68,810, and intelligence 38,240. Many of her skills, however, remained unknown. Inside the capsule, Aphrodite angrily protested, demanding to be released immediately, as this was a crime against the gods. Sauda, a little flustered, mumbled that he just wanted to try it and couldn't resist, now not knowing what to do. Aphrodite persistently asked him to let her out. Sauda honestly admitted to himself that he still didn't fully understand what was happening or where he actually was. But no matter what this place was, he now had a goddess with him, which made the situation even more astonishing. Sauda realized he had been unexpectedly summoned to the heavens, appointed as a monster tamer, and given a new skill, all without his consent. The first thing he did was use this skill to capture the goddess, which even surprised him a little. Puzzled, he wondered what to do next and how to handle the situation. Everything around him seemed strange and unfamiliar, and then he was suddenly transported to another world. Looking around, he noticed that the sky was blue, but a completely different shade, and the surrounding colors looked odd and unfamiliar. This made him realize that he had indeed ended up in another world. Deciding to find the nearest city first, Sauda walked along a path, hoping it would lead him to civilization. Suddenly, a monster appeared before him, a goblin. Surprised, Sauda remembered that goblins are often the first enemies in games, and he decided this was a good opportunity to test the combat system. However, as a monster tamer, he wondered if he should fight personally. Then he remembered the sphere capsule. Aphrodite cried out in despair, unable to believe what had happened, unable to comprehend how she found herself in such a humiliating situation. Sauda focused to summon Aphrodite for help, hoping it would work just as it had before. He successfully summoned the goddess, greeting her with a hint of schadenfreude. Aphrodite, emerging from the capsule, exclaimed, indignant that he had used her for an experiment. Sauda apologized, noting that he did it in response to her recent taunts. Aphrodite, angrily calling him offensive names, threatened revenge, but Sauda asked her to calm down, reminding her there was a monster nearby. Seeing the approaching goblin, Aphrodite arrogantly declared that it was just a goblin, and as a goddess, she could handle it without any problems. Sauda, watching her self-confidence with interest, suggested she drive away the monster. Aphrodite agreed, but demanded an explanation after the victory. Confident in her abilities, she addressed the goblin, introducing herself as Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, and promised to unleash heavenly punishment upon him. Sauda became wary, expecting an impressive spectacle, given her status as a goddess. But despite her commands, nothing happened. A flustered Aphrodite continued to summon a divine wind, but the result remained the same. Meanwhile, the goblin was getting closer, and Aphrodite shrieked in panic, asking Sauda for help. Sauda, slightly disappointed by her helplessness, thought he had gotten a defective goddess. He hadn't expected to hear pleas for help from a goddess herself, and remembered how she had claimed the tamer profession was useless. Realizing he had no other choice, he decided to act. Sauda ran up to the goblin and easily kicked it, achieving a quick victory. Satisfied with the outcome, he noted that the battle was quick and easy. Aphrodite exclaimed in dismay, wondering why all of this was happening to her. Sauda tried to cheer her up, but she, annoyed at hearing him call her Afro, became indignant and sharply said that she was not Afro at all. Realizing his mistake, Sauda apologized, saying he wouldn't say it again. Aphrodite suggested that if he had to call her something short, he could just call her Dai, though she noted she didn't like familiarity, but it was still better than Afro. Accepting this, Sauda asked Dai why she couldn't handle the goblin. Aphrodite, indignantly replying, reminded him that her divine power only worked in heaven, and on earth, her magic, which could turn any living creature to ash, was useless. She claimed that in heaven, everything would be different and she would be able to prove it. Sauda, surprised by her words, wondered if goblins were really that dangerous. Continuing the conversation, Aphrodite asked if Sauda had figured out his abilities and suggested he look at her profile, assuming all her stats except vitality had decreased. Sauda confirmed her assumption after looking at the stats. Her level was 3620, vitality was 29,778, physical strength was 4, magic power was 18, and intelligence was 13. Hearing this, Aphrodite said she had guessed such a result, attributing it to Sauda's divine gift. Soda asked her again about his gift, absolute domination, and clarified if a divine gift was different from regular skills. Aphrodite explained that skills could be developed through training and experience, whereas a divine gift was given at birth and was not available to everyone. According to her, only a select few had received it throughout history. Then Soda looked at the description of his gift and surprisingly noted that his absolute domination allowed him to subjugate living beings. He thought that was a bit strange. Aphrodite explained why she called Soda's gift trash. She informed him that the spherical capsule's restriction, which only allowed capturing monsters, was no longer in effect. Soda, hearing this, was surprised and assumed it meant he could capture humans and similar beings. Aphrodite confirmed his thought, noting that it had already worked on her. Recalling that he had already caught her in a capsule, Soda wondered how he had acquired such abilities, speculating it might have been some kind of bug. Aphrodite noticed his profile with surprise and asked what had happened to his level. Soda himself was in shock, seeing his level had suddenly risen to 557 and his vitality to 252. His physical strength was 95, magical power 200, and intelligence surprisingly high at 2898. Additionally, he had the divine gift of absolute domination, and his skills included spherical capsule and piercing eye. He suggested that perhaps goblins gave a lot of experience, but Aphrodite doubted this and clarified that his high level was a result of him capturing her, the goddess of beauty, in a capsule, which brought him such experience. Soda thought her opinion on the matter was somewhat arrogant. Aphrodite added with a smirk that his achievements were actually her merit, as her patronage was helping him. She expressed confidence that at this rate, they would be able to return to their own worlds. Soda, puzzled, asked Aphrodite what she was talking about. She replied with slight surprise, clarifying that she seemed to have forgotten to tell him. He had been summoned to this world to save it by destroying a powerful demon who would resurrect in the future, and until then, he couldn't return home. Soda, indignantly realizing he was only finding this out now, asked if the demon truly hadn't returned yet. Aphrodite confirmed this, adding that the gods decided to prepare for its return in advance by sending people from Earth and making them heroes, just like him. Soda figured if he was sent here, others might have been too, but he was puzzled about how that squared with human rights. He then asked if he could really return to Earth once he defeated the demon, and if he'd keep his abilities. Aphrodite reassured him, confirming that his gift would remain with him. Soda then inquired if he could bring all the captured creatures back to Earth, to which Aphrodite confirmed it was possible, though the gods would be watching him. With this new knowledge, Soda declared that he now knew what he would do in this world. Aphrodite, delighted, thought he was ready to fight the demon, but he quickly corrected her. She asked, confused, if he didn't want to return to Earth, but Soda calmed her, stating that he did, but he had his own goal. His goal was to gather as many beautiful girls as possible and bring them back with him. Aphrodite reacted with stunned disbelief to this confession. Soda expressed his desire to create a harem of foreign women, describing it as something unattainable and beautiful, like a mythical griffin soaring in men's dreams. For this goal, he was willing to put up with life in a world without anime games or even air conditioning. He declared that he would defeat the mighty demon, but first, he would assemble the perfect harem. Aphrodite, outraged by his words, exclaimed that she wouldn't allow it, reminding him of her divine status and deciding she would no longer stay silent. However, Soda responded with questioning confidence, hinting that his actions could affect her too. Seeing her confusion, he clarified that he wouldn't kill the demon until he had gathered his harem. If he didn't destroy the demon, Aphrodite wouldn't be able to return to the heavens. Soda added that she wanted to go home, so he proposed they make a deal. Realizing she had no other choice, Aphrodite reluctantly agreed to help him. Soda triumphantly noted that he knew she would agree. He thought to himself that from that moment on, he and the goddess began to execute a plan called the Harem of Foreign Women. Soda thanked Aphrodite for her help and noted that thanks to her, he had gained a lot of experience. He wondered why, despite the significant amount of experience gained, all his stats except intelligence remained practically at the same level. Aphrodite explained to him that this was due to the unique characteristics of the Tamer class, which naturally has quite low stats. Puzzled, Soda noticed a new skill had appeared, called Piercing Eye. Intrigued, he immediately decided to try out this skill and see what capabilities it offered him. The Piercing Eye skill turned out to be active and allowed him to see all the parameters of creatures in the world of Algade, but it required the user's intelligence stat to exceed 2,000 units. At that moment, a goblin attacked them again, and Sauda used Piercing Eye to examine its characteristics. He saw that the goblin was level 1 out of 5, belonged to class G, and its stats included 10 vitality, 15 physical strength, 10 magical power, and 5 intelligence. Sauda was delighted with the convenience of the new skill, as he could now assess opponents' abilities even before combat began, giving him a strategic advantage. Meanwhile, Aphrodite urged Sauda to deal with the goblin as quickly as possible. Sauda, without distraction, asked if he would gain less experience if he chose to capture monsters instead of destroying them. Aphrodite replied that the amount of experience would remain the same regardless of the method, and again prompted Sauda to act, urging him not to delay. Sauda, encouraged by her words, quickly prepared to capture it using a sphere capsule. After a full hour of intense work, Sauda happily tallied the results. He had managed to catch 18 goblins. However, despite such an impressive haul, he noticed that even with this amount of experience he hadn't leveled up. The goblins proved not to be very valuable in terms of increasing his strength. Nevertheless, Sauda remained impressed by the sphere capsule, as it, despite being small externally, could hold all the captured creatures, leaving plenty of space inside. Perplexed by his skill, Sauda asked Aphrodite if there was any limit to the number of creatures he could subjugate. Aphrodite replied that initially he would only be able to subjugate one monster, but for every 10 levels he gained, an additional one would become available. Sauda quickly calculated that with his current level he could gather up to 56 creatures, and this discovery thrilled him. He noted to himself that such a skill could easily be called overpowered, as it would allow him to win most battles with ease. He then wondered if the goblins would obey him, considering he hadn't captured them very politely, having kicked them and used force. Aphrodite assured him that any creature caught with a sphere capsule would be unable to disobey his commands. Sauda, pleased with the information, realized that he now had virtually unlimited opportunities for manipulation. Lost in thought, he began to imagine Aphrodite, and his imagination took on a playful tone. Inspired by the possibilities of his new skill, Sauda decided that he could now control the great goddess's actions however he pleased, considering it a unique opportunity that would surely surprise her. To test the skill's power, he asked Aphrodite to spin around to confirm she truly obeyed him. Aphrodite was initially indignant at Sauda's request, believing that a great goddess shouldn't have to follow his commands. But to her surprise, she started spinning as if she couldn't control her own actions. Watching this with surprise, Sauda noticed her skirt lift as she spun. When she stopped, she was flushed and indignantly scolded Sauda for his actions. But he merely apologized innocently, explaining that he needed to verify the new skill's functionality. Internally, however, he noted that her cute panties suited her. A flustered Aphrodite tried to make light of it, adding that perhaps in the future, he could just ask her to do something similar instead of giving orders. Aphrodite suspiciously asked if Sauda was planning to order her to do something indecent. Sauda was surprised and with interest asked if she possessed the gift of clairvoyance. Aphrodite indignantly reminded him that she had promised to help him with his harem, but she had no intention of becoming a concubine herself. To this, Sauda playfully suggested she might even enjoy it, which made Aphrodite lose her temper and hit him. Sauda realized he was wrong, as she was the goddess of beauty and they were now bound by friendship. He decided he needed to reconsider his attitude toward her, as forcibly drawing a friend into a harem would be wrong. Aphrodite was tired from the long journey and asked how much further it was to the city. She declared that she wanted him to carry her in the capsule. Sauda was surprised as Aphrodite hadn't liked being in the capsule before. She explained that it was more comfortable to travel in the spherical capsule. There, she could avoid hunger and stress. Moreover, in the capsule, all her stats could be restored, and it had a healing effect. Sauda was impressed by the capsule's power. Aphrodite continued, explaining that the capsule also protected against the curse placed on gods who descended to Earth. Sauda remembered that this curse was what she had mentioned when she said that the gods' powers only worked in the heavens. Aphrodite confirmed this, adding that he wouldn't have to walk far in the sphere capsule. She asked him to be careful with the sphere. Sauda thought Aphrodite was a cunning goddess. Later, he called out to her, but she just asked him to wait 5 more minutes. Sauda woke her up and Aphrodite, startled, asked if he had caught another goblin. Sauda replied that he had caught 37 creatures along the way. Aphrodite reacted with surprise. Sauda noticed they could already see the city. He read the name on the sign, St. Bell Merchant City, and was shocked that he could understand unfamiliar symbols. Aphrodite explained that all summoned individuals are given the ability to understand and read the local language. Sauda noticed goblins and orcs working and realized that in this world, monsters were used as labor. A stone turtle level 8 out of 10 has an F-class, 55 vitality, 128 physical strength, 7 magical power, and 5 intelligence. Sauda also saw a working stone turtle and asked if it was a means of transportation. Aphrodite replied that it was possible, but she wasn't sure. Sauda, a little surprised, clarified if that was really the case. Aphrodite asked why he was surprised, explaining that he was very mistaken if he thought that, as a goddess, she should know everything. She admitted it was her first time descending to Earth in many years. A thought occurred to Sauda that he now understood the situation. He wondered why there was so much fanfare if she was a goddess and questioned if she could even do anything at all. He then decided to look at her profile again to understand her true nature. Aphrodite was a goddess from a divine family. Her class remained unknown, but her level was 3620. The goddess's vitality reached 29,778, indicating her significant resilience. Aphrodite's physical strength was only 4, while her magical power was 18 and her intelligence was 13. As for her skills, they also remained unknown. Aphrodite's condition became clearer to him. Sauda, evaluating her characteristics, noted that despite her vitality, her other stats seemed quite modest. He asked why her skill line said unknown. Aphrodite explained that due to a special concealment skill, her abilities were not visible to others. She confirmed that she really did have such a skill. Sauda admired her skill, noting that it proved her divinity. He thought to himself that despite her skills being useless, she was still a goddess. If Dee had truly useful abilities, life would be much more fun. Aphrodite chuckled and said it wasn't that simple. Sauda noticed her look away and asked why. Aphrodite, turning away, explained that most of her skills were actually blocked due to a curse. So her previous words and Sauda's expectations were a bit misleading. Sauda, understanding this, confirmed that he had expected such an answer. A thought crossed Sauda's mind: if gods could display their full power, there would be no need to send foreigners here. Aphrodite became worried and spoke to him. She explained that she really couldn't use her powers here and her skills didn't work, but she still didn't want him to abandon her. She asked Sauda not to leave her, threatening that she could curse him and then he would go to hell. Sauda, tired of her panicking words, promised that he wouldn't abandon her, but at the same time he asked her to get off him. He realized that now he had to take care of not only Aphrodite, but also Dee. Sauda understood that first and foremost, they needed to find work to secure shelter, food, and clothing, as well as funds to maintain their combat strength. Therefore, their path had to lead to this place. Sauda added that if they needed work in another world, they should look for it here, at the Adventurers Guild. Inside the guild, people were whispering, creating an atmosphere of tension. Aphrodite, feeling scared, held Sauda's hand. Noticing her behavior, he asked what she was doing. In response, she asked him to look around and pointed out that everyone was staring at them. Sauda agreed, noting that he was in a school uniform and she was in celestial attire, and such outfits attracted attention. A man from the crowd expressed surprise, exclaiming, "Who's that cutie?" and remarking that she looked amazing. A thought flashed through Sauda's mind that it wasn't about the two of them, but solely about Dee's attractiveness. He pictured her and thought she was clearly too beautiful. Sauda decided it was time to take matters into his own hands. A girl approached them and asked if they were adventurers. She introduced herself as Chloe Grace from the Katsi family and stated her age as 18. Sauda was captivated by her cat ears, thinking Chloe was a beautiful foreigner like something out of his dreams. He found her so cute that he'd be happy to take her into his capsule. Aphrodite, noticing his thoughtfulness, asked what he was thinking about. Chloe, without waiting for an answer, offered her help. Sauda, a little flustered, replied that they were looking for work. Chloe smiled brightly and asked if they were new to the guild. Sauda confirmed that they had just arrived in town. Chloe offered to register them and instructed them to write down their names. Sauda nodded in agreement and realized with surprise that he could not only read but also write in their language, which seemed incredible. An entry appeared on the card, Kazhea Sauda, G-Rank Adventurer. Chloe explained that the card was very important in the guild, so he should take good care of it. She said that since it was Sauda's first time there, she was ready to instruct him. Chloe explained that the Adventurers Guild is an organization where adventurers complete quests and tasks from both government and private individuals. Quests vary widely, from eliminating monsters to finding lost kittens. She added that by achieving good results and raising their rank, adventurers would be able to take on more quests. Sauda asked what he needed to do to raise his rank. Chloe replied that he simply needed to be useful to the guild, and his rank would increase on its own. Aphrodite, hearing this, remarked that it was a rather vague condition. A thought crossed Sauda's mind. Even if he successfully performed his duties but didn't appeal to the guild administration, his career progression could be indefinitely delayed. It felt like exploitation to him. Chloe pointed to the guild's bulletin board and explained that quest postings were displayed there. She suggested Sauda choose his first quest, one that he liked. Sauda agreed and began examining the postings. He selected 3 quests that seemed suitable for him. The first quest was to subdue wolves, requiring a G rank. The goal was to subdue 5 wolves and the reward was 5,000 call. This quest was repeatable. The second quest also involved subduing 5 goblins with the same reward of 5,000 call and also repeatable. The third quest was to gather healing herbs, requiring a G rank. The goal was to bring back 10 healing herbs and the reward was 8,000 call. This quest was also repeatable. Sauda, intrigued, asked how he would prove that he had defeated a monster. Chloe explained that to complete a quest, he needed to bring back a part of the monster's body. For example, if it was a wolf, he'd need to bring a wolf's fang. Sauda nodded, understanding that this made perfect sense. The idea crossed his mind that it would be better to befriend any monsters he encountered right now, so he decided to take a gathering quest instead. Chloe confirmed that the quest to gather healing herbs had been accepted. She added that according to the quest brochure, beginners received a gift, a starter kit. She happily showed him the kit. Sauda was thrilled and thanked her, noting that it was exactly what he needed. He thought the guild was truly impressive, even just based on their support for beginners. Aphrodite, noticing his joy, joked that he was easily pleased. She asked where they were going and why they couldn't just search right there. Sauda replied that they could search there, but they needed to find a more secluded spot. Aphrodite, asking in confusion why that was necessary, heard Sauda explain that they would be sending goblins to gather herbs, and if anyone noticed them, it could cause problems. A mental image flashed through his mind of adventurers seeing the goblins and raising an alarm. Sauda expressed his hope that adventurers wouldn't kill their goblin companions. Aphrodite agreed with him, noting it was a good idea, but added that she was tired of walking and wanted to rest in her capsule. Sauda, a little disappointed, agreed and decided it was time to get started. In his thoughts, Sauda realized he had assembled his small army of 37 goblins and 1 lazy goddess. He had to work quite hard to gather such a large number. He gathered the goblins and began giving instructions, telling them to collect the healing herbs shown in the drawing. He explained that as soon as they found such herbs, they needed to bring them to the roots of the tree. Sauda warned that if anyone other than him appeared in their path, they should immediately run away and not engage in combat. He sent the goblins off to gather the herbs. Sauda put all his energy into this speech, but he doubted if the goblins had understood him. He felt a slight unease but realized that gathering everything alone wouldn't be the best option, and with such a crowd, he would finish quickly. He encouraged the goblins to start their work. Sauda assessed his goblins' success, noting they were collecting F-class healing herbs, which are the raw materials for making healing potions. The thought crossed his mind that this was excellent loot. Most of the goblins had already returned with their finds, while he hadn't found a single plant in 2 hours. It seemed the wild creature's intuition played a major role. Additionally, he had caught 15 new goblins, which was also a good result. Sauda thought it was time to wrap things up, but not all of the little ones had returned yet. Suddenly the bushes rustled. Sauda spotted wolves level 3 out of 5 G-class with 18 vitality, 23 physical strength, 6 magic power, and 7 intelligence. Anxiety crept into his thoughts. These wolves could attack his goblins. Sauda realized there would be no mercy and prepared for battle. He assessed his chances, understanding that while the wolves were stronger, the goblins were much craftier, and their numerical superiority should work in his favor. Sauda commanded the goblins to attack. He knew that the chances of victory were roughly equal for both sides, but given the goblins' numbers, victory should be theirs. They defeated the wolves, and Sauda managed to capture 5 of them in the process. At the same time, if he encountered more goblins, he might have to feed them to the wolves, sacrificing something for the greater good. Aphrodite, unable to bear it, expressed her displeasure at a goddess having to carry things. Sauter explained that if he entrusted it to the goblins, they might be spotted near the town. Besides, this was work that brought them closer to defeating the demon lord. In his reflections, Sauter noticed that he had significantly expanded his collection, but his level remained the same. His monster tamer profession was at level 557, with 252 vitality, 95 physical strength, 200 magic power, and 2898 intelligence. He also possessed the divine gift of absolute domination and the skills of sphere capsule, piercing eye, and monster crossbreeding. Sauter discovered a new skill, monster crossbreeding B-class. This skill allowed him to combine monsters. The conditions for acquiring it included an intelligence above 1,000 and having captured more than 50 creatures. Sauter pondered that skills might depend on the number of captured creatures, and this opened up the possibility of creating new monsters for him. He was thrilled at the idea of trying out this skill later. Aphrodite, sensing his impatience, urged him to hurry up. Chloe handed them their reward of 40,000 call, and Sauter expressed his gratitude. Chloe praised Sauter, noting that he had completed the quest in just half a day. She added that for a beginner, finding even one plant in a day was considered a great success. Sauter smiled and remarked that it wasn't difficult at all, though in reality, his goblins had collected the plants. He felt pleased by the compliments from the lovely Chloe. He asked Aphrodite about the value of their earnings in Japanese yen. She replied that one call was worth a little over 1 yen. Thus, they had earned more than 40,000 yen in half a day, to which Aphrodite commented that it was too much for him. Next, Sauter suggested they find an inn, and they headed there. When Aphrodite saw the room, she exclaimed, wondering why the inn was so bad. The cost of accommodation with 2 meals a day was 4,000 call. Sauter reminded her that they had a roof over their heads and a private room, which should be enough, given their limited funds and the need to feed the goblins and wolves. Aphrodite had expected a luxurious bed and bath, but displeased, she decided to retreat into a capsule for the night. Sauter couldn't help but wonder how many times this goddess had slept today, and he noted with relief that his bed was ready and the monsters were fed. He sighed and proceeded to test the crossbreeding skill. Sauter was surprised by the possibilities of crossbreeding, asking himself if he could even crossbreed Aphrodite. He became curious about what would happen if he combined her with a goblin, but he decided to refrain from that idea and chose a goblin as the base. When he tried to select a material for crossbreeding, he encountered a message stating that such a combination was impossible. Sauter concluded that the only option would be to crossbreed 2 goblins. A system message confirmed that crossbreeding was possible, and he received information about the results. Sauter learned that crossbreeding a regular goblin with another goblin would result in a stronger, elite goblin. The elite goblin belonged to the divine demon family, had an F-class, and was level 1. Its vitality reached 30, indicating its weak resilience. The elite goblin's physical strength was 35, magical power was 20, and intelligence was 10. It had no skills. The conditions for its crossbreeding included a pair of goblins. Elite goblins were stronger than regular ones, but the results of crossbreeding depended on their rearing conditions. The goblin knight belonged to the demon family. Despite being E-class and level 1, it possessed high physical strength and could use various equipment. Such creatures were obtained by crossbreeding elite goblins, and their abilities depended on their rearing conditions. Sauter realized that elite goblins could also be crossbred. He pondered how he could use them in his plans, and the idea of a goblin knight flashed through his mind as an interesting concept. The number of monsters was limited, and he understood that he needed to use their fusion and leveling up wisely. 20 minutes later, Sauter excitedly noticed that out of 42 regular goblins, he had managed to create 1 elite goblin and 10 goblin knights. The goblin's equipment and appearance had also changed. He concluded that the elite goblin had become a brave rookie, and the goblin knight was undoubtedly a seasoned chieftain. At this moment, Sauter realized that the goblins wouldn't level up beyond a knight, meaning he currently had the strongest possible army. Sauter expressed satisfaction with his work and wished the team success. Meanwhile, a girl running through the forest felt fear and anxiety. The men who spotted her shouted that she had escaped and that they needed to catch the creature. The girl was full of dread, thinking that everything would be different now that he was gone. The men recognized the threat and voiced their fears that if she escaped, Bakraja would kill them. They wondered if the potion wasn't working on her and understood there was no other option. They were worried that they would be in trouble if they damaged valuable merchandise, but it was better than letting her escape. They decided to shoot. One of the arrows struck the girl's shoulder. She stumbled off a cliff, feeling pain and fear. In despair, she cried out for help from a mighty demon. Aphrodite asked Sauda where they were even going, noting that the Casla forest was not in that direction. Sauda replied that it wasn't, but he wanted to stop by a certain place. At the door, he noticed a sign that read, Silver Shield, Guild Licensed Trading Post. Sauda was happy to realize this was exactly the place they needed. Aphrodite was curious about what a licensed shop was. Sauda explained that he had heard about it from Chloe. He added that thanks to the guild's license, adventurers were exempt from paying duties on goods, so the prices here were affordable, and they could get everything they needed. The merchant greeted them with a warm welcome. The merchant's information showed his name was Edgar Martin. He was a man, and he was 31 years old. The merchant asked what they were looking for. Sauda replied that they first needed some comfortable clothes, but he was immediately interrupted by the merchant, who remarked that they looked like they had just thrown on the first thing they found. The merchant offered to lead them. Aphrodite, a little embarrassed, asked if she would also get clothes. Sauda agreed, noting that her current outfit attracted too much attention. She was delighted, exclaiming that this was her first time buying clothes herself, as only regulated attire could be worn in heaven. Noting her joy, Sauda ironically asked if the world would split in half if she dressed casually. A thought crossed his mind that she was already happy, and even a goddess like her was acting like a normal girl in the shop. The merchant presented them with the equipment section and offered items he thought were perfect for them: F-class adventurer uniforms and F-class adventurer shoes. Sauda was surprised to learn the prices were excellent: 1,500 yen for the clothes and 1,000 yen for the shoes. He noticed that the clothing had different designs for men and women and asked Aphrodite if she liked it. However, she didn't hide her displeasure, stating that it was junk for commoners. Aphrodite pointed to an E-class dancer's sorceress outfit that she liked. Sauda sighed, seeing yet another flashy dress, and was horrified by its price, 18,000 yen. He quickly decided it was too expensive. He said they were buying clothes so people wouldn't stare at them, not the other way around. Aphrodite, not understanding him, asked what that had to do with clothes. She reminded him that clothing was a matter of pride, and as the goddess of beauty, she couldn't compromise on her appearance. Sauda thought there was only one thing left to do: try to give her a small compliment. Calling her a silly girl, he noted that she was charming enough on her own that ordinary clothes wouldn't hide all her beauty. A question arose in his mind: would that be enough to calm her down? Aphrodite was surprised and asked what he meant. Sauda, noticing her reaction, was a little taken aback. Aphrodite covered her face, saying she was touched by his words and wondered if he was about to propose something unexpected. Sauda asked her why she was so flustered, since beautiful women like her must surely be tired of such compliments. Aphrodite brushed him off, stating that she wasn't flustered, but simply found such things strange coming from Sauda, which was why she was startled. She explained that the relationship between gods and humans was weak, so she had never heard such words from men before. Sauda was surprised by her reaction. He thought that, as a goddess of beauty, she must have been showered with compliments from men, but it seemed the reality was quite different. Aphrodite decided that since Sauda was so insistent, she was willing to compromise. Sauda happily replied that it was awesome and thanked her. Then Aphrodite, looking at her new dress, asked if she looked like a simpleton in it. Sauda quickly reassured her, stating that no, the dress suited her very well. In response, Aphrodite remarked with a smirk that he didn't look too bad himself. She felt that she could finally come to terms with this world. Sauda was surprised by her words and asked if that was really true. A thought crossed his mind that he hadn't expected the clothes to be so comfortable and yet so cheap, which was a real stroke of luck. He suggested they leave the bag of clothes and head to the Casla forest. Aphrodite agreed and stated that she would help today as well. When they arrived in the forest, Sauda gathered the goblins and instructed them to perform the same task as yesterday: collecting medicinal plants. He noted to himself that due to crossbreeding there were fewer goblins, but he supposed the wolves wouldn't eat them now. Sauda suggested that the new companions should also collect plants. He began putting the goblins into a spherical capsule, but Aphrodite soon stopped him, saying she was already tired and suggesting they take a break. Sauda thought that the goddess's lazy side had resurfaced. He reminded her that they had just started, but if she wanted, she could return to the capsule. At that moment, Aphrodite noticed that there were no flowers around. Suddenly, she exclaimed that there was something up in the tree. Sauda, not understanding what she meant, asked what else. At that moment they both noticed a girl in a tree and he exclaimed in confusion, "It's a girl." Sauda was bewildered, looking at the girl in the tree. He wondered how she got there and hoped she didn't have bad intentions. The thought that she might have fallen from a cliff didn't inspire confidence. Regardless, she needed to be rescued since the goblins hadn't returned yet, so he had to go down himself. Aphrodite nudged Sauda forward. With difficulty, he got the girl down from the tree and after examining her, realized she had a serious injury. She hadn't just fallen, there was an arrow sticking out of her shoulder. Sauda decided it was best to leave her lying down for now. He used his piercing eye skill and learned her name was Carolina Barton. She was 372 years old and in a state of exhaustion. Sauda was surprised to notice Carolina had a beautiful face, even though she was in a maid's uniform. He couldn't help but wonder how she managed to live to such an age, as she looked younger than 20. Aphrodite explained that Carolina was a vampire demon. Sauda was shocked by this news. Demons, according to Aphrodite, were those who, 300 years ago, allied with a powerful demon, subjugating humans with their strength and even threatening the gods. Sauda couldn't believe a demon was in the forest. Aphrodite didn't know how it could have happened either. She recalled that when the powerful demon died, the other demons lost their power and began to hide from humans. Aphrodite noted that Carolina was severely wounded, and if they left her, she would die in less than an hour. Sauda asked if there was any way to save her using her power. Aphrodite replied that it was impossible. She could have healed her wounds with magic before, but now she had no magical power. However, she mentioned there was one way to save Carolina. Aphrodite informed him that the sphere capsule had the property of restoring health. She reminded him that Tamers couldn't subjugate vampires, but if he showed absolute dominance, he could save Carolina. Now, whether she lived or died was entirely up to him, and it wasn't an easy choice. Sauda realized this decision was truly difficult. He didn't immediately grasp how heavy the responsibility of an unknown girl's life would be. Thoughts of guilt plagued him, but he knew he had to make the call. He assessed his resources. He had Aphrodite, Carolina Barton, 6 goblins, 10 elite goblins, 10 goblin knights, and 5 wolves. Carolina's name was now added to his list. It seemed he had succeeded. For the first time since arriving in this world, his level had increased. Sauda learned his level had risen to 569, an increase of 12. His stats were Vitality 258, Physical Strength 96, Magic Power 205, and Intelligence 2958. He noticed that vampires didn't give many experience points. Sauda kept wondering who Carolina really was and what had happened to her. Honestly, he hadn't fully processed what had occurred, but he understood that he had now captured a cute vampire. 3 hours later, Sauda noticed their haul was impressive. They had collected more than the previous day. However, while the goblins showed no signs of fatigue, he observed that their work pace had clearly slowed down. Sauda concluded that they had likely gathered almost all the medicinal plants in this forest, and continuing to work would be pointless. He decided that was enough for today. Sauda thanked the goblins and told them to return to the capsule. Aphrodite, laughing, declared that it was her time to shine. She joked that Sauda couldn't manage without her, which left him puzzled. Aphrodite continued to tease him, hinting that if he bowed before her, perhaps she would help him carry the loot. Sauda thought she was annoying, but even with her help, they probably couldn't carry all the loot. He didn't want to attract the goblins' attention, so he wasn't going to involve them. Aphrodite kept making fun of him, trying to get him to utter words praising her beauty. Suddenly, it dawned on Sauda that his absolute domination might allow him to subjugate living beings. He wondered if this could also extend to natural objects and decided to give it a try. Aphrodite asked him what he was going to do. Sauda used the sphere capsule and his efforts were successful. He was surprised that he no longer felt any restrictions. Aphrodite confirmed his assumption and noted that she had played a trick on him. Sauda laughed, realizing that such a kind girl like her couldn't possibly say such things. Aphrodite noted that Sauda had improved and praised him for it. Sauda, laughing, remarked that since he was growing, she would have less work to do. Aphrodite, grabbing his clothes, admitted she had gone too far, but emphasized that she had genuinely helped him before and asked him not to abandon her. Sauda replied that he understood and told her to let go. Chloe informed them that their reward was 64,000 call and noted that Sauda was a true miracle worker. He thanked her for that. People from the guild were discussing the newcomer who had registered with Some Beauty. Sauda thought about how he had attracted attention and decided that since there were almost no healing herbs left, he would take on a different quest tomorrow. At that moment, they noticed a little girl offering delicious apples. Sauda thought she was probably only about 7 and mused that even in this world, such children were forced to work. Aphrodite expressed a desire to eat, and Sauda agreed to buy 10 apples. The girl was delighted and thanked them. Sauda tried an apple and noted that it was very tasty, even sweeter than what he had tasted on Earth. Suddenly, a man around 37 years old approached them, introducing himself as Bakraja Ackerman. Noticing them, he asked if they recognized the girl. Sauda realized at that moment that he was talking about Caroline. He began to wonder why the pursuers were interested in Caroline and who they really were. Bakraja, noticing his confusion, asked if he knew anything. Sauda replied negatively, still not understanding why they were being targeted so intensely. One of Bakraja's subordinates expressed his displeasure with Sauda's tone and reminded him who he was talking to. Standing before him was Bakraja Ackerman, the 4th largest slave trader in St. Bell. Sauda realized he shouldn't underestimate his rival, but he didn't fully grasp who he was. Bakraja's subordinate threatened Sauda, stating that his impoliteness could cost him his life, as Carolina was their merchandise who had tried to escape. Sauda understood that Carolina didn't want to be enslaved and likely fell off a cliff during her escape. Sauda declared that he would bring Carolina back for a reward. Bakraja and his subordinates loudly discussed rumors that Sauda was also involved in the slave trade. Aphrodite felt an unpleasant premonition. The man warned them that they were acting like they had a death wish, because if they crossed Lord Bakraja, terrible things could happen. Aphrodite, not knowing what he was talking about, asked what he meant. The man was surprised they didn't know about Bakraja, and Sauda explained that they had only recently arrived in this city. Hearing this, the man began to tell them, but asked them to speak more quietly, as there were terrible rumors about Bakraja. According to the man, Bakraja spent his entire life indulging in sordid pleasures with slave girls, and many of his slaves died under cruel circumstances. He added that if Bakraja took someone to his mansion and made a contract of ownership with them, it meant the end for that person. Hearing this, Sauda thoughtfully realized what they were up against and also considered that Carolina had likely escaped to avoid slavery. He decided not to interfere, but what he saw shocked him. Bakraja approached a little girl selling apples, demanding her permit to sell. And when she didn't understand the question, he grabbed her, saying that bad girls deserve punishment, and dragged her away to teach her a lesson at home. The girl, frightened, begged him to let her go. Sauda couldn't hold back and confronted Bakraja, condemning him for using force against a child. Although he tried to stay out of it, he had to intervene because the feeling was unbearable for him. Bakraja recognized him. He contemptuously asked if the adventurer had any complaints. The girl, trembling, whispered, "Brother." Sauda thought that involving children might be acceptable only in 2D Japanese manga worlds, but not here, knowing that Bakraja wouldn't understand what he was talking about. Seeing Sauda remain silent, Bakraja grew angry, drew his dagger, and ordered him to die. Aphrodite noticed the threat, and seeing the movement, she cried out to warn Sauda. Sauda realized this was a critical situation. A bright light flashed around them, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Sauda summoned a goblin knight. Bakraja, surprised, asked if he wasn't a monster tamer. He began to swing his dagger. Sauda thought that despite his age, his opponent moved surprisingly nimbly for an old man. With a mocking expression, Bakraja declared that he would make the monster tamer regret defying his will. He ordered his subordinates to seize Sauda. Bakraja's subordinates rushed forward, shouting loudly that Sauda was now surrounded. Sauda, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned to the goblins, ordering them to defend. Bakraja, seeing the goblins, was shocked to realize there were so many of them. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed that it couldn't be. Sauda, noticing his enemy's confusion, encouragingly told the goblins that this was their chance. Sauda was internally surprised that the goblins had weapons and wondered if they had made them out of wood. At this moment, Bakraja's subordinates tried to stop the goblins, shouting. Sauda thought that these creatures could become a promising army that could help them in battle. Suddenly, Bakraja grabbed a little girl and threateningly declared that if Sauda's army didn't retreat, he would slit her throat. The girl, in a trembling voice, uttered the word brother. Sauda cursed inwardly, not wanting to show his emotions. Bakraja, not waiting for an answer, continued to pressure Sauda, asking what he was worth and if he really wanted the girl to die. Sauda, understanding the gravity of the situation, agreed to surrender, but first, he wanted to give Bakraja something else. He tossed him a spherical capsule and Bakraja caught it, asking incredulously what kind of joke this was and what the item was. Sauda, smirking, declared that Bakraja had fallen into his trap. Suddenly, the capsule activated. Bakraja expressed his confusion, exclaiming that he didn't understand what the light was. Sauda caught Bakraja in the spherical capsule. Inside the capsule, Bakraja screamed, trying to figure out where he was and demanded to be let out. Sauda, responding to his distress, said with a hint of mockery that he deserved it, and added that he should go to sleep and not wake up until he was told to. Bakraja eventually fell asleep, without even having time to understand what was happening. Sauda thought about how the scoundrel was caught and pondered the plot's development, noting that the townspeople should have fled. Then he asked the little girl if she was okay and if she had been hurt. The girl replied that she was fine and thanked him for saving her. Sauda felt relieved, realizing the girl was all right, and emotions overwhelmed him once more. He reflected on his view of absolute obedience, believing that depending on the intention, it could become a dangerous weapon. If used thoughtlessly, it could disrupt the harmony of the universe. Aphrodite, addressing Sauda, began to say that she didn't really want to discuss it, but he should know that he was very good today. Sauda didn't believe her, asserting that Dai was incapable of such words. In response, Aphrodite exclaimed in bewilderment and told him to back off and start moving already. Sauda agreed with her, noting that the day was coming to an end, and they should go find an inn. He thought that thanks to the goblins today, they had earned much more than he expected, but they also booked a hotel room that was almost twice as expensive as yesterday's. He regretfully noted that he wanted a bath so badly that he had to splurge. One night cost 7,000 call. Additionally, he had caught 18 goblins and improved them, which strengthened his combat power and yielded excellent results. But not everything went smoothly, as there was a demoness named Carolina Barton. The capsule healed her wounds, but he didn't know what to do next. He asked Carolina if she had come to her senses. In response, she said he was a mighty demon and seemed to be confused. Sauda, not understanding what she was talking about, noted that she seemed to have him mistaken for someone else. Carolina continued, saying she couldn't forgive herself because her head was spinning, and then asked where they were. Sauda explained that they were at the St. Bell Inn and that they had found her injured in the forest, which is why they brought her along. She vaguely recalled being rescued when she was hanging from a tree, but she remembered everything else and expressed a desire to thank him. Sauda, feeling a bit embarrassed, told her not to worry about it. Carolina, realizing her impoliteness, introduced herself as Carolina Barton, adding that her close friends could call her Carly. She then asked for his name. Sauda replied that his name was Kezia Sauda. Carolina confirmed that she could call him Master Sauda, and then asked if there was a way she could express her gratitude. He in turn asked what exactly she wanted to thank him for. Carolina explained that she had been brought there as a slave. She recounted how humanity had flourished, grown strong, and driven demons from their homes, forcing them into hiding. If demons were caught, they were immediately sold to the nobility. She had nowhere else to go, so she offered to join Sauda, asking for permission to assist him on his journey. Sauda said that wasn't necessary and suggested he might hire her as a maid or in a similar role. Carolina agreed, saying that would be fine. She admitted that she could be overly talkative but was confident in her combat skills. She promised that if Sauda allowed her to join his adventures, she would be very useful and could help him earn money. Sauda mused that he had no doubt Carolina's stats were quite high, and it seemed her words could be trusted. He recalled that Carolina Barton was a vampire and her level was 173. She had high vitality at 433, physical strength at 310, magical power at 388, and intelligence at 357. She also possessed impressive skills: advanced fire magic, advanced wind magic, advanced water magic, advanced dark magic, and intermediate light magic. Sauda realized that if she were left alone, she would surely get into trouble again. He decided he saw no reason to refuse Carly and agreed to her request. She in turn was overjoyed and exclaimed that she would be eternally grateful to him. Sauda, a little flustered, asked why she was calling him master. Carolina explained that since he had become her master, she would address him accordingly, even if it sounded strange. Sauda assured her it wasn't strange at all and asked her to always call him her master. He thought about how lucky he was. The girl called him master and he wouldn't have to pay her for it. Carolina continued, addressing him as master and, as if understanding his needs, said that if he wanted her to do something, she was ready to obey anything. Sauda, slightly surprised, asked what she meant by anything. Carolina readily confirmed that of course he was her savior and now her soul belonged to him. She even added that she was ready to turn to dust for him. Sauda couldn't believe his ears. This was his best chance. He imagined having a maid with silver hair and crimson eyes who would be willing to do anything for him. This realization made him excited and made everything inside him tremble, as if everything was turning upside down. At that moment, Aphrodite informed him that the bath was ready. Sauda told her not to come out naked. Aphrodite was surprised and asked if Carolina had woken up. Carolina, hearing this, was shocked and asked what a goddess was doing here. Sauda, surprised, asked Carolina how she knew Dai was a goddess. Carolina explained that gods and demons represent two sides of the same coin. They are created as complete opposites of each other, which is why she could sense her essence. Sauda thought that this indeed sounded true, especially since Dai had seen Carly and unequivocally stated that Carly was a demon. Realizing that everything had revealed itself, he said that this girl was Aphrodite. Carolina, astonished, exclaimed the goddess's name. She asked how one of the 12 Olympian gods ended up on Earth, and if she wasn't a high-ranking heavenly god. Aphrodite confirmed that this was correct. Sauda mused that Aphrodite's name was often heard in video games, but he hadn't thought she was a famous figure in this world too. He realized that he simultaneously possessed incompatible entities, a goddess and a demoness. But first and foremost, they had to confess to her that they had recruited her to the team to fight a mighty demon. Sauda began explaining their actual plan to Carly. After hearing Sauda's words, she understood the situation and asked if it was true that Mr. Sauda was traveling with a goddess to find and destroy a powerful demon. She declared that everything was clear, and in that case, she would also do her best to help him, Mr. Sauda. Sauda expressed his gratitude, telling her he was thankful to her, Carly. Carolina, a little embarrassed, asked for permission to use the shower. Sauda agreed without hesitation. Aphrodite added that she hadn't run out of hot water. Carolina thanked them. Carolina mused to herself that she had met a strange person. She had indeed heard rumors about a hero from another world appearing in their realm, but she knew nothing about goddesses providing divine protection. She understood that there was only one being in the world with such power, the great and mighty demon, Lord Ibris. He had firmly established his authority in this world by using his power to subjugate all demon kings. When Carolina first saw Mr. Sauda, his face reminded her of the mighty demon. As a maid, she had never been as devoted to anyone as she was to Lord Ibris. That's when she fell in love with him. Her intuition told her that Mr. Sauda was Lord Ibris reborn. She knew that the soul of a demon with such immense power as Ibris's doesn't die after the body perishes. Rumors confirmed that a renowned seer had prophesied the reincarnation of the mighty demon. However, it seemed Mr. Sauda himself wasn't aware of this. If the prophecy was correct, he would soon gain the mighty demon's power. Carolina was certain he would once again become the ruler of Algade. Suddenly, she felt awkward about her thoughts and wondered what was happening to her. She shouldn't get so excited. She knew that the day would come when she could serve him, and everything would be just like in her dreams. The team had grown, and with it, so had their expenses. Sauda realized that now that there were more of them, they needed to earn more money. He still had Bakraju with him, and Carolina would also live in the capsule for a while, which would be better for her. Plus, Dai was with them too. However, they had already collected almost all the medicinal plants, and Sauda didn't know what to do next. Meanwhile, people in the guild were discussing the new quests that had been added. They noted that a downpour had occurred over the Zumalia swamp yesterday, making the monsters more active. Sauda pondered which quest to take. He saw a quest to subdue 5 light fungi, which had a required G rank. The reward for completing it was 5,000 koro, and the quest was repeatable. He also noticed a quest to subdue amiebic slime with similar requirements and rewards. In addition, there was a quest to gather mushrooms for medicinal food, which required bringing 10 medicinal mushrooms for a reward of 6,000 koro. All the quests seemed decent to Sauda, and they were all located near the Zumalia swamp. He wondered if he should take all the quests at once. 2 hours later, the team arrived at the Zumalia swamp. Sauda sighed and said it seemed like no one was around, then pulled out a sphere capsule. Carolina, looking at the capsule with admiration, noted that they could indeed freely enter and exit it. She thought that such absolute dominance might be too much for a mere human. Sauda, hearing her words, asked what she was saying, to which Carolina replied that it was nothing. At that moment, Aphrodite drew Sauta's attention, saying that a mushroom monster was approaching them. Sauta saw that it was a light fungus, level 2 of 5 G-class with 21 vitality, 5 physical strength, 11 magic power, and 11 intelligence, as well as the paralysis powder skill. Sauta turned to Carolina, saying he wanted to see her combat skills and asked if she wouldn't mind taking on the mushroom. He requested that, if possible, she not kill it but merely incapacitate it, for which he would be very grateful. Carolina, confident in her abilities, replied that she could handle the task and that he should trust her. She was determined to impress Sauta. Suddenly, the mushroom monster attacked, and she was surprised that it happened that way. It became clear to Sauta that he shouldn't have made her fight without knowing the opponent's abilities. Carolina wasted no time, using wind magic to attack the mushroom, which shocked it. Sauta understood that she had managed to knock the spores off it. Carolina demonstrated her abilities. With a kick, she incapacitated the mushroom and, looking at it, asked if she had finished her attack. Sauta was impressed by her actions, exclaiming that she did a magnificent job and could be relied upon in battle. Carolina thanked him shyly. Aphrodite, observing the scene, decided to intervene, indignantly declaring that she also wanted to be useful and energetic. Carolina, a bit confused, didn't understand what Aphrodite was talking about. Sauta, pleased with how things were going, stated that with their combined efforts they would complete the quests quickly. Sauta explained to the team that their task this time was to collect healing mushrooms. He suggested using the goblin avalanche tactic for efficient completion of the mission. Sauta proposed splitting into 3 teams, his own, Dee's team, and Carolina's team, emphasizing that it wasn't very efficient for one person to give all the orders. He added that if they completed this task quickly, he would like to take on monster subjugation next. Finally, he asked if they would object to new orders if necessary. Carolina, looking at Sauta with interest, asked how many creatures he had tamed so far. She was impressed and admired him, noting that it was amazing. Sauta, in turn, modestly replied that she was mistaken, as she simply had nothing to compare it to. Carolina countered that she had heard tamers with 3 creatures were already considered great people, which made Sauta wonder if that was truly the case. Aphrodite, overhearing their conversation, remarked that Sauta had gained so many experience points from her that he no longer had the right to assign work. Sauta's thought was about why she had such a smug smile. Ultimately, he suggested they divide the roles. Sauta ordered the goblins and wolves to follow Dee's and Carolina's commands and protect them with all their might. 10 minutes later, Sauta was impressed by how quickly everyone had completed the task. He decided he wanted to finish collecting the healing mushrooms, but first, he needed to do something important. Sauta remembered Bakraj Ackerman, the slave trader who was level 18 and had vitality 45, physical strength 52, magical power 32, and intelligence 25. He possessed dagger mastery skills and basic levels of fire and water magic. Bakraj, waking up, looked confused and asked where he was. Sauta's thought at this time was that he himself had given Bakraj the task of sleeping in the orb when he caught him. Sauta concluded that for this guy, everything was just beginning and he seemed to have many adventures ahead. Bakraj, realizing the situation, exclaimed in displeasure about what had happened. Sauta used a luminous mushroom to apply paralyzing powder to Bakraj Ackerman, who then fell into a state of paralysis. Bakraj was utterly confused and had no idea what was happening. Sauta, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised by how effective the powder was, as it exceeded his expectations. This paralyzing powder was Class E and allowed him to attack from about 2 meters away, causing paralysis in the opponent, which was perfect for a tamer like him. Sauta considered summoning his wolves, but then realized he didn't know what to do with Bakraja. He had a limited number of tamed creatures, and there was no point in just keeping Bakraja in a sphere. Moreover, he remembered that to be a master of dagger butchery and possess high slashing attack power, one had to kill more than 10 people for pleasure. Sauta decided there was no reason to keep Bakraja alive, but Bakraja, realizing his predicament, screamed that he would rather die than be a pathetic errand boy. Sauta was puzzled by Bakraja, seeing him as something strange and unreliable. He compared him to a hentai knight surrounded by orcs and noted that despite all his cries for death, it didn't evoke any attraction or desire to act from him. He wasn't going to kill him, nor did he want to just let him go. When Bakraja asked if Sauta was going to release him, Sauta confidently replied that he was not. Bakraja, not understanding Sauda's intentions, asked what exactly he planned to do with him if he wasn't releasing him or killing him. Sauda informed him of his intention to reincarnate him. Bakraja didn't understand what was happening and expressed his emotions in confusion. Sauda, meanwhile, received system messages about choosing a creature for crossbreeding, and he decided to use Bakraja as material for transformation. Bakraja, realizing what was happening, screamed in a panic, trying to understand what exactly Sauda had done to him. Bakraja was transformed into a werewolf with Atlas number 422. This monster belongs to the demonic beast family and possesses 80 vitality, 115 physical strength, and 40 magical power, but its intelligence is only 10. The werewolf has the skill of poisonous claws, which makes it a dangerous opponent in battle. Its conditions for appearance include crossbreeding a beast, a demon, and a human, allowing it to occupy a middle tier in the hierarchy of beasts. Thanks to its human blood, its intelligence is slightly higher than that of an ordinary wolf, making it more adapted to interacting with the surrounding world. The main features of its combat style are fast movements and claw attacks, making it a formidable opponent on the battlefield. Sauda was surprised to find that the werewolf looked impressive and even wondered if it could speak Japanese. He realized that he now had a creature that completely obeyed his commands. This unexpected discovery led him to believe that he had created one of the strongest monsters in his collection, making it an excellent weapon for future adventures. Sauda was pleasantly surprised, realizing that his abilities as a tamer had yielded such a significant result. He was pleased with the results of his team's work. He also noted that their combined efforts had brought an impressive harvest. He pondered how goblins truly shine when they work together as a group. Carolina reported that she had successfully killed a luminous mushroom and showed proof of her victory, while Aphrodite added that she had brought extra materials. Sauda thanked his team for their hard work. He considered that he had given Dee and Carly different tasks, allowing them to complete monster subjugation quests simultaneously. This presented an opportunity for significant loot, and he was confident their efforts would yield excellent results. Carolina expressed concern about how they would carry all the collected resources, as it was too much for just 3 of them. Sauda reassured her, telling her not to worry about it. He then used a ball capsule for storage. Carolina was amazed by his skillful use of the capsule and expressed her admiration, which surprised and embarrassed Sauda. Sauda felt awkward with each new reaction from Carly and wondered where his goddess, Aphrodite, had gone. Suddenly, he heard Aphrodite scream she had been caught by an amiebic slime. The slime looked formidable, level 7 F-class with 78 vitality, 12 physical strength, and 32 magical power. Sauda was surprised, thinking that this was indeed an amiebic slime, over 2 meters tall. He realized that, based on its stats, the slime was the strongest wild creature he had ever encountered. Aphrodite frantically called for Sauda's help, telling him the slime was sticky and she felt uncomfortable. Sauda rushed to save her, but when he tried to use his ball capsule, the slime batted it away. This shocked Sauda, as he had never encountered a situation where the capsule could be deflected. Many thoughts raced through his mind. Deflecting didn't guarantee a hit, and he began to panic, realizing that the mushroom's paralyzing powder likely wouldn't reach the slime, and trying to hit D could be dangerous. The situation was becoming critical, and Sauda knew he needed to act quickly and decisively. Carolina offered to handle the situation, assuring her master that with her leg strength, she could easily reach the slime. Sauda, impressed by her confidence, thanked Carly. He thought that if she could land even one hit, he would have a chance to throw the capsule. However, he noticed that Dee was screaming strangely. Aphrodite explained that the slime was groping her in private places. Sauda was shocked, realizing the monster was pulling off her clothes, as if it thought they were getting in the way of eating her. He apologized and told the slime to do something indecent to her, thinking it might help him in the situation. Suddenly, Carolina spoke to him, causing Sauda to panic and ask what was happening. He then realized she seemed to have read his mind. At that moment, a thought flashed through Carolina's mind. This damn goddess had seduced her master. Carolina approached the slime closely, and Sauda, confused, asked Carly what was going on. She replied that there was no forgiveness for her, as she had also been caught. Sauda's mind was filled with surprise. He couldn't believe the situation had spiraled out of control so quickly. Sauda felt bewildered as the thought of disaster crossed his mind. He couldn't believe that Carly had even been caught by the slime. It seemed to him that she had thrown herself at it and surrendered without resistance, but he immediately dismissed his suspicions, deciding that it was unlikely to be true. Carolina stated that its tentacles were stickier than she had thought. Her voice trembled and she couldn't hide her confusion. Sauda continued to ponder the type that had once again pulled off clothes like a deity. He felt admiration and surprise, thinking how beautiful it was. Aphrodite cried out in alarm, asking Sauda to save them as soon as possible. Carolina, addressing her master, pleaded for his help, adding that he could do as he wished. Sauda became confused and wondered what he should do in such a situation. He knew he shouldn't just stare, because if he didn't rescue them, this thing could eat them. However, a thought occurred to him. It seemed all of the monster's tentacles were currently occupied. At that moment, Sauda made a decision and threw a capture capsule towards the monster. He realized he was facing an amiebic slime, which was level 7 out of 10. In Class F, the monster had 78 vitality, 12 physical strength, and 32 magical power, as well as 25 mana. It had no skills and occupied the lowest rung in the hierarchy of aquatic demons. The slime had more than 10 tentacles with which it hunted its victims, and its liquid body could serve as material for creating lotions. Sauda realized he had caught an amiebic slime. Aphrodite, all sticky, joyfully declared that they were saved. Carolina admiringly noted that Sauda was living up to all her expectations as a master. Back in town, Sauda reflected that his military expedition had turned into a rich haul. He had completed several quests, catching 7 mushrooms and 1 amiebic slug. The thought of trying to crossbreed the creatures that evening brought a smile to his face. He felt his smile linger as Chloe praised him. Chloe informed him that his quest reward amounted to 76,000 call. Sauda thanked her, expressing his appreciation. Chloe continued, saying he was, as always, incomparable. She noted that usually this volume of work takes more than a year to complete, but to gather so many materials in one day was something she had never seen before. Sauda laughed, stating that they didn't deserve such praise. It occurred to him that perhaps Chloe had captured his heart. She always praised him, and he felt she was kind. He suggested to Chloe that they spend the evening together and have dinner nearby, asking what she thought of the idea. Chloe, a little embarrassed, replied that maybe some other time. Sauda pondered, feeling sad at the thought that outsiders on Earth in another world also remained outsiders. However, he quickly found solace, realizing he now had money, and decided to buy out the entire general store. Aphrodite and Carolina were waiting outside. Sauda looked dejected and broken. Seeing him, Aphrodite asked if he was crying, to which Carolina replied that it seemed he really was. Sauda remembered Carly and asked if she needed to buy anything for her new life, confident that she now had needs. He urged her not to be shy and to speak up. Carolina, beaming with joy, thanked him and confessed that she would appreciate comfortable clothes that were easy to move in, as her maid outfit made it quite difficult. Sauda, understanding her need, confirmed that it was indeed important. Carolina blushed and added that if possible, she would like a change of underwear, as she only had what she was currently wearing. Sauda considered this, noting that it would require careful selection. Aphrodite, overhearing their conversation, declared that she wanted underwear too. Sauda, a bit surprised, asked if she hadn't bought it yesterday. Aphrodite replied that a woman can never have too much lingerie. Sauda was left bewildered, simply saying, yeah. They approached the Silver Shield, a guild-licensed trading post. Sauda opened the door and announced their arrival. He thought to himself, this is it, the lingerie shop, and called it a dream box. Sauda mused that women's underwear in Algade was almost identical in design to what they had on Earth. He had recently learned from Mr. Edgar, the shop owner, that Algade had a rubber-like material that was easy to process. He concluded that the history of underwear here spanned many centuries. As a true admirer of young beauty's panties, Sauda was sure he'd find something here that would pleasantly surprise him. At the moment, he was interested in classic lingerie. Aphrodite, spotting something, exclaimed, "Oh, that's cute." Carolina, however, looked at the item and remarked that it seemed a bit too young for her. Sauda pondered that, as expected, Dai had chosen a cute, flashy red item. Carly, on the other hand, went for a sexy purple. He found it hard to choose between super and awesome. Aphrodite, noticing his contemplation, sharply asked what the hell he was doing with them and told him to leave. Carolina, however, didn't object and said she didn't mind him staying with them. Sauda felt kicked out and decided there was nothing he could do, so he went to look at something else. He remembered his goblin knights and wondered why they were running around with sticks. He thought that if he gave them stronger weapons, they would be more effective in battles. He turned to the merchant and asked if he had any weapons suitable for beginners. The merchant replied that he had some, but couldn't recommend a specific weapon. Sauda asked why that was. The merchant explained that his wasn't a specialized shop and he knew little about the weapons he carried, let alone how to repair them. He advised beginners to buy weapons from specialized stores, as many of them offer free repairs for a period after purchase. Sauda was surprised by this information. The merchant added that he could recommend a weapon shop in St. Bell if needed. Sauda eagerly replied, "Yes, please." Carolina then addressed Sauda, calling him master. Noticing her, Sauda asked if everyone was there and what Carly would wear on their next expedition. Carolina, a little shyly, asked if the expensive uniform really suited her. She was wearing an E-Class Ranger suit designed for ease of movement. She also had on F-Class leather boots, which were durable and slightly increased her kicking power. Sauda laughed and reassured her, saying not to worry about the price since she had made an excellent choice. Carolina thanked him for his support. Sauda, however, thought that her tiny belly button and that zone of bliss were just like in his dreams, noting how attractive Carly looked in the tight-fitting suit. Aphrodite interjected, asking if he didn't think Carly's clothes were more expensive than she was by about 6 times. She specified that the ranger suit cost 9,000 call and wondered what to make of that. Sauda, understanding her concern, replied that if she insisted, he would buy her something new next time. Aphrodite puffed out her cheeks. Aphrodite confidently added that the purchase would definitely happen, reminding Sauda that he had given his word. Sauda, mentally tallying their purchases, noted that all that was left was to visit the weapon shop Mr. Edgar had recommended, and then they could head home. Looking around, he figured that, based on the route description, the shop must be right here. Aphrodite quietly suggested skipping this shop, and Carolina supported her, saying she'd prefer to go to another one. Sauda mentally agreed with them, noting that the appearance of the place and the shop itself was off-putting. He read the name on the sign and assumed the shop was probably run by a grumpy, eccentric old man. Reassuring himself that the shop was closed and they couldn't go in, he decided to consider another option. At that moment, the shop door unexpectedly opened and a girl stepped out. Sauda immediately noted her information: Seal Otterlot of the dwarf family, female, age 13. Seal greeted the surrounding world, adding that she hadn't seen it in a long time. Sauda was stunned, as it was a young girl before him, not an adult man as he had imagined. Seal noticed them and asked if they had come to the shop. Sauda, a bit flustered, nodded and then asked if she was the owner of the store. Seal confirmed his guess with a smile, introducing herself and adding that she manages the Scarlet Blade and her name is Seal Otterlode. Seal asked what kind of weapons the visitors were looking for and mentioned that she had finally finished setting up the shop. Sauda, feeling a bit awkward, thought it was surprising that a 13-year-old girl was running a place where you could find so many unusual items. She addressed the adventurer, getting his attention. Sauda, hearing her, simply responded with an M, waiting for her to continue. Seal exclaimed, asking if these girls were really with him. Sauda confirmed it. Seal felt as if she'd been doused with cold water from the surprise, seeing such attractive visitors and stunning beauties for the first time. At that moment, Carolina blushed with embarrassment. Aphrodite, full of confidence, decided that they should buy their weapons right here. Sauda reminded Aphrodite that she had just suggested looking for weapons at another shop. Aphrodite, brushing it off, replied that it was a long time ago and she didn't remember anything. She noted that Seal was barely standing from her beauty at first glance and added that she believed the girl knew her stuff when it came to blacksmithing. Sauda wondered in his thoughts why these two were even here but decided not to worry about it. Seal warmly welcomed her guests, inviting them to come in, take their time, and look around the shop. Sauda noticed the contrast between the creepy exterior and the clean interior. He thought that a general store couldn't compare to the abundance of a specialized shop, even though there were so many items that his eyes darted everywhere. Seal, noticing the adventurer's inexperience with weapons, offered him help and asked if he might want some recommendations. Sauda expressed his willingness to accept help but clarified that the weapons weren't for him. Seal was surprised to hear this. He summoned a goblin knight, which prompted Seal to ask if the weapons were for goblin knights. She added that, unfortunately, she had never picked out weapons for monsters before and wondered how she would go about it. Sauda explained that this meant she hadn't encountered many tamers among her clients yet. Seal replied that she had, but very few bought weapons for monsters, primarily because not all monsters could use weapons. Sauda, pondering, recalled that among all the monsters he had seen, only goblin knights could wield weapons. He noted that he hadn't encountered goblins upgraded to elite or goblin knight level in the city or forest. Sauda concluded that teaching monsters to use weapons was almost impossible without the crossbreeding skill. Sauda suggested they look at some sets, asking her to show something inexpensive for beginners. Seal agreed. She presented an F-class bronze sword for 6,000 call, noting that adventurers who frequently participate in raids often prefer bronze swords. Then, she showed him an F-class round shield for 3,000 call, which was light and easy to handle. Seal also mentioned an F-class bronze spear for 3,000 call and an F-class bronze mace for 5,000 call, both of which were also popular among adventurers. Sauda was surprised to see the goblin equipment. The thought crossed his mind that the goblins now truly looked like knights. He imagined equipping all the goblin knights to create an unstoppable squad and noted that the price of the gear was quite reasonable. Having settled the matter, he made his final decision. Sauda decided they would immediately test all the weapons and then buy 3 more shields. Seal thanked him for his purchase. Sauda thought to himself that they would conduct trials tomorrow to see if the weapons were suitable for the goblins. Seal asked him to provide a name for their visitor card, adding that repairs would be free if the weapons became dull, and that they were always happy to see him, Master Sauda. Sauda replied with satisfaction that he was happy to see them too. Afterwards, Sauda and the girls returned to the inn. Sauda felt a sense of relief, thinking that he could finally rest after such a busy day, even though his level hadn't increased by a single point. He noticed that he had acquired a new skill, Contact. Contact was a D-class passive skill that allowed for mental conversation with captured creatures within 50 meters of the tamer. The condition for obtaining it was having an intelligence above 100, and the skill allowed the tamer to give commands to the creature. Sauda thought this sounded like telepathy, and if it truly was, the skill would be incredibly useful. He decided to try it out on Dee and Carly. Sauda pondered how he should proceed and concluded that he simply needed to direct his thoughts toward Dee and Carly. Using the contact skill, he informed them that he was testing a new skill which seemed to be telepathy and asked them to respond with a mental voice if they could hear him. Carolina and Aphrodite reacted with surprise. Aphrodite wondered in astonishment that she couldn't believe the voice in her head belonged to him. Carolina, on the other hand, was impressed and excitedly replied that it was amazing, as they could now talk to their master around the clock. Sauda, pleased with their responses, suggested they test the skill in various ways and asked for their help. Carolina agreed, and Aphrodite added that it seemed they had no other choice. Sauda noted with satisfaction that everything was clear to him now, concluding that it was a super useful skill. He realized in his thoughts that nothing would work without his involvement, as his monsters, Dee and Carly, couldn't establish a connection with each other. Nevertheless, the skill was still great, especially since he could send commands to those inside the capsule. Aphrodite asked if the work was finished, to which Sauda replied yes and thanked them for their help. Aphrodite, feeling relieved, declared she would shower first, while Carolina added that she would do the laundry. Sauda agreed with their decisions. He decided that he would now focus on monster breeding. During the day, he had caught 8 light mushrooms and 2 amiebic slugs, and looking at his findings, he noticed there was only one possible combination. He crossbred a light mushroom with an amiebic slug and obtained a mad mushroom, a level 1 D-class plant. Despite its weak physical strength, it possessed magical characteristics and 2 dangerous skills, paralyzing powder and disarray powder. The light mushroom and amiebic slug were considered lower-tier plants, but their crossbreeding yielded a valuable result. These creatures attacked with special spores that caused excitement, and the spores themselves could be sold for a high price as an aphrodisiac material. Sauda became interested in what the disarray powder was, which was also D-class and allowed for long-range attacks, putting the opponent into a state of sexual arousal. He was surprised to learn that such a state could also occur, and decided he needed to confirm it immediately. A system message confirmed that crossbreeding the selected creatures was possible and offered to perform the operation. Sauda, deep in thought, decided to summon the mad mushroom. He noticed that the cap's color was different, but its appearance was similar to the light mushroom. A question arose in his mind about how to conduct the experiment. If he ordered it to spray spores on a girl, it could be considered sexual harassment. At that moment, a new idea came to Sauda. What if he ordered the mad mushroom to spray spores via contact? Then the victim wouldn't even realize he was behind it. With this thought, he concluded that it was the perfect crime. Aphrodite emerged from the bathroom and, seeing Sauda, asked if he had made a new monster. She noted that the mad mushroom had a cute pink cap and added that creating such creatures was a very convenient ability. Aphrodite enthusiastically stated that with these strong monsters, he would be able to defeat the mighty demon, and she herself would return to heaven, even closer to her goal. Sauda sensed an opportunity. He used his contact skill and ordered the mad mushroom to spray its disorder powder. The mushroom followed his command. Aphrodite, feeling the effects of the powder, started coughing and asked what kind of powder it was. Sauda realized in his thoughts that the spores were more aggressive than he had anticipated, and the attack range of the disorder powder was larger than that of the paralysis powder. Aphrodite, grabbing his shoulders, anxiously called his name. Sauda addressed her by her name. Suddenly, Aphrodite pulled Sauda onto the bed and told him that something strange was happening to her body, adding that she felt hot. Sauda panicked, thinking that his own body was also starting to burn, and he couldn't resist. He felt that both he and Dai couldn't stop and were experiencing sexual arousal from the mad mushroom's powder. This situation was extremely awkward, and in such a state, he couldn't think clearly. He noticed that Dai's body looked very sexy and wondered if she had always been like that. Aphrodite, reaching closer to Sauda, asked him to hold still for a moment. She was about to kiss him, but he couldn't say anything. Carolina unexpectedly doused them with a bucket of water. With a smile, Carolina asked the couple if they had come to their senses. Sauda, bewildered, uttered her name. Aphrodite, embarrassed, began to realize what was happening and exclaimed that she shouldn't look at Sauda, repeating that she didn't like him at all and didn't want him to get the wrong idea. She got out of bed and went into another room, closing the door with a bang. Carolina's thoughts turned suspicious. She suspected Aphrodite was flirting with her master and internally wished to deal with her. Sauda, confused, asked what was happening and called Carolina by her name. She replied that it was nothing special, and in her mind, she asked herself again what was happening to her, as she should be controlling her feelings. Sauda mused that it seemed part of her thoughts had leaked out due to contact, creating uncertainty about whether Carly had truly said that. At that moment, he concluded that cold water was an effective countermeasure against the mad mushroom's abilities. Carolina recalled that when she lived in the village, they were attacked by mad mushrooms, and now she knew how to fight them. Sauda was intrigued and asked how exactly. However, before answering, Carolina asked Sauda for his opinion. He responded, puzzled, and then she continued, expressing her desire for him to use her as an assistant in the future when he tested his abilities. She sat on the bed, declaring that unlike Lady Aphrodite, no matter how ashamed she was, she wouldn't run away. Sauda was a bit flustered, replying that he would think about it. Doubts about her intentions arose in his mind, although he assumed he had disguised his command to attack as contact. It seemed Carolina had seen right through him after all. Before going to sleep, Sauda, trembling with thoughts, wondered if his erotic thoughts were leaking into the girls' minds. That night, he couldn't sleep for a long time, bothered by her smile, which seemed eerie to him. The guild was in an uproar. People crowded around the bulletin board, talking amongst themselves. One adventurer sarcastically suggested to the others that they take on a new quest, saying that while the task was absurd, it promised a solid reward. His partner chuckled in response, joking that they certainly wouldn't need money in the afterlife. Sauda, upon entering the guild building, noticed the gathered crowd and decided to see what was happening. He also approached the board and saw an emergency quest announcement, to subdue a bird-like dragon. The reward for completing it was a hefty 3 million call, and it couldn't be repeated. Sauda was involuntarily surprised. He realized that such a huge reward had attracted all these people. Internally intrigued, he decided to clarify the details with Chloe. Chloe explained that the quest had appeared just the other day. The information came from eyewitnesses who had been in the Kaesla forest. She reported that the target of the quest was a basilisk, an extremely dangerous predatory monster capable of using fire breath. Chloe also recommended preparing thoroughly if he still decided to take the quest. Sauda pondered, recalling that in his world, the basilisk was famous not only for its fire breath but also for its poisonous saliva and a gaze that turned living creatures to stone. But if here it only possessed fire breath, he should still be careful. Aphrodite approached him, surprised that he hadn't taken the quest. Sauda decided to decline the quest, believing it would require too much time and resources. Instead, he suggested that Aphrodite go to the Zumalia swamp to conduct another investigation. Aphrodite reacted with surprise to Sauda's refusal, pointing out that a reward of 3 million call was an excellent opportunity to earn money. Sauda, however, calmly explained that while the quest sounded appealing, such a high reward surely indicated its danger. He emphasized that he valued life above all else and that their goal was not just to take risks, but to return safe and sound. Aphrodite, with a slight hint of mockery, remarked that it was strange to hear that from someone who once captured a great goddess using a capsule. Sauda was slightly embarrassed, and Aphrodite shook her head, noting that he was being too cautious, even though they were talking about a basilisk. Carolina explained that a basilisk is an extremely dangerous monster that can wipe out an entire village and is too much for even a group of 10 adventurers to handle. Hearing this, Aphrodite, scared, backed out of the quest, deciding it would be better to try another time. She expressed hope that someday they would be able to defeat the mighty demon. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard, pleading for someone to stop. Aphrodite immediately recognized it. It was the girl from the weapon shop. Sauda immediately headed towards the sound and saw a stranger roughly grabbing the girl named Seal by her hair. She looked frightened and tried to resist, but the man harshly dragged her along. He demanded that she shut up and follow him to their office. Sauda was shocked by the indifference of the bystanders who chose not to intervene. He wondered what it would take for the world to become even a little safer. Turning to Carolina and Aphrodite, he asked them to wait in the capsule, as the upcoming situation promised to be troublesome. The girls agreed and left the situation to him. Approaching the man, Sauda politely asked what was happening. The man irritably brushed him off, stating that it was none of his business and he should leave. Despite the tension, Sauda decided to remain calm and asked for the reason behind the conflict. The man, noticing Sauda's persistence, irritably explained that he was collecting debts and had a loan agreement. According to him, Seal's father, who had already passed away, borrowed 3 million call and then went into hiding without repaying the debt. Sauda, after listening, suggested that such a large sum could be repaid in installments, rather than all at once. At this, the man smirked and noted that was why he suggested Seal sell the shop. That way, in his opinion, she would pay off the debt faster. Seal resolutely refused, explaining that the shop was passed down to her by her teacher, and she couldn't just give it away. The man, realizing Seal wasn't going to sell the shop, declared that she had no choice but to become a slave and repay the debt that way. This surprised and alarmed Sauda. Seal, in despair, suggested breaking the debt into several monthly payments, wondering why it had to be paid all at once. The man refused, citing obligations to return the full amount, and added that if they hadn't lost one valuable slave, their business would be doing better. He expressed his displeasure at Mr. Bakregi's absence during this difficult time. Sauda realized that the man was probably talking about the fat guy he remembered, and understood that this whole situation seemed to have started because of him. He pondered the situation and realized that, according to the man, the male slave shop called Bakregi hadn't made the profit it expected from selling Carolina. Sauda assumed that his interference and saving Carly were the reasons for the problems. Furthermore, Sauda remembered that he had turned Bakregi into a werewolf, which only made the situation worse. Ultimately, he decided that he was obligated to take responsibility for the current situation. After these thoughts, he asked if he could pay off the debt, but Seal interrupted him, addressing him with surprise. However, the man standing opposite mockingly replied that Sauda, being an adventurer with such poor equipment, was unlikely to be able to do anything. Sauda agreed that gathering 3 million call would not be easy, but he knew he only had one way. Confidently stating that he would need 3 days, he promised to collect the necessary money within the deadline. The man objected, saying he had no reason to wait, and expressed doubt as to why he should trust Sauda at all. In response, Sauda put his hand in his pocket, then took the man's hand and placed a coin in it. He explained that this was an advance payment and that if he broke his promise, the man could keep it. Curiously, the man replied that it was a funny offer and agreed to give him 3 days. However, he still added that he doubted it would change anything. Seal, slightly bewildered, addressed Sauda by name with respect. Sauda confidently replied that she could count on him. Using his contact skill, he sent a signal to the other members of his group, telling them it was time to move out. Their goal was to go to the Casela forest, where defeating a basilisk could bring significant profit. In the Casela forest, Seal noted that Sauda was taking too much of a risk. She explained that the basilisk is a legendary monster whose scales are highly prized by blacksmiths, as they are used to create high-grade armor for royal knights. However, she emphasized that this monster is incredibly powerful and could pose a serious problem even for a group of adventurers. In response, Soda suggested she stay in town if she was so afraid. Seal, in turn, clarified that she couldn't abandon the task as it concerned not only her but also her master. She confessed that she wouldn't be able to look her master in the eye if she involved other people and caused them to suffer. Soda became curious if she ran the shop alone and asked where her master was. Seal explained that her master was not only a skilled blacksmith but also an adventurer. 2 years ago, he went on a monster subjugation quest, and communication with him has been cut off ever since. Hearing her story, Soda tried to reassure her, promising that she could rely on him because he was strong enough and wouldn't lose to the basilisk. Seal, flustered by his overconfidence, remarked that he didn't seem that reliable, and her words somewhat stung Soda. Suddenly, Aphrodite intervened and supported Seal's words, confirming her doubts and noting that Soda indeed didn't give off a reliable impression. However, she quickly reassured Seal, stating that she was Soda's ally. Then, the goddess introduced herself as Aphrodite, the deity of love and beauty. Seal repeated Aphrodite's name in astonishment, unable to believe her ears. Soda, observing the situation, reacted with a hint of sarcasm, implying that the goddess was just showing off. Seal, clearly embarrassed and wary, doubted that the person before her was truly an Olympian goddess. She admitted that even though she grew up in a village and might be naive, she wasn't so naive as to believe it that easily. Internally, Soda thought that Aphrodite was indeed well known, her name being one of the most popular among people. The goddess, noticing that Seal wasn't taking her seriously, decided to prove her divine essence. Pondering how best to do this, Aphrodite suddenly declared that Seal was hiding her true beauty under her clothes, possessing a magnificent physique. She added that Seal had a D-cup bust and accurately stated her measurements, 86, 53, and 83. These words shocked Seal, and blushing, she asked in confusion how Aphrodite could know such personal details. The goddess, with a self-satisfied smile, chuckled and explained that such abilities are only available to gods. She said she possessed a unique divine eye that allowed her to see through any obstacle and even determine details like the color of Seal's underwear. Seal asked in surprise if the god's eye ability was truly exclusive to gods. Aphrodite confidently confirmed this, adding that she noticed Seal was wearing white panties today. In a playful tone, she gave her advice, girl to girl, suggesting she wear sexier underwear. Embarrassed to no end, Seal quickly admitted that she believed in Aphrodite's divine nature and asked her not to say anything like that again in Soda's presence. Soda, recalling her words, noted that Aphrodite had spoken of a curse placed upon her after descending to Earth, which prevented her from using her abilities. Aphrodite explained that his healing capsule was gradually lifting the curse, which was why her ability had only recently returned to her. Soda noticed that Aphrodite could not only tell the size but also the color of her underwear, leading him to believe her ability was an enhanced version of his own piercing eye skill. He inwardly wished he possessed such a skill. Aphrodite, teasing him, offered him the use of her abilities, but only if he would fall at her feet, kiss them, and beg her with the words, "Mistress Aphrodite, please share your power with me." Soda responded reservedly, promising that he would consider it when the opportunity arose. Soda was internally furious, feeling a strong desire to possess Aphrodite's skill. He was even willing to kiss her boots to get it, so eager was he to know the color of the girl's underwear in the city. However, the thought of how the surrounding girls would look at him with contempt kept him from taking that step. He was almost driven mad by envy of the divine skill. At that moment, Carolina, noticing his pensiveness, shyly confessed that she was wearing black panties today. Soda, blushing slightly, thought to himself that he was glad for the confession, quietly thanking her. Meanwhile, Aphrodite asked if they were going to split up this time, to which Soda firmly replied that they would stay together, as the basilisk, their target, was an extremely dangerous opponent, given the 3 million call bounty on its head. Therefore, they needed to be cautious and stick together. Suddenly, a pack of wolves, 7 in total, appeared on the horizon. Normally, Soda would have captured them with a capsule, but he decided to use the situation differently. He activated his sphere capsule and summoned the Goblin Knights, ordering them to demonstrate their strength with their new equipment. The goblins swiftly executed his command, dealing with the wolves in a matter of seconds. Impressed, Sauda thought that the new equipment was truly excellent, as the goblins had dispatched the enemy instantly. When the fight ended, he thanked the goblins for their excellent work. However, he noticed that one wolf had still survived. At that moment, Carolina approached him, asking if she could have that wolf. Sauda, seeing no reason to refuse, asked her why she wanted it. Carolina explained that vampires need to drink animal blood periodically, and wolf blood is especially nutritious for them. Understanding her need, Sauda allowed her to do as she saw fit. A joyful Carolina thanked him, but to her surprise, she still didn't make a move. Noticing this, Sauda asked why she was hesitating. Carolina, visibly embarrassed, asked Sauda to turn away for a while, admitting that drinking animal blood in his presence was a bit awkward for her. Sauda, understanding her request, agreed without further questions. He thought to himself. Carolina calmly admitted the color of her underwear but was shy about drinking blood in front of him. This seemed somewhat amusing and strange to him. Suddenly, Carolina called out to him anxiously and asked him to look up. Sauda raised his head, wondering what she meant, when he suddenly saw a huge basilisk looming over them. The monster was level 24 out of a possible 30, Class B, with stats of 328 vitality, 222 physical strength, 415 magical power, and 153 intelligence. Even more alarming was that the basilisk possessed the skill of fire breath, making it an especially dangerous opponent. Sauda realized that he was facing a real basilisk with extremely high stats. While he was processing this, the basilisk suddenly attacked, unleashing its fire breath. Understanding the danger, Sauda quickly ordered Carolina and Aphrodite to hide in a sphere capsule, and the goblin knights to escort Seal to safety. Then he himself threw a capsule at the basilisk, using a deadly throw. Despite the opponent's high stats, Sauda knew that a direct hit from the capsule could stop it. However, the basilisk deflected the capsule with its wing, creating a powerful gust of wind. Inside the capsule, Carolina and Aphrodite watched with concern. Aphrodite urged him to be careful, and Carolina begged him to at least once avoid the fight. Sauda, suppressing his fear, considered that if he turned his back on the monster, he would immediately meet his demise. The situation seemed hopeless. Unexpectedly, the basilisk pushed off and grabbed the wolf carcass, having planned to drag away its prey from the very beginning. Realizing this, Sauda breathed a sigh of relief, telling Caroline that her dinner had been taken. She replied that it was fine, and the main thing was that he was safe. Nevertheless, Sauda kept thinking about how they could defeat such a powerful opponent, as the difference in strength was frighteningly vast. Suddenly, Caroline noticed his left hand, smelling fresh blood, and offered to take care of the wound. Sauda looked at his hand and realized he had probably injured himself while dodging the basilisk's attack. He was impressed by how quickly she noticed it. Caroline explained that vampires naturally have a good sense of smell and can easily detect the scent of blood. Sauda realized this meant she would be able to smell the blood of the wolf the basilisk had kidnapped. Caroline confirmed that she remembered the scent and added that she wondered if she could recognize it from 200 meters away. An idea sparked in Sauda's mind. This way, they could plan their tactics and pinpoint the monster's lair. He thanked Caroline and expressed his joy that they had become comrades. Caroline, meanwhile, blushed, a little embarrassed by his words. Sauda pondered how great it would be if their goddess were as useful as Caroline. Aphrodite, disagreeing, indignantly stated that she was useful too and told him to just give her a task so she could prove it. Sauda, winking, decided he had an important task he'd like to entrust to her, adding that it wasn't too dangerous but could still be challenging for a girl. Aphrodite retorted that he shouldn't underestimate her, as she was a goddess and capable of handling any task. Sauda, with a smirk, asked if she was really sure she could handle any job and said that since she was so confident, he was ready to entrust her with this task. Sauda turned to Seal for help and she agreed. Inside, he felt they now had everything they needed for the operation. He prepared for the upcoming battle with the basilisk and mentally warned the beast to beware of them. 2 hours later, Sauda spotted the basilisk's nest. However, a terrible stench hung in the air at this location. The thought crossed his mind that the basilisk impaled corpses on branches, and he remembered that this was how it was done in the Middle Ages. Sauda suggested the group start preparing for the operation before the basilisk noticed them. Caroline confirmed his words and Seal agreed with the proposal. Aphrodite declared that she would take on part of the work. Later, Aphrodite found herself tied to a tree and, confused, asked Sauda what all of this meant. Sauda, not understanding her displeasure, was surprised and reminded her that she had promised to do anything. Aphrodite confirmed that she had, but added that he hadn't mentioned he would use her as bait. She scolded Sauda, calling him the devil incarnate, and noted that no one but a true devil would do such a thing. Seal thought to herself that she hadn't expected him to use her rope in that way. Sauda tried to reassure Aphrodite, saying that he didn't like it either, but only she, the goddess of beauty, could handle such a difficult task. Aphrodite responded by saying that she was indeed capable of handling the task. Sauda decided to name their operation Basilisk Temptation and explained that an ordinary girl wouldn't be able to tempt a monster, but die as the great goddess of beauty could. Aphrodite realized she had no other choice, and since Sauda couldn't manage without her, she decided to take matters into her own hands. Sauda laughed, remarking that she always trusted him, and chuckled at the thought. A thought flashed through Sauda's mind. This was a blatant lie. Honestly, he didn't believe this monster could tell the difference between a beautiful girl and an ugly one. At the moment, he just needed bait. After descending to the ground, Dai lost her ability but still retained a high level of vitality. Sauda concluded that, if that was the case, she was unlikely to be harmed in the event of any improbable problems during the operation, which was why he had chosen her for the role. The main thing he needed to do was not tell her about it. Carolina noted that her master had dared to take a bold and decisive action. A thought crossed her mind that this was exactly what she expected from a mighty demon. Seal remarked that tying a goddess to a tree and using her as bait was truly a devilish act. Sauda felt guilty about his actions, but understood that he had no other choice. He decided that if their plan worked, he would buy Aphrodite anything she wanted. Addressing the goblins, the knight, the wolf, and the mushrooms, he said that the basilisk was the most dangerous monster they had encountered. He warned them that it would be dangerous and asked if he could count on them. After receiving confirmation, he announced that it was time to begin. The wind was blowing in the right direction. A thought flashed through his mind that the spore attack should be used first. Sauda activated the contact skill and commanded the mad mushroom to lure the basilisk out of hiding. The mushroom carried out the order, and soon the basilisk became agitated. Sauda used the contact skill again and told Dai that she needed to lure the basilisk. Aphrodite agreed, slightly opening her clothes and addressed the basilisk, inviting it to come closer to her. The monster started moving towards Aphrodite. Suddenly, she screamed for help, expressing her terror at what was happening and pleading with Sauda to save her. Aphrodite desperately cried out for help, begging Sauda to rescue her. Sauda ordered the goblin knights to attack. The goblins immediately followed his command. Sauda knew this was their only chance. He commanded the mad mushroom to use its spores to weaken the basilisk, noting that it was still putting up a fight. Sauda also ordered the goblins to attack the basilisk, realizing that if the monster managed to escape, their operation would fail. He hoped everything would go according to plan and they would succeed in this dangerous task. The basilisk was level 24 out of 30, and its class was B. Its status was exhaustion. Carolina confirmed she was ready to act and delivered a kick to the basilisk. Sauda joyfully exclaimed that they had done it. Meanwhile, in the guild building, someone couldn't believe they had managed to subdue the basilisk, remarking that Sauda looked like a novice. Chloe expressed her admiration, calling Sauda amazing and stating that he had managed to subdue the basilisk itself. She added that his reward of 3 million calls would be delivered tomorrow, as it was a large sum. Sauda thanked her for this and pondered his next plans. The thought flashed through his mind that he could now solve Seal's debt problem. He realized this dangerous quest had been worth it and was glad he took it on. Thanks to defeating the basilisk, his level increased to 570. His stats were now 258 vitality, 96 physical strength, 205 magic power, and 2963 intelligence. Seal, addressing Sauda, expressed her gratitude, saying she didn't know what she would do without his help. Sauda, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied that he couldn't have done it without Carolina's and the monster's support. Suddenly, Aphrodite grabbed him and exclaimed, wondering how he could forget about her. Sauda was a little flustered, but quickly added that, of course, he couldn't fail to mention the beauty of the goddess Dai. Chloe, remembering the basilisk, reminded him that it had impaled corpses on tree branches. Sauda confirmed that this had indeed happened, which caused a terrible stench in the area. Chloe explained that basilisks usually do this when preparing to have offspring, which meant that basilisk was a female. Aphrodite and Sauda were surprised to hear this. She asked what all of this meant and why the female had tried to attack her. A thought crossed Sauda's mind. Perhaps Dai's beauty had nothing to do with it, and the basilisk simply wanted to make her a food reserve for its offspring. He wondered if that wasn't too cruel. Sauda explained to Dai that this meant her charm worked even on her own gender. Aphrodite realized she was capable of seducing even women. Sauda noted to himself that it was good she was easily fooled. The next day, they received 3 million call and, feeling relieved, went to the Bakregi firm with Seal. At the eastern branch of this firm, Seal's sadness dissipated, and now her freedom was no longer threatened. However, the man who met them informed them that it wouldn't be that simple, and not everything was going smoothly. Sauda, puzzled, asked what he meant. The man explained that they were familiar with the word interest, and although he admired them for being able to gather such an amount in a short time, the debt amount couldn't remain static either. Sauda, confused, asked how much more they still had to pay. The man thought for a moment, then replied, approximately 3 million call. He added that if they brought that amount, they would close the matter of the new slave girls. A thought flashed through Sauda's mind that this guy never intended to keep his promise in the first place. He remembered the saying that rules change during the game, and he exclaimed in bewilderment, "What the heck are these demands?" Seal, without hesitation, decided to pay, pulling out another 3 million. Sauda and the man were shocked. She then stated that she had intended to give the money to Sauda, but now, in any case, she was free. The man, astonished by her decision, couldn't believe the seriousness of what was happening. Seal bowed and apologized for the delay in payment, then told Sauda to go. Sauda agreed, but the man stopped them, claiming he had made a mistake and miscalculated the interest. In reality, the amount was 5 million call. He added that now they would have to fill out a form for new merchandise, a dwarf courtesan. Seal was in shock, and a thought flashed through Sauda's mind about how long this man would continue to be so brazen. They had already paid double, and this was unacceptable. He remembered that it was probably stipulated before the loan that the contract could not be terminated, and he realized that talking to the man was just wasting time. Noticing their silence, the man rudely and threateningly demanded they go get the money, leaving Seal behind. Sauda told Seal to step back, but she, showing concern, called out his name. He reassured her with a smile, saying everything was fine because he was actually very strong, despite his appearance. Seal believed him, and the man, puzzled, asked if they wanted to dance. Sauda smirked, replied in the affirmative, and added that he had a suitable way to teach him a lesson. He summoned the werewolf, who immediately stepped forward. The man was scared, and before he could say anything, the werewolf punched him. Sauda, looking at the man, asked how he liked the head pat from his boss and demanded he keep the money in exchange for never appearing in their lives again. He added that the man should rest. Sauda was shocked when he learned that Seal had sold the weapon shop. She confirmed she did it right after returning from the mission, explaining that she had time to think everything over. A thought flashed through Sauda's mind that these 3 million call were what she got from selling the shop. He asked if this was okay, as the shop was important to her and belonged to her master. Seal replied that everything was fine. By selling the shop, she could finally go search for her master, as she wouldn't have been able to do so while busy working at the shop. Finding her master was much more important than the shop. Sauda agreed that it was a good decision and thought that Seal's master wouldn't want her to spend her whole life in that shop. Then she turned to him with a request. She asked if he could take her with him on his journey. Sauda was surprised and asked if she really wanted to go with him. Seal confirmed, adding that her only useful ability for the journey was creating and repairing things. She could become a personal blacksmith for their party and was sure she would be useful to them, thus repaying him for his help. Sauda admitted it was a very good offer, but reminded her that their journey's goal was to defeat a mighty demon. He asked if she understood how dangerous that was. Seal replied that she didn't care how many difficulties or dangers they encountered along the way, even if it was the mighty demon himself. The most important thing for her was to find her master. Once Sauda was sure she was ready for anything, he told her to turn away for a second. Seal obeyed, and then he placed a sphere capsule against her back. She was surprised and asked what was happening. Seal found herself inside the sphere capsule, completely bewildered, not understanding where she was or what was going on. Seeing Aphrodite and Carly, she asked what this place was and what Sauda had done. He used his skill to contact her, explaining that she was now in his capsule and would remain in it during their journey. Seal was shocked to hear Sauda's voice in her head. He explained that if she wanted to leave the capsule, she just needed to tell him, and if she had something on her mind, she could use telepathy. Seal didn't understand why she had been placed in the capsule. Sauda explained that it was convenient and safe, as travel could be risky. His capsule could protect her and also allow her to rest, heal wounds or illnesses, and satisfy her hunger. Ciel admitted that it actually made sense. Carly and Aphrodite noted to themselves how beautifully Sauda had veiled everything. Meanwhile, a thought crossed Sauda's mind. Thanks to this arrangement, he now had a cute blacksmith girl in his harem, which made him quite happy. The sutra began with a pleasant morning awakening. Sauda fell out of bed and looked around. Aphrodite was asleep, mumbling something, wondering if breakfast was ready. Carolina was also in a deep sleep, expressing her joy that Sauda had finally shown his true colors. Ciel, also half asleep, murmured that Sauda-san was acting like a hungry animal. The girls were lying on Sauda's bed, and he wondered what they were all doing there. Sauda wondered what they were dreaming about and how they all ended up here. On the other hand, he understood that there was nothing better than sleeping with such beauties, even though, of course, sleeping with them in all senses was impossible. Sauda said it was hard for them to get up, but before they embarked on their journey, he wanted to tell them something. Aphrodite reacted to his words with confusion, asking why he was being so formal. To this, Sauda explained that they used to always sleep in the capsule, but lately, they've constantly been choosing to sleep outside. He wanted them to explain why they were doing that. Aphrodite explained that while it was certainly very comfortable inside the capsule, she was tired of being confined by it. Sauda was surprised and turned to Carly, asking for her opinion. Carolina explained that her job was to keep an eye on Aphrodite, to make sure she didn't get high on mushrooms and then, in an animalistic heat, pounce on their master. At that moment, Aphrodite cried out, expressing surprise that Carolina was talking about some strange incident. Then Sauda asked Ciel what she thought about it. Ciel, after a moment of thought, replied that if Sauda allowed her to take blacksmithing tools into the capsule, she might not come out, but she felt lonely in there without the girls. Sauda nodded, understanding her point of view. Sauda's thought was that they indeed had valid reasons, but it all started with D being the first to leave the capsule. If he thought about it, the solution could be to furnish the capsule from the inside. The girls began discussing what items they would like to have in the capsule. Aphrodite expressed a desire for a soft and fluffy bed like the one she had in heaven, adding that she would be endlessly happy. Carolina also shared her thoughts, stating that her heart would rejoice at any item from their master, but most of all, she wanted books. She dreamed of a mini library with various editions, thinking she could endure the absence of her neighbors with such a collection. Ciel confidently said she knew exactly what she wanted. She needed materials to create new weapons, as she lost track of time when working with high-quality raw materials. Sauda's thought was that the girls had very interesting requests, and even with money, it wouldn't be simple. He didn't know how much it would all cost, and he noted that the mighty demon had not yet been resurrected, and it wouldn't happen quickly. Therefore, he decided that for now, he could attend to the lady's wishes and also take on a new quest, as life was getting out of hand. Chloe started with congratulations, informing him that for completing the quest, Sauda's adventurer rank had been raised to F. Sauda clarified what that meant and asked if it was a good sign. Chloe confidently confirmed that it was indeed true. On average, it takes beginner adventurers about a year to reach F rank, and his leveling speed was simply astonishing. She noted that his recent victory over the basilisk contributed to this rapid growth. With his rank up, more quests became available to him, and Chloe suggested he take a look at them. 10 minutes later, Sauda had reviewed the new quests. Among the available tasks were repeatable F-rank ore collection quests. Iron ore paid 5 call per gram, copper 10, silver 50, gold 200, and platinum a whopping 600 call per gram. Sauda thought these quests looked absolutely amazing and promised easy money. The reward for iron ore didn't seem like much, but platinum offered an incredible 600 call per gram. However, he understood that platinum wasn't easy to find, but if they succeeded, they would get rich quickly. Even if he couldn't manage it, Ciel's skills might come in very handy this time. Sauda expressed his readiness to take on these quests. Chloe clarified that the ore mining quests took place in the Ares mine and asked if he had a pickaxe and a lantern. Sauda, after a moment of thought, replied that he didn't have those items. Chloe explained that since both items were necessary for the quest, she suggested he purchase them right away. A pickaxe would cost Sauda 5,000 call and a lantern 2,000 call. The pickaxe was needed for mining ore and the lantern would light his way. Sauda, realizing that 28,000 call would be needed for 4 people, pondered the expenses. Even though these costs were necessary, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed, but he decided he would mine more ore and come out ahead. 2 hours later, Sauda arrived at the Ares mine. He asked if this was really it. Aphrodite, seeing the mine for the first time, remarked that it looked a bit like Swiss cheese. Carolina explained that this was the Ares mine, where many miners came from St. Bell to earn money. However, earthquakes frequently occurred here and monsters appeared in droves. Therefore, ore extraction was entrusted to adventurers. Sauda was impressed by how much Carly knew. Carolina, receiving the praise, replied that for questions about working in the mine, it would be best to ask Seal for help. Sauda, turning to Seal, noted that this place was different from her shop. Seal was trembling with excitement. Sauda, concerned, asked what was wrong. She confessed that she hadn't been in a mine for a long time and was very happy. Sauda's thought was that he didn't understand why she was so happy about this place. He then decided to clarify if her race truly liked rocks and earth. He remembered that games often used such cliches, so it would be better to clear that up. Seal confirmed that yes, it was true. Dwarves are descended from a tribe known as Earth Spirits, and ore brings them immense pleasure. If they found good quality ore, she wasn't even sure if she could control herself. Sauda, realizing this could be a problem, hoped it wouldn't happen. Nevertheless, it gave him a bit of motivation. He announced that it was time to start and suggested they go farm for money to get rich. Carolina and Seal enthusiastically supported him, exclaiming, "Hooray!" while Aphrodite added that he could count on her. Sauda found himself in a mine and noticed it was dark all around. He thought that lanterns would be very useful, and fortunately, they could be placed in a capsule. Carolina, standing nearby, offered to take on that task. Sauda was surprised by her offer. With magic, Carolina lit up the mine, and Sauda was amazed. He exclaimed, wondering what this miracle was. Carolina explained that it was a glowing orb that illuminated the path in the dark for a short distance and could work for about 8 hours thanks to magic. Sauda was stunned by what he heard and thought that if he had known about this earlier, he would never have bought lanterns. He really wished he had such a glowing orb. Sauda thanked Carolina. She responded with a laugh and expressed her appreciation for the praise. At that moment, Aphrodite called out to Sauda. He responded with annoyance, asking her not to make so much noise, and inquired if she had started collecting ore. Aphrodite confirmed that she had, adding that she had already found something. Sauda was surprised when he heard her answer. She showed him the stone she found, which was rank G, a common stone without any special features. He expressed disappointment, noting that they were just rocks. Aphrodite objected, surprised by his words, and pointed out how they sparkled. Sauda decided to use his divine eye to check the stones and said that this skill would be more useful now than ever. Aphrodite was a little embarrassed and admitted that she could use this skill, but it required too much mana, so she wasn't going to use it unnecessarily. Sauda was astonished by her words and reacted with confusion. Sauda thought with relief that he also had a divine eye, although it was a bit worse than Aphrodite's. He realized that without this skill, Aphrodite would be useless. Suddenly, he noticed a stone on the ground, G-rank iron ore, containing a small amount of iron. He turned to Seal and asked if this stone could be sold. Seal thought for a moment, then apologized, saying it probably wouldn't work out. She explained that it seemed other adventurers had discarded it, which meant they couldn't profit from it themselves, otherwise they would have kept it. Sauda realized this implied that all the valuable ore had already been mined by other adventurers. Such thoughts made him want to give up and go home. However, Seal had already started working, and Sauda, surprised, asked what the problem was. She confidently replied that they would mine the ore themselves. Soon, she extracted several stones, F-rank copper ore containing a large amount of copper and F-rank iron ore containing a greater amount of iron. Sauda was amazed, asking how she knew where the ore was located. Seal humbly replied that it was nothing special. She explained that her race loved ore and she could pinpoint its deposits by smell. Sauda realized this was her special skill, and with Seal's help, they could make a ton of money. He turned to her again, asking if she could show him where other ore deposits were. Seal agreed but noted that he was scaring her because they were standing too close. Sauda realized that his greed for money had blinded him. He apologized, understanding that if Seal hated him, she wouldn't help him. At this time, Aphrodite turned to Carly, asking if they were thinking the same thing. Carly replied that they probably were. Aphrodite confidently declared that they would also mine a lot of ore, all while thinking that she couldn't lose to Seal. Carolina agreed, but deep down, she felt she wouldn't let anyone claim her master. Sauda noticed that these two were full of enthusiasm, and it cheered him up. Seal turned to Sauda, informing him that she smelled ore behind the wall. Sauda, delighted, replied that they should start digging then. At this moment, Aphrodite asked him to stop and offered to handle it, assuring him that she had seen Seal wield a pickaxe and believed she could do it too. Sauda was surprised by her offer and wondered if she was serious. Aphrodite, noticing his confusion, confidently declared that she was once known as Aphrodite the Gatherer. She explained that while other gods fought bosses, she collected extremely rare gemstones. Sauda couldn't believe she was talking about a game, but he decided to ignore it and agreed anyway. Aphrodite grabbed a pickaxe, announced she would show what she was capable of, and started working using a divine attack. Sauda watched her, unable to help but notice how her chest jiggled, and it looked truly divine. Seal, observing Aphrodite, exclaimed that if she hit that hard, she might damage the ore. Aphrodite asked if that was bad. Seal anxiously replied that it was very bad and offered to show her how to do it properly. Sauda expected her to show off her skills and thought about how Seal was always ready to help. Aphrodite, confused, asked what she should do now. Sauda, deep in thought, suddenly turned to Carly. Meanwhile, Carolina used fire magic to break down a wall to extract ore. Seal, startled, cried out, asking what she was doing. Carolina confidently replied that digging with tools wasn't very efficient and that it was much easier to extract ore with her magic. Seal, alarmed, warned her not to do that again or she might destroy the ore. She ordered both Aphrodite and Carolina to sit in the corner and not interfere. Aphrodite and Carolina obeyed and sat down. 3 hours passed and Sauda assessed their success, noting that they had gathered a good amount of ore. F-grade iron ore contained a lot of iron, and F-grade copper ore had plenty of copper. Seal, addressing Sauda shyly, asked if she could take some ore for herself. Sauda agreed, but asked why she needed it. Seal explained that she wanted to make new weapons for the goblins, and given how much they had gathered today, she could make a lot of them. Sauda was delighted and thought that would be great. He mused that he wouldn't spare any expense to strengthen his goblins. Thanks to Seal's skills, they would soon be able to improve their situation. Suddenly, Sauda asked if they had seen D. Carolina replied that Aphrodite had decided to look for ore herself and said she wanted to help too. Sauda nodded, but a sense of unease crept into his thoughts, a bad premonition. At that moment, Aphrodite's scream was heard. Sauda grew anxious, not understanding what was happening. He exclaimed that they were already close. Aphrodite had been grabbed by a crazy puppet. Sauda checked its stats, level 6 and 10, F-class, with 52 vitality, 18 physical strength, 21 magic power, and 15 intelligence. It had no skills. Aphrodite screamed for Sauda's help. He was shocked, realizing they were facing perverted monsters, and remembered seeing something similar before. Aphrodite screamed for Sauda's help. He realized these crazy puppets might actually be quite interesting creatures. Carolina called out to her master, getting his attention. Sauda decided to take matters into his own hands, yelling at the puppets to release Aphrodite. He threw a capture capsule, hoping it would work. He managed to capture one of them. The monsters let go of Aphrodite, and Sauda noticed they started to run away. Carolina wasn't about to let them escape, so she unleashed her ice abilities, freezing the puppets. Sauda was impressed by her ice magic and amazed at how magnificent it was. Carolina turned to her master and asked him to show these creatures who was boss. Sauda thanked her for her help, admiring her strength. He mused that there were 3 puppets inside the capsule. A few hours later, he noted that they had done an excellent job. It occurred to him that they had also caught 2 more puppets, which was a decent haul. Aphrodite, exhausted, admitted she couldn't stand, and Seal confirmed her words. Sauda offered them a rest in the capsule, promising to let them know when they reached the inn. Sauda pondered that he felt nothing. He noted that Minecraft wasn't just a game, but exactly what he needed. He liked that it was spacious here, and there wasn't a single soul around. The thought of being able to play around with monster crossbreeding came to his mind. Sauda decided to check his inventory. He had 5 mad puppets and wondered what combination he should try. He noticed one in particular, Mad Puppet Atlas number 751, Pebble Family. It was F-class with 45 vitality, 15 physical strength, 18 magic power, and 12 intelligence, but no skills. He knew that monsters from the Pebble family had instant regeneration and that crossbreeding them could result in a very powerful creature. A system message appeared on the screen, prompting him to select creatures to use as material for crossbreeding, and Sauda chose the Mad Puppet. The evil Gravel turned out to be an E-class monster from the Pebble family. Despite being level 1 and having no skills, it could strengthen itself along with allies, and further crossbreeding had the potential to turn it into a very strong monster. Sauda studied the information about the evil gravel and wondered what these harmless minions looked like. The phrase crossbreeding them could result in a very powerful monster intrigued him. He couldn't help but assume that two evil gravels, when crossbred, could create something truly powerful. A system message appeared on the screen, asking if the selected creatures could be crossbred. Sauda realized that crossbreeding could lead to the creation of a golem. This was a D-class monster from the Pebble family with immense physical strength but low intelligence and magic. Despite its slowness, its attacks possessed destructive power, and further crossbreeding could make it even stronger. This monster turned out to be incredibly strong, and its physical strength was the highest he had ever seen. However, the message about the Pebble's potential for evolution was still displayed on the screen. This meant the process wasn't complete. Sauda decided to start hunting mad puppets tomorrow. He was determined to catch as many of these monsters as possible to create powerful creatures. Considering the reward, Sauda estimated that the main reward was 36,000 call, which would be just under 40,000 yen. If divided among 4 people, that would be just under 10,000 yen each. It wasn't bad, but he wondered if it was worth the risk. Sauda understood that this wasn't the most profitable option given the low price for iron and copper ore. Next time, it would be better to go straight for silver and gold. He sadly thought about how much he wished for even a little gold, but his thoughts soon returned to Chloe. Sauda was ready to do anything to fulfill her request and see her smile. He considered that today was the perfect time to go shopping. Aphrodite, noticing his mood, asked what had happened to him and why he decided to buy a new bed. Sauda replied that it was time to update something in his home. Aphrodite interjected, adding that he had also bought new clothes, an E-rank dancer's outfit. He recalled the incident with the basilisk and reminded her of his promise to buy her something new as a thank you for her efforts back then. Aphrodite blushed slightly and asked him what he thought about it. Sauda assured her that everything was fine, but this statement surprised Aphrodite, and she exclaimed, confused, asking what he meant by fine. He asked her why she was upset, explaining that, as always, she looked pretty and cute and any outfit suited her. Aphrodite, a little embarrassed, admitted that she didn't know his opinion. Sauda confirmed that he really did think that and informed her that he was going to go to the Ares mine again. He suggested she hurry with her shopping, pulling her by the hand. Aphrodite, surprised, asked why he was holding her hand. Internally, Sauda mused that this was the moment to move things forward. The shopkeeper greeted them, offering to hear what they would like to purchase. Sauda said he was looking for the largest and softest bed possible. The shopkeeper nodded, understanding the request, and offered to lead them to the correct section. Sauda noticed everyone staring at them, which made him uncomfortable. The shopkeeper pointed to the beds and added that he would like to recommend a bed made from the rarest material, angel cotton. Inside, Sauda again had doubts. A couple had come together to choose a bed, and now everyone might think they were dating or even married. The shopkeeper, addressing him, asked if he had heard. Sauda, a little surprised, replied that he had. The shopkeeper recommended purchasing a bed made from very good materials, including angel cotton. He assured them that they would feel like they were in paradise on this bed. Sauda, pondering this, was impressed but asked about the price, learning that the bed cost 1,200,000 call, which seemed too expensive to him. Aphrodite, sensing distrust, warned them not to be fooled. Both the shopkeeper and Sauda were surprised by her words. The shopkeeper, stammering, asked what exactly she didn't like about the bed. Aphrodite sighed and remarked that it seemed she would have to call in the explanation squad. She was talking about the angel cotton in this bed. From what she could see, there was only 30% angel cotton and the remaining 70% was Ashira down. She noted that she wouldn't call the material bad, but she felt that if they claimed the bed was made of angel cotton, it smelled like a ripoff. The shopkeeper didn't know what to say in response. Aphrodite also questioned the pillows, noting they were made of some unknown material. She expressed her dissatisfaction that the store's listed materials didn't match the actual product and wondered how they were supposed to find what they needed. Sauda, pondering this, was surprised by how knowledgeable Aphrodite was and decided she should be more useful. It became clear to him that she didn't like the salesman trying to trick them, and he wanted to resolve the situation quickly. Sauda also couldn't afford a bed costing 1.2 million. Sauda started to say they would probably leave, but the merchant stopped them, offering another bed whose quality he could vouch for. He assured them it was the best bed in their store and perfect for a married couple. Aphrodite was surprised by this statement. Sauda chuckled internally, realizing that even the salesman mistook them for a couple, even though they weren't. Aphrodite, showing interest, asked to see the bed. The merchant enthusiastically showed them the new bed, which he claimed was made using spores from a mad mushroom. According to him, it promised unusual nocturnal sensations, cost 1,500,000 call, and was even available with interest-free installments. Aphrodite, slightly surprised, expressed admiration, but Sauda immediately objected, stating he would absolutely not agree to this purchase. The merchant noticed Sauda interfering and said he wasn't talking to him but to the beautiful lady. Aphrodite, however, told Sauda not to meddle and assured him she was having a business conversation with the merchant. Sauda wondered why she was interested in such things. If he didn't intervene, it could turn his life into a living hell. Realizing he would have to use his subjugation abilities, he asked Aphrodite to come closer to him. Pressing her against him, he felt how pleasant it was. Aphrodite, surprised, asked what he was doing. The merchant, noticing their interaction, started to get nervous and apologized. Sauda explained that this bed wasn't suitable for them and added that they were already fine in that regard, suggesting the merchant keep the bed for himself. The merchant, understanding his words, apologized for his rudeness and expressed hope to see them again. Sauda turned to Aphrodite, noting that things hadn't worked out and they would have to sleep on the old bed for a while longer. Aphrodite agreed with him. Sauda thought about how truly awkward the situation was and hoped she wasn't offended by his actions. He knew he would have to get her another gift. Aphrodite, still deeply affected by Sauda's embrace, thought about how pleasant it had been. Aphrodite began to sing about a beautiful goddess named Aphrodite, who had been bought a lovely dress because Sauda liked her best of all. Sauda wondered to himself what was going on with her. He had expected her to be upset about not being able to buy a new bed, but instead, she was suddenly in a good mood. Carolina, distracted from their conversation, asked Aphrodite about the strange song. Aphrodite smiled and replied that Carolina seemed afraid she would steal Sauda from her. This surprised Carolina. Sauda thought to himself that such a direct statement might be too blunt. Carolina, playing along with the joke, admitted she wasn't sure yet, as she had always been loyal to a mighty demon she had loved unrequitedly for over 300 years. Sauda was struck by this, thinking he also wished for a partner who would love him for the rest of his life, and he felt a pang of envy. Aphrodite laughed and said that Carolina's face clearly showed she was unlucky in love. Sauda felt the tension rising and decided to change the subject. He turned to Seal, asking for her help. Seal, intrigued, asked what exactly he wanted to know. Sauda explained that he wanted to mine gold and platinum ore today and asked if she knew how to find it. She replied that it would be quite difficult. Sauda, puzzled, asked why. Seal explained that other adventurers were also trying to mine expensive ore so the deposits might be depleted. However, if they put in more effort and went deeper into the mine, they might find something. But the deeper they went, the higher the risk would be. Sauda understood that while he wanted to get expensive ore, he didn't want to risk their lives. Carolina reassured everyone, stating that she had asked the bats to scout the mine yesterday, and now they knew about all the local dangers. If Sauda wanted to go deeper into the mine, the bats could guide them. Sauda, thinking to himself, admired Carolina and her abilities. Suddenly, bats attacked Aphrodite and she screamed, asking what they wanted from her. Sauda, concerned, asked Carolina if this was her doing. Carolina replied with surprise that she didn't know why the bats decided to attack Aphrodite. Sauda agreed with her, not understanding what was happening. He noticed that it seemed the deeper they went, the more often they encountered insane puppets. He had a good feeling when he saw how spacious the mine was. Seal told Sauda she smelled precious metals behind the wall, a scent unlike any they'd encountered before. Sauda, surprised, asked her to repeat what she said. The thought of them getting a ton of money immediately popped into his head. Aphrodite, full of confidence, offered to handle it herself and unleashed her divine attack. When she struck the wall, her hand felt pain, and Carolina noted that not even a scratch was left on the wall, indicating the rock's incredible toughness. She expressed concern that regular pickaxes wouldn't be enough here. Sauda realized this was exactly why other adventurers hadn't touched this ore deposit. He decided it would be best to leave this task to others then. At that moment, Carolina noticed a huge golem appear before them. Sauter explained that he had obtained it yesterday by crossbreeding mad puppets and suggested they let it do all the heavy lifting. He ordered the golem to destroy the wall, and it promptly obeyed. Once the wall was broken, Sauter exclaimed in surprise that it was actually a hidden passage. Sauter pondered the staircase, wondering how long it was. Seal, sniffing the air, remarked that the smell of ore was getting stronger and was sure they would find it soon. Sauter agreed with her, but his thoughts kept returning to how ancient the staircase seemed. He wondered where it could possibly lead. Soon they saw precious gems, D-rank silver ore containing a large amount of silver, C-rank gold ore with a high gold content, and B-rank platinum ore containing a lot of platinum. Sauter couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, astonished by the sheer quantity of ore. Seal noted that this ore had an amazing taste, confirming that it was indeed real platinum ore. Sauter, stunned, couldn't believe so much ore was gathered in one place. Seal informed him that all this ore could be sold for approximately 400 million call. The thought of them getting rich soon filled Sauter's mind, and he couldn't quite process it. Suddenly, Aphrodite noticed something and asked what it was. Sauter, frozen in a daze, saw a human skeleton and bewildered asked her what she had. Carolina speculated that this spot might have been used by the miner as an ore storage or a treasure chamber. Sauter asked her how she knew that. She explained that she didn't know for sure, but she noticed the skeleton's age and confidently stated that it had been lying there for about 100 years. She mentioned that the mine had only been open to adventurers relatively recently, and before that, it was state-owned. Consequently, all the mined ore went to the state treasury, which led Carolina to believe that the miner might have hidden some of the ore here to resell it later. Sauter logically concluded that this person was probably the only one who knew about the treasures in this place. He hid some of the mined ore here but most likely died in an accident. After that, the mine entrance was blocked by rocks and no one ever learned of its existence. Aphrodite, leaning against something, remarked that this person managed to hide a lot of ore, but it was no longer of any use to him. Suddenly she exclaimed that a rock was moving. Sauter, stunned, asked what was happening. An iron golem appeared before them, level 20 of 20, rank C. It had 125 vitality, 288 physical strength, 15 magic power, and 10 intelligence. It also possessed the piercing fist skill. The situation was becoming increasingly tense. Sauter was shocked to see the iron golem and cried out, wondering why it was attacking them. Carolina suggested that the reason was probably that they had woken the golem, adding that it seemed to have been using the treasure chamber to rest. Sauter, understanding the situation, realized he couldn't leave empty-handed and decided to fight the golem. Intending to attack, he threw a capture capsule towards the golem, declaring that it was time for it to go into the capsule. However, the capsule had no effect on the golem, and his mind was filled with confusion. Sauter realized he couldn't capture the golem because of the dirt covering its body, which had apparently accumulated over the years it spent in this place. He concluded that it would likely be impossible to even scrape off this dirt with a sword. At that moment, the golem attacked Sauter, and his cry for help caught the attention of Seal and Carolina. Seal, worried, called out to him, and Carolina asked if he was okay. Sauter replied that he seemed fine, but a sense of unease arose in his thoughts. He thought that even though the golem was slow, its attacks were incredibly powerful. If he hesitated for even a second, he would die. Aphrodite, with a smirk, suggested he step aside and leave the golem to her. Sauter, bewildered, asked if she was out of her mind, insisting it was too dangerous. Aphrodite reminded him that when she landed on Earth, she lost all her magical skills, but her health and other stats remained the same. Sauter agreed with her but still expressed his doubts. Aphrodite added that, if he thought about it, the golem wouldn't be able to harm her. Sauter, still hesitant, asked if she could have mentioned that during the fight with the basilisk. Turning to the golem, Aphrodite commanded it to get out of there. The golem then struck her, and Sauter exclaimed that it was unexpected. Aphrodite smirked, noting that such a blow wouldn't be enough to defeat the goddess of love and beauty. Sauter, impressed, exclaimed that Dai was amazing. Aphrodite then asked Carly to take action. Carolina began to act, and a thought of surprise crossed Sauter's mind as he realized that Carly could indeed fly. Carolina indignantly declared how the golem dared to attack her master. She then used water magic, and Sauter noticed dirt starting to fall off the golem. Carolina turned to Sauter, telling him that it was his turn to help now. Sauter threw a capture capsule, believing it should work this time. The golem was caught in the capture capsule, and it occurred to Sauter that this time, the girls had managed even without his help. They had gotten through it without any losses, and now he had an iron golem. Chloe regretfully informed him that she wouldn't be able to pay for the ore Sauda had brought. He was surprised and asked why. Chloe reassured him, explaining that it wasn't about the quality of the ore, but that it was too expensive, and she wasn't sure if she had enough money to buy it. This was especially true for the platinum ore, as putting it all on the market at once could cause prices to crash. She added that the appraisal department needed to work gradually and they needed to prepare. Sauda realized she was right and wondered why he should make a fuss. According to Seal, all the ore could be sold for about 400 million call. Chloe hoped she had explained the reason and asked them to wait a bit, as the appraisal would be completed within a week. Sauda thanked her, understanding it was a shame not to get the money right away, but he figured he could wait a little longer. Aphrodite asked Sauda if he was finished. Sauda briefly explained the situation. Hearing this, Aphrodite exclaimed in disbelief that waiting a week was too long and suggested they take the ore elsewhere. Sauda explained that they had brought too much ore at once. He also noted that he had considered other shops, but at the guild, at least, they wouldn't be cheated out of their money, making it a more reliable option. Seal confirmed his words, agreeing with him. Sauda then asked Seal if it was okay that he had given all the mined ore to the guild. She explained that this ore wasn't suitable for making weapons and armor because the quality wasn't right. Sauda agreed that it would be difficult without weapons. Seal noticed that the inn was nearby. Sauda said he had one more small task and asked them to come with him for a short while. Seal was surprised, asking what they were doing there, as they had already gone far outside the city. Sauda expressed his desire to crossbreed a couple of monsters. Seal was surprised and asked if that was even possible. Sauda nodded, confirming his words. Carolina added that golem crossbreeding was best done outside the city. Sauda agreed and said they had managed to gather many monsters today. To start, he suggested turning the mad puppets into golems and then combining one golem with another. He obtained a C-rank iron golem from the Pebble family. It had high vitality, immense physical strength, and a piercing punch skill. Although its magic and intelligence remained low, further crossbreeding with another golem of the same type could make it even more powerful. Aphrodite asked what would happen if 2 iron golems were crossbred. Sauda was also interested in this question. He realized that crossbreeding 2 iron golems could result in a very strong monster. Curiosity arose in his mind about what kind of monster they would be able to obtain. He obtained a B-rank adamantite golem from the Pebble family. Compared to the iron golem, it possessed even greater vitality and monstrous physical strength, as well as the piercing punch skill. Due to its rarity and high combat abilities, this species was considered one of the most valuable golems. Sauda was impressed. Seal admired him, noting how brilliant he was, and asked what the monster was called. He replied that the monster was an adamantite golem, and added that it seemed to be the final stage of golem evolution. She was surprised to learn that an adamantite golem meant its entire body was made of adamantite ore. Sauda confirmed that was likely the case and asked what that implied. Seal explained that her people had always dreamed of adamantite ore and asked if she could make weapons from it, provided it didn't inconvenience him. Sauda clarified that she could indeed make good weapons from adamantite ore. He turned to Carly, asking if they could take some ore from the golem's body. Carolina replied that she didn't think it would be a problem, as golems have high regeneration. Even if they took some ore, its body would soon recover. Sauda, satisfied with the answer, decided to leave the adamantite golem to Seal, allowing her to create as many weapons as she desired, within reason, of course. Seal hugged Sauda, expressing her gratitude and joy at having met him. Sauda laughed, saying she was exaggerating. A desire to grab her but suddenly crossed his mind. He realized that he had unexpectedly managed to obtain the materials Seal needed. Seal approached the adamantite golem, introduced herself, and expressed her joy at meeting it. Carolina asked Sauda if he was really sure she needed to buy something, adding that it wasn't necessary at all. Sauda assured her of his certainty, reminding her that she herself had asked him to find an interesting book, and expressed hope that she would find something she liked. He also noted that she hadn't worn her maid outfit in a long time. Carolina explained that she chose this outfit because they hadn't planned any monster hunting for the day, and wondered if it looked strange. Sauda expressed his admiration for how Carolina looked in the maid outfit. Carolina swayed slightly, which caught Sauda's attention. He asked Carolina about her condition with concern, noticing her unsteadiness. Carolina apologized, explaining that Sauda's compliments had made her a bit flustered. Soda realized that his words were the cause of her nervousness. Soda pondered how seriously Carolina took his words, recalling her gratitude for him saving her life once before. Soda decided to ask Carolina if she thought she sometimes took his words too much to heart. Carolina considered the question and asked him to clarify what he meant. Soda suggested that Carolina might take any request of his seriously, even if it was as unexpected as asking her to show him her underwear. Carolina took his hand and, without hesitation, fulfilled the request, asserting that she was ready to do anything her master desired. Soda was stunned by her reaction and exclaimed, surprised by her actions. Carolina asked if he didn't like it, clearly worried by his sharp reaction. Soda replied that while he did like it, he didn't think such behavior was appropriate and asked her not to do it again. In his thoughts, Soda admitted to himself that he was pleased by her actions, but he was concerned that she might be doing all of this purely out of gratitude for his help, rather than genuine affection. Carolina noticed he was deep in thought and expressed her confusion about what he was pondering. They arrived at the shop. At that moment, a salesman approached them, welcoming them to the guild store. Soda suddenly recognized him and asked if he used to work at a furniture store. The salesman explained that his brother indeed worked at a furniture store, which is why they were often confused. Soda realized that the salesman and his brother were likely twins. The salesman warned Soda that his brother wasn't always honest with customers, implying he shouldn't be trusted. Soda asked if they had a rare spellbook he was interested in. The salesman squinted at him and replied that spellbooks were expensive, hinting that he doubted Soda's financial capabilities and therefore saw no point in showing them. Soda was embarrassed and confirmed that he understood. Carolina, holding a knife, menacingly demanded that the man be polite, angered by his tone, and asked who he thought they were. The man was shocked. Soda exclaimed, asking her to calm down and questioning what she was doing. Carolina apologized, explaining that she was simply outraged by his rudeness and wanted to cut out his tongue. Soda told her to let go of the salesman. Adjusting his tie, the salesperson indignantly demanded that they leave and never show up in his store again. Soda apologized, deciding to leave the shop. He headed to another bookstore, smaller but still the second largest in the city. Carolina replied that the quality of books was more important than their quantity, expressing hope that they would encounter more polite salespeople at the new store. Soda hoped Carolina would find a book she liked and asked her to let him know when she did. Carolina thanked him and began browsing the bookshelves. She mentally noted with disappointment that books written by humans weren't particularly interesting to her, and their style had barely changed in the last 100 years, considering it a waste of time. Soda unexpectedly picked up on her thoughts, surprised they came through without him concentrating, as Carolina was clearly upset about the lack of a suitable book. Soda suggested they leave the store, understanding that she hadn't liked anything there. Carolina tried to object, but Soda pointed out that her disappointment was obvious. Carolina admitted she simply didn't want to inconvenience him, explaining that her race was long-lived and human books weren't as interesting compared to their own. Soda offered to go to another city to find a suitable book for her. Carolina was shocked that he was willing to do that for her, considering it a whim. Soda reminded her that she had helped him and the other girls out of difficult situations many times, and he wanted to thank her for it. Carolina, touched by his words, felt weak and started to fall, but Soda caught her. She explained that she was a little overwhelmed and added that his kind words were enough to make her happy. Soda sighed, pondering the current state of affairs. It turned out the guild still hadn't appraised the ore, leaving him without work. He realized he'd probably have to find another task to keep busy. After that, Soda entered the guild building. Looking around, he noticed a crowd of people near the bulletin board and thought it was unusually busy. Among the gathered crowd, people were discussing the current quests. They expressed surprise about another strange quest. One person indignantly remarked that it required killing a ghost and wondered who could have possibly come up with such a task. Hearing the word ghost, Soda immediately became interested and focused on the quest. On the board, he saw the quest description. It required pacifying a ghost. This emergency quest was for G-rank adventurers, and its goal was to pacify a ghost that had appeared in St. Belle's cemetery. The reward for completing the quest was 10 million call, and it could only be completed once. Seeing the 10 million call reward, Soda was greatly surprised. He thought to himself that pacifying a basilisk had only offered a reward of 3 million. He approached the counter and asked the guild employee about the ghost pacification quest. Chloe, the guild employee, explained that a ghost had indeed appeared in the cemetery, earning the nickname Demon. According to her, this ghost posed a serious danger because, rumor had it, it could summon and control the undead. She added that as soon as the guild received news of this ghost, they immediately announced a reward for its pacification. After listening to Chloe, Sauda thanked her for the information. Sauda, considering the offer, concluded that the ghost quest was completely unsuitable for him. He firmly decided he wouldn't take on this task, despite the enormous money promised. Upon hearing his refusal, Aphrodite was surprised and couldn't contain her indignation. She asked why he hadn't accepted the quest, given that the reward was simply huge. Sauda calmly replied that the risk was too great and didn't justify even that much money. Besides, he reminded her, after their mind ore was appraised, they would already have enough money. In his opinion, everything should be done in moderation. Aphrodite, pondering his words, agreed that he might be right. Sauda added that, given the situation, they could take on simpler side quests. However, Carolina then joined the conversation and, somewhat hesitantly, suggested that he assign the quest to her if he was refusing it himself. Sauda, surprised by her offer, asked if she was joking. Carolina explained that demons had once been defeated in a war with humanity, and they had to establish certain rules to no longer disturb people. However, she believed that the ghost appearing in the cemetery had decided to break these rules, and therefore, she wanted to meet it and stop it. Sauda pondered her words and noted to himself that there were, in fact, certain rules between demons and humans. It also occurred to him that Carolina often helped them in difficult situations, and now it was his turn to support her. Finally, Sauda gave his consent, but on one condition: he would go ghost hunting with her, as he couldn't allow her to go to such a dangerous place alone. Carolina, hearing his answer, blushed and thanked him with genuine feeling, adding that he made her heart beat faster. Sauda, watching her reaction, mentally noted that she had managed to embarrass him again. He decided he would be more careful with his words in the future. Later, they headed to the cemetery. Seal, a little worried, asked why they decided to go to the cemetery at night. Sauda explained that, in his opinion, ghosts only become active at night and asked her not to worry. However, he added that if she was scared, she could return to the inn. Seal indignantly declared that she would never leave them, as she wouldn't be able to wait calmly and would worry about them if she stayed alone. Sauda nodded, hearing his companion's words, and noted to himself that he understood their mood. Aphrodite, observing the conversation, smiled and laughingly remarked that Seal seemed to be afraid of ghosts. Seal, feeling awkward, turned to Aphrodite and asked if she really wasn't afraid of ghosts. Aphrodite, with confidence in her voice, stated that she had nothing to fear. After all, she was a goddess, and if a ghost suddenly appeared before her, she would simply destroy it with her sacred magic. Seal, admiring her answer, approvingly drawled that such was to be expected from a great goddess. Aphrodite, pleased with Seal's reaction, winked and assured her that she would handle the ghost herself. She added that Seal had nothing to fear, as she would protect her in case of danger. Hearing this, Seal felt relieved and thanked Aphrodite, admitting that she now felt calmer. Sauda, watching what was happening, thought it was good that Seal had cheered up a bit. It seemed to him that she hadn't noticed that Dai always said that, but usually things ended up quite differently. Half an hour later, Sauda, reflecting on the situation, thought that everything was going as expected, even though he had hoped for something else. Aphrodite, slowing her pace, turned to Seal, asking her to slow down a bit. But Seal, noticing Aphrodite hiding behind her back, asked in surprise what she was doing. Aphrodite, a little embarrassed, explained that she was trying to protect Seal from ghosts that might attack from behind. Then she grabbed Sauda's hand and called out to him. Sauda, bewildered, turned at her call. Aphrodite, pressing close to him, asked him not to stray far from them, adding that something unforeseen might happen. Sauda, pulling away, grumbled for her to stop bothering him, assuring her that he wasn't going anywhere. He added that if she was so scared, she could have stayed at the inn. But Aphrodite indignantly replied that she was only worried about him and wouldn't return to the inn, insisting that she wasn't scared at all. Seal, hearing their conversation, admitted that she herself was scared to go alone. Sauda nodded, understanding her concern. He also thought that it seemed the girls had their own reasons not to go back. At that moment, Carolina warned him, asking him to be careful, as she noticed some movement in the foliage ahead. Suddenly, a level 15 Hitodama, rank E, appeared before them. Its stats showed 10 vitality, 0 physical strength, 153 magic power, and 32 intelligence. Its main skill was beginner-level fire magic. Aphrodite and Seal were terrified when they saw it, screaming in fear. Aphrodite couldn't handle it and completely panicked, losing her composure. Seal tried to snap Aphrodite out of it, begging her to pull herself together. Soda, watching the scene unfold, wondered if he should have just left the girls at the inn after all. At that moment, Carolina warned him that the Hitodama was preparing to attack. Soda, realizing the danger, quickly summoned an adamantine golem and ordered it to protect them. Meanwhile, the Hitodama began launching fireballs, which flew towards them with dull thuds. Soda watched the Hitodama's clumsy attacks, smirking as he noted that this seemed to be all it was capable of. He felt the enemy's attacks looked far too weak. Carolina assessed the situation and suggested that it was likely one of the ghost's minions. In her opinion, the Hitodama had been ordered to attack anyone who approached its master. Soda nodded, concluding that the Hitodama was faithfully carrying out its orders, despite its powers clearly being inferior to the enemy's. He mused that such a monster could be useful and decided to capture it in a capsule. Soda also noticed that the Hitodama was protecting its master and speculated that perhaps there was someone in this world with similar abilities. Although his plan felt like stealing another owner's monster, Soda sighed and decided to take the risk, making the Hitodama his own. Soon, the Hitodama was captured in a capsule. Soda analyzed the situation and concluded that it was probably possible to take monsters in this world, even if they already had an owner. The data for the captured creature appeared. Hitodama, Atlas number 907, Immortal Family, rank E, level 15, vitality 10, physical strength 0, magic power 153, intelligence 32. Skill, beginner level fire magic. This type of monster is a primary representative of the immortals, often startling people with its sudden appearance, and its fire attacks can deal decent damage. Soda continued to ponder and realized that since he could resubordinate another's monster, others could do the same. This meant his absolute domination skill wasn't as all-powerful as he had thought. Carolina looked at him admiringly, remarking that her master was, in her opinion, simply peerless. Soda later caught another Hitodama, noting with satisfaction that the task was successfully completed. However, his mind was filled with doubt. This was already the fourth monster caught, but they still hadn't found the ghost itself. He and Carolina had split up to speed up the search, but so far it had been fruitless. Suddenly, Soda heard a strange voice that chuckled and asked if he was the guy catching its subordinates. Soda tensed, realizing this might be the ghost's voice itself. The voice told him to look up, and Soda obeyed. There, high above him, stood a girl. Soda was stunned. The ghost turned out to be a little girl, not a terrifying monster. Her stats appeared before him. Yuko, of the ghost family, level 32, rank S. Her characteristics were astonishing. Vitality 488, physical strength 325, magic power 1011, intelligence 258. Additionally, she possessed mid-level fire magic and high-level dark magic. Soda gasped internally, assessing her power. He hoped his appraisal ability wouldn't fail him. Realizing that Yuko was indeed a serious opponent, Soda understood why such a high bounty was placed on her. Nevertheless, he decided not to engage in combat but to immediately try to capture her with a capture capsule while she wasn't moving. He threw the capsule, but it passed right through Yuko, as if she wasn't even there. Soda couldn't believe his eyes. The capsule went straight through her. This baffled him. Was it impossible to catch a being without a physical body? If so, his plan had failed. Moreover, they didn't have a single monster that could damage a ghost. In other words, Soda realized they were in serious danger. Yuko looked at Soda with a smirk and, with slight disdain, asked if he truly considered his attack serious. Her voice took on a playful tone, and she added that it was now her turn to attack. Soda irritably thought that the ghost was indeed extremely unpleasant, though if he looked closely, she seemed quite cute. But he immediately dismissed these thoughts, realizing he needed to somehow buy time. On impulse, he suggested Yuko wait a bit and sit down at the negotiating table to discuss everything peacefully. Yuko, smirking, called him a foolish adventurer. She explained that beings like her had long gotten rid of unnecessary emotions, so begging her for mercy was useless. Coldly wishing him a swift journey to hell, she prepared to attack. Soda, seeing that he couldn't avoid the blow, thought that perhaps his adventures had indeed come to an end. All he could do was accept that he would be killed by a cutie like Yuko. Suddenly, he heard Carolina's voice calling his name. The next moment, she pushed him, saving him from the attack. Hearing her voice, Sauda called out to her in astonishment, unable to believe that Carly was actually here. Standing before him was Carolina Barton, a representative of the vampire family with astonishing stats. Level 173, Vitality 1732, Physical Strength 1240, Magic Power 1520, Intelligence 1428. She possessed high-level fire, wind, water, and dark magic, as well as mid-level light magic. Sauda addressed Carolina, but then immediately thought about how much her stats had increased. He noticed that in moments of serious battles, her appearance changed, just as it had during the fight with the Iron Golem. Sauda realized that when Carolina fought at full power, she took on a different form. This fact gave Sauda confidence that he could now fully rely on her. Meanwhile, Carolina, addressing Yuko, asked restrainedly but authoritatively if she understood who she had dared to attack. Sauda was surprised to notice that Carolina's clothes were in tatters, but she didn't seem to pay any attention to it. Yuko's reaction also caught his attention. The ghost's face showed shock and fear. Yuko, recognizing Carolina, was stunned and could barely utter the words, calling her head maid. She fearfully asked what she was doing there, not expecting to see her. Sauda, astonished by what he heard, realized that Carolina knew this ghost. He remembered Yuko saying she had long gotten rid of emotions, but now she was clearly scared to death. Carolina sternly reminded Yuko that she had become too bold, daring to show her teeth. She added with a cold sneer that she never thought she'd live to see the day Yuko would dare to go against her. Yuko, hastily making excuses, noted that it wasn't like that at all, and that she would never lay a hand on Carolina. Carolina didn't let her finish and ordered her to immediately get down to the ground. Yuko, scared to her core, instantly obeyed, apologizing to Carolina. Sauda watched in amazement as Yuko unconditionally followed her command. It became clear to him that Carolina held undeniable power over Yuko. Carolina told Yuko that she shouldn't apologize to her, but to her master, Sauda. Yuko was shocked and asked why Carolina was obeying a human, believing it was shameful for demons to serve such nobodies. She added that the only one concubines could be loyal to was Ibris. Carolina got angry at Yuko and warned her that if she insulted her master again, she would kill her. Yuko was scared and apologized, not knowing that Carolina was traveling with Sauda. She asked for forgiveness for her inappropriate behavior. Yuko bowed and sincerely expressed her regret. Sauda didn't need an apology and told Yuko not to worry. Carolina apologized to her master for the misunderstanding, explaining that her former colleague had caused trouble. It became clear to Sauda that this was related to past work, but he remained deep in thought as he had more questions. Yuko looked dejected. Carolina stated that Yuko had a rather troublesome personality and asked for permission to take her under her responsibility to explain to her that attacking humans was unacceptable. Sauda agreed but asked Carolina not to be too strict with Yuko. Carolina thanked her master and promised to do her best. Sauda's thought was that he originally wanted to subjugate the ghost, but since Yuko was Carolina's acquaintance, he couldn't do that. He figured if Carolina kept an eye on her, there wouldn't be any problems. Carolina told Yuko that Sauda had decided to forgive her this time, but only on the condition that she never harm humans again. She added that even though her master had forgiven her, Carolina herself had no intention of doing so. Yuko was surprised. Carolina, in a threatening tone, reminded Yuko that she had ruined the clothes her master gave her, and for that, Yuko would have to be punished. Yuko got scared and begged Carolina not to punish her. Carolina replied that punishment was inevitable. Carolina stripped Yuko of her clothes, which shocked Sauda. She warned Yuko that for her actions she would receive 100 spanks on her naughty butt, and if Yuko tried to break free or interfere, she would add just as many more. Carolina began counting. Sauda's thought was that he believed a ghost couldn't be physically harmed. He was puzzled by how this was possible and wondered how hard Carolina was hitting Yuko. Everything Carolina did to Yuko raised questions for him. Carolina continued counting, 90 left. Yuko pleaded for forgiveness. Sauda's thought was that he couldn't understand Carolina's true nature. Aphrodite wondered if they shouldn't have let that ghost go. Sauda replied that they definitely wouldn't get a reward from the guild now, but he was glad everything ended well. Seal asked Carolina what her connection to that ghost was. Sauda's thought was that Seal was smart, as he also wanted to know about it. Carolina explained that she and Yuko were colleagues at their previous job. They were maids and handled cleaning, cooking, and other similar tasks. Aphrodite understood the situation and added that when Carolina said Yuko was a demon, she thought she would be difficult to deal with, but in the end, she didn't cause them any problems. Aphrodite also wondered if all lesser demons were that weak. Sauda's thought was that this wasn't the case. Despite Yuko's status, her stats were very high, so he couldn't call her weak. Sauda also speculated that if Carolina and Yuko were so strong, then the other subordinates of the powerful demon were likely no worse. It even scared him to think about what they were capable of. Aphrodite was surprised and asked if they hadn't been there recently when they were breeding monsters. Saud explained that he had caught a few more monsters today and suggested they breed them right away before returning to the inn. Aphrodite was annoyed that Saud had caught even more monsters, including fire ghosts, and wondered if they also lived in the capsule. She also asked how she was supposed to live among them now. Saud asked what was wrong with that. His idea was that these ghosts could be bred with wolves. The Kitsunebai's information was as follows. Atlas number 420, Beast Demon Family, Rank D, Level 1, Vitality 35, Physical Strength 15, Magic Power 100, Intelligence 55. Skills, Novice Fire Magic, Novice Dark Magic. Breeding Conditions, Wolf and Hidadama. This is a low-tier monster in the Beast Demon family, well-suited for magic attacks. Saud thought that the Kitsunebai's stats remained unchanged, but they gained more skills. He decided it was worth a try. He was also impressed by how cute this creature looked, which was the result of breeding a Hidadama with a wolf. Carolina confirmed that the Kitsunebai was a very useful monster. Saud was surprised and asked if that was true. She explained that Kitsunebai could use 2 types of magic at once, which was quite rare for lower-tier races. Demons often used them as pets. Saud noted that this meant the monster was both cute and useful. Seal, seeing the Kitsunebai, said it was so cute and that she wanted to take care of it. She could stay in the capsule all day long in its company. Saud agreed and said he understood. Seal thanked him. Then Saud turned to Aphrodite, asking what was wrong, but she replied that it was nothing. She added that she didn't like the Kitsunebai because she herself was the cutest and most beautiful in this world. Saud asked if she was really jealous of an animal and informed her that they still had 3 wolves and 3 Hidadama left, and he would make 3 more Kitsunebai. At that moment, a system message appeared, indicating that a rare breeding had occurred. Saud was surprised noticing that a rare breeding had happened. His mind was full of questions. He didn't understand what this result was. He was struck by the monster's enormous size and shagginess. The information about the new monster was as follows. Kedamaro, Atlas number 438, Beast Demon Family, Rank C, Level 1, Vitality 185, Physical Strength 75, Magic Power 60, Intelligence 35. It had no skills. Breeding conditions, Wolf and Hidadama, with a 5% chance of obtaining it during breeding. It is said to be a sage among all monsters living in the forest. Its fur is highly valued, and merchants are willing to pay a lot of money for it. Saud's mind was full of bewilderment. He had met all the conditions for obtaining a Kitsunebai, but he ended up with a completely different monster. He wondered if the rare breeding might have occurred due to the low chance, and that could have been the reason for such an unusual result. Carolina also expressed her surprise, noting that she had never seen such a monster before. Sauda, astonished, asked if even Carolina didn't know what this creature was. Carolina replied that in 300 years she had never encountered such monsters. She speculated that this monster belonged to a very rare species that lived in remote areas. Sauda realized he was truly lucky to have obtained such a rare monster. His thought was that while the monster was rare, it didn't possess magical skills like Kitsunebai. Also, despite its high HP, it still didn't quite reach the level of an adamantite golem. Aphrodite approached Kedamaro and began to pet him, admiring his fur, which felt pleasant to the touch, like a cute animal's. She turned to Sauda and asked him to order the monster to lie down. Sauda agreed, but his mind was full of doubts about what Aphrodite was planning. Sauda then commanded Kedamaro to lie down. But suddenly Aphrodite was on Kedamaro, lying on him, which greatly surprised Sauda, Seal, and Carolina. Aphrodite blushed, exclaiming with delight that Kedamaro was exactly what she wanted. He was perfect for her wish. She asked for permission to take care of him, stating that she could sleep on him forever. Sauda, surprised, clarified that this was how he fulfilled her wish. He reminded her that she had really wanted a big, soft bed. Aphrodite confirmed that the monster's fur and softness were in no way inferior to the beds in heaven. Sauda, seeing her admiration, agreed to give her the monster, saying that if she liked him so much, she could have him. In response, Aphrodite gratefully hugged him, expressing her joy and gratitude. Sauda thought he was lucky because he had completely satisfied Dee's wish. Sauda noted that Dee was no longer asking to get out of the capsule, which meant she really liked the monster. He even thought that now he could have the entire bed to himself. However, this also meant he wouldn't be able to see half-naked beauties in the mornings anymore. But as he himself noted, there were too many people for one bed, and he was content with this outcome. Before going to sleep, Sauda decided to check his stats. Among them were skills such as sphere capsule, piercing eye, monster crossbreeding, contact, and psychological manipulation. Sauda pondered when he noticed a new skill had appeared, psychological manipulation. It was a B-class skill that allowed him to control the body and mind of a subordinate monster. The conditions for obtaining it included a rare crossbreed and an intelligence above 1,000. He mused that this skill might have been acquired through a rare crossbreed, but he didn't fully understand how it worked. Sauda worried that his body might be vulnerable while using this skill, making it dangerous to use in combat. However, being in the inn, he decided it was safe to try it out. When Sauda activated the skill, he was prompted to choose a monster he wanted to affect. Aphrodite, Caroline, Seal, Werewolf, Adamantite Golem, Kedamaro, Goblin Knight, or Kitsunebai. He was surprised that he could even choose Aphrodite. The thought crossed his mind that he could use this skill to grope her, but he quickly dismissed those thoughts, reminding himself that he had promised to restrain himself. He then decided to choose Dee, as she was the first on the list. However, as soon as he tried to apply the skill to Aphrodite, the system informed him that his skill level was too low to manipulate that monster. Sauda was a little disappointed, but soon thought he could choose someone else. He even jokingly considered choosing a mad mushroom and unleashing spores on it to see how Dee would react again. Sauda thought the skill was actually working, and he found himself inside a capsule. Everything around him seemed too big. He realized he was inside the body of a mad mushroom. So the skill worked, and now Sauda was inside the capsule. Sauda decided to visit the girls, curious about what they were doing inside the capsule, as not everything could be seen from the outside. He noticed Dee, who as usual was sleeping. Sauda was surprised by the magnificent view he observed. Aphrodite tossed and turned, mumbling something indistinct as if she said something about food. Sauda thought that the local monsters couldn't harm the girls, which was why she was so relaxed. Sauda realized this was a great chance. Dee had beautiful curves, and being in the body of a mushroom, he could seize the moment without risk. He felt that missing such an opportunity would be unforgivable. But at that moment, Cadmaro struck the crazy mushroom, protecting Aphrodite. Sauda thought he had almost died. He apologized to the crazy mushroom. Sauda wondered if Cadmaro understood what he was trying to do, as he was always on guard. He didn't even have time to realize what had happened. Realizing that Cadmaro was too vigilant, Sauda decided to look for another target. Then Carly caught his attention. He noticed she was busy with something. Carolina was counting numbers out loud. She then addressed someone, ordering them not to slow down or slack off. She reminded them that as Sauda's right hand, she couldn't allow his army to relax. Sauda realized that Carly was training the goblins in her free time. This explained why the goblins' levels were increasing on their own, even if he didn't send them into battle. It was all thanks to Carly. Carolina kicked one goblin knight and noted that there was no command to rest. Sauda had an idea. If he provoked Carly into kicking him, he could once again peek under her skirt. Deciding to take advantage of this chance, he prepared to switch control. Then a system message appeared, offering him to choose a monster, a goblin knight. Sauda mentally asked the goblin knight to lend him its body. He found himself in the body of a goblin knight and immediately felt that the sword and armor were incredibly heavy. Carolina noticed his stop and asked why he wasn't moving. Then she warned him that he would now face punishment. She would increase the gravity for him from 5 to 10 times. With that, she snapped her fingers. Sauda was surprised to discover that Carly could amplify gravity, and he assumed she was using this spell to improve her training. Then he realized he couldn't even stand up and wondered if this trial was too difficult for him, or if it was simply because he didn't have enough combat skills. Carolina lifted her foot and stepped on him, asking how much longer he would lie on the ground. Sauda thought it was magnificent. A beautiful girl in a maid outfit was stepping on him. He could see her panties. After that, he felt like he was in paradise. Carolina noticed his gaze and suspected something was off. She asked about his look, noting that his eyes held a human gaze and the presence of magic, which completely stunned Sauda. He realized that staying in the goblin's body was risky. It was time to act decisively. Sauda decided to choose a different monster and picked a Kitsunebai. He thought it was a good choice. Goblins were unlikely to win over girls, but kitsunebai were quite cute. Having become a cute creature, he decided to use this to his advantage. He headed towards Seal's house, noticing that she seemed to have built it with new materials. Sauda was impressed by her skills, as even building such a simple house required good abilities. Seal was surprised to see the kitsunebai and, with astonishment, asked if it was him, calling him Katero. Sauda realized Seal had given this fox a name. He felt she looked especially attractive to him while in the capsule and understood his plan had worked. Now he could enjoy this sight as much as he wanted. Seal noticed something unusual and asked if anything was wrong. Sauda again thought her voice sounded very sexy. Then Seal noticed his heavy breathing and expressed concern, suggesting he come inside if he wasn't feeling well. Sauda, in his kitsunebai form, mused that this was the perfect disguise and that now he could try something even bolder. Seal asked if Katero was better. Sauda considered jumping onto her chest and even getting between her breasts. He noticed that he and Seal were together on the bed and couldn't help but notice her damp body and the soft curves that drew his attention. Sauda, in Katero's body, began rubbing against Seal's chest. Seal, surprised, asked what Katero was doing, noting that it tickled her. She couldn't help but laugh. Sauda thought to himself that this was truly amazing. Seal, still laughing, smiled at Katero and told him to stop. Sauda thought to himself that he couldn't stop and had to try everything. Sauda then slipped under Seal's t-shirt. Seal blushed and became shy, noticing the situation had gotten a bit awkward. Sauda thought to himself that Seal really had her own unique qualities, which he found cool. He started licking Seal's chest. Seal was surprised by what was happening. Sauda thought to himself that he hadn't expected to see this side of Seal, and he himself blushed with embarrassment. He also understood that foxes were cute, but he hadn't expected things to go this far. On the surface, Seal seemed naive and innocent, but it appeared she was much naughtier on the inside. Sauda decided that this was even better and continued his actions. Someone then knocked on the door. Carolina apologized for intruding and addressed Seal. Carolina noticed that Seal jumped in surprise and asked what was wrong. Seal, startled, replied that she was fine. Panicking, she asked if there was an errand. Carolina explained that she hadn't come for business, but because something was bothering her. Sauda thought that Carolina had come at a bad time. He worried that if she suspected anything, he would have to quickly switch control. Carolina began to say that she felt the master's presence. This stunned Sauda, who thought he needed to calm down and, if necessary, escape immediately. Seal didn't understand what Carolina meant and wondered if Sauda could enter the capsule. However, in Sauda's mind, he asserted that it was impossible. Carolina clarified that in theory it shouldn't be possible, but she still felt his presence. She explained that she could distinguish the souls of all beings, and Sauda was scared that she might sense his soul, which was dangerous for his stealth. Seal expressed doubt that Sauda could use his ability to trap himself in a capsule, as he was a tamer who hunted monsters. Carolina, on the other hand, suggested that perhaps he had such a skill that allowed him to move into a capsule. Seal wasn't sure about this, thinking it was unlikely. Sauda, feeling tense, decided he would have to try to hide it until their next meeting. She suggested that they should ask Sauda directly about it, and Carolina agreed with her. When Sauda left Katero's body, he felt relieved. He had managed to avoid exposure, though not without difficulty. Carolina apologized for the disturbance and then left the room. After Carolina departed, Seal stated that she didn't think it was right to use monsters to fulfill one's fantasies. Sauda realized he might have gone too far, and as expected, Carolina was very perceptive. His plan to use his skill was almost exposed, and now he needed to be more careful and refrain from such actions to avoid unpleasant consequences in the future. Inside the guild building, Sauda overheard conversations. Some guild members were discussing that he was the one who defeated the ghost. Another person incredulously argued that he was still too young. Sauda was wary of the strange atmosphere created by the spreading rumors. He found it odd that everyone believed he had defeated the ghost, even though Carly was the one who did it. He had merely reported it to Chloe and now regretted doing so. Sauda then recalled the day he told Chloe about the ghost, saying it wouldn't bother anyone anymore. Meanwhile, a stranger approached him and asked if he was Sauda, adding that he would like to speak with him privately if he agreed. The man introduced himself briefly as Guard Westberg, 22 years old. Sauda asked who he was, and the man, realizing his mistake, clarified that his name was Gard Westberg and he was from a family of heroes. A surprised Sauda reacted with astonishment. Gard confirmed this and began to explain that 300 years ago, his ancestors performed great feats in the war against the mighty demon Ibris. The country knows them, the Westbergs, as a family of heroes who, according to legend, are reborn in each generation, gathering strength to once again defeat the powerful demon at the right moment. This information left Sauda puzzled, and he mentally wondered why Gard was telling him this story. Sauda then asked what exactly he wanted to talk about. Gard, collecting himself a bit, confessed that he was impressed by how Sauda managed to defeat the ghost in the cemetery. Therefore, he decided to ask for his help in subduing the powerful demon. Hearing this, Sauda was surprised and clarified if the powerful demon had been reborn. Gard, noticing Sauda's attention, suggested they not discuss it right there. He proposed they meet that evening at a bar in the north, where he planned to wait for Sauda. Later, Aphrodite expressed her opinion on the plan to subdue the demon, stating that she didn't support the idea, as she believed they needed to accumulate more power first. Sauda was surprised by her stance, as Dai had always wanted to defeat Ibris as soon as possible and return to heaven. He wondered if Kedamaro had become too comfortable for Aphrodite to the point where she no longer even thought about paradise. That was quite possible. He then asked Seal for her opinion, and she, a little flustered, replied that if the rumors about the demon were true, she supported the idea because the faster the problem was resolved, the fewer victims there would be. Sauda liked Seal's reasoning and agreed with her, but decided to find out what Carolina thought. Carolina, on the other hand, considered it all a waste of time, as, in her opinion, the mighty demon Gard spoke of might be a fake. These words puzzled Sauda, and he asked Carly how she knew this. She became flustered and admitted that she might be too overconfident, but added that she just felt this demon might not be real. However, she suggested they go and find out everything. Sauda agreed, deciding they could just listen to Gard, and if the matter turned out to be too dangerous, they would decline to participate. He turned to Aphrodite for her consent, and she, albeit reluctantly, agreed. Later, when Sauda arrived at the designated place, Gard met him and, confident that he had finally made up his mind, immediately got down to business. Gard asked if Sauda had heard rumors about evil spirits settling in a mansion to the east. Sauda told Gard that he hadn't heard anything about what happened at the mansion. Gard explained that, according to rumors, several high-ranking adventurers had gone there, but none of them had returned. This was the task he wanted to entrust to Sauda. Hearing this, Sauda asked if it was possible that a mighty demon truly resided in the mansion. In Sauda's mind, a picture arose of a demon hiding somewhere in a tall tower, not in an ordinary mansion. Gard, a little uncertainly, confirmed that it was possible. Sauda was confused by such an indefinite answer, and mentally noted that they should have started with that. Then Gard offered a reward for the task, 30 million call, asking if such an amount would be suitable. Sauda jumped in surprise. Gard, unfazed, confirmed and added that, as a descendant of heroes, he could afford such money. It occurred to Sauda that if all the information he had heard was analyzed, it was unlikely that they were talking about a real mighty demon. But even for a fake, a reward of 30 million was an impressive sum. The quest at the mine was also expensive, but not that much. Encouraged, Sauda enthusiastically accepted the task and assured him that he would do his best. Gard was pleased with this answer and expressed his excitement. Sauda and Gard shook hands, and Gard enthusiastically declared that they would fight together for peace on Earth. At this time, a bat made its way to Gard and observed his actions. Gard laughed and sarcastically said that another fish had easily swallowed the bait. A man standing nearby, Gard's comrade, asked if he planned to send an adventurer to fight monsters again, so that he would wear himself out, after which the fishermen could take their share. Gard confirmed and added that if the monster turned out to be too strong, they would simply abandon the adventurer to his fate and flee themselves. The man, delighted with such a plan, praised Gard, calling him a genius. With a smirk, Gard continued, explaining that many fall for the deception because of his noble origin. It's enough to just mention a mighty demon or monster hunting, and the state generously pays for the services of heroes. He exclaimed that the demon pacification business was profitable. His accomplice supported him with laughter, stating that no one would doubt the words of a noble hero. Meanwhile, the bat relayed everything it heard to Carolina, informing her of Gard's plan. Upon hearing the report, Carolina asked if the information was truly accurate. After confirmation, she indignantly declared that Guard was using the master's name for his own base purposes and added that they would receive no mercy. The next day, they arrived to carry out their mission. Sauda, looking around the building, asked if this was indeed the mansion, noting its impressive size. Aphrodite, her voice filled with doubt, asked if they were really going to go inside and expressed her concerns. She added that if the real Ibris was in there, even a child could defeat Sauda, and perhaps they should have trained a bit more. Seal, feeling the same as Aphrodite, quietly admitted that she was also a little scared. Sauda mentally noted that he himself was uneasy, but he believed it was unlikely the real Ibris would be in this place. Carolina, wanting to reassure the others, confidently stated that the magical power emanating from the mansion definitely did not belong to a mighty demon, although it did indicate the presence of a high-ranking being. She then turned to Sauda and assured him that he would handle this task with ease. Sauda replied that he understood, though he mentally noted that Carolina, as always, overestimated his abilities. However, he thought that with Carolina by his side, there was nothing to worry about, and he bolstered his courage, resolving to keep himself in check no matter what happened. Upon entering the mansion, Sauda admired its appearance, describing it as an old, dirty, but still attractive house. Suddenly, Carolina stopped abruptly, and Sauda immediately asked her what was wrong. Carolina, without looking away, pointed with admiration at the magnificent collection of books gathered there and announced that only the most first-class editions were kept there. Sauda, surprised, asked if these were indeed the books Carolina had dreamed of and wanted to collect. Carolina confirmed this and regretfully remarked that if she had such a collection in her capsule, being bored inside wouldn't be so tedious. Sauda thought that since these were the books Carolina had asked for, it would be a good idea to try and take the bookshelf for her capsule. But first, he needed to decide what to do with those inhabiting the mansion and find out who truly owned this property. Aphrodite's sudden scream echoed through the mansion's corridors. Sauda, alarmed, immediately asked what had happened. Aphrodite, stammering with fear, replied that terrible, disgusting monsters had appeared before them. Right in front of them were ghouls, level 15 creatures, E-class, with 118 vitality, 82 physical strength, 15 magical power, and 10 intelligence, but no special skills. Sauda, making an instant decision, announced that he would send the monsters into the capsule. However, Aphrodite quickly stopped him, objecting in horror that they also lived in the capsule, and she was absolutely against coexisting with that rotten, foul-smelling meat. Sauda, without much thought, agreed and ordered Kitsunebai to attack. The Kitsunebai easily incinerated the ghouls with their fiery breath. Sauda looked at the result and was surprised to see that the rotten meat was now covered in a crispy crust. Seal, delighted, praised the Kitsunebai and affectionately petted them, calling them good boys and handsome. Carolina, sensing magical energy, reported that the magic she had mentioned earlier was coming from that very spot. Sauda gathered his courage, clenched his fists, and ordered them to enter. Upon opening the door, they unexpectedly saw Yuko, who was in the middle of changing. Sauda, stunned, immediately exclaimed her name, unable to believe his eyes. Yuko, equally surprised, also shrieked, then irritably asked what he was doing there and told him to leave immediately. Carolina, not hiding her curiosity, asked Yuko what she was doing there. Yuko, slightly stammering and embarrassed, explained that she was the head maid and that this was her home, where she was simply changing in her room. Carolina, hearing her answer, responded calmly, as if accepting her explanation. Aphrodite turned to Sauda and asked what they were going to do now. Seal, not hiding her surprise, asked Sauda if he really knew Yuko. Sauda, a little flustered, just mumbled something in response. He decided it would be wise to start by questioning Yuko to understand what was happening here. They began to question Yuko, wanting to understand how and why she ended up in this abandoned mansion. Yuko explained that she had long ago moved to live in the east, far from the city, but her previous home had been destroyed by hunters, forcing her to seek a new refuge. She found this mansion, whose owner, she learned, had died of illness, leaving it empty. That's how Yuko settled here. Sauda, surprised by her words, remarked that he thought she lived in a graveyard. Yuko explained that she did visit the graveyard to revive some new allies, as there were many bodies and, as she put it, materials there. Sauda, slightly shocked by such a term, repeated the word materials to himself, trying to comprehend her approach to the matter. Yuko irritably noted that adventurers and hunters, whom she called disgusting little people, were now entering the mansion more frequently. Carolina added that the state paid generous rewards to hunters, thus explaining their frequent visits. Sauda, understanding the situation, thought that the hunter's goal was apparently money. He remembered that guard had also mentioned this. Looking at Yuko questioningly, Sauda asked what she did when uninvited guests came here, and specifically if she killed them. Yuko shrugged and explained that if she saw strangers, she wouldn't touch them, she'd just ask them to leave. To scare them off for good, she'd set ghouls on them, letting the monsters take a few bites. Sauda, surprised, replied that such details would have been good to know up front. Meanwhile, guard suddenly chimed into the conversation. He stated that he didn't even know who lived in the mansion and thought Sauda would come alone, but according to him, it was even more interesting this way. Sauda, a bit flustered, asked guard what he was doing there. Guard smirked and replied that he was obviously using him for his own purposes, considering him a pawn to be sacrificed. He confessed that he lured him here for a monster fight so that all participants could be taken out in the heat of battle. However, upon seeing Yuko, he became convinced there was no point in waiting and decided to act immediately, relying on his team of hunters from the Rose Festival clan. Sauda, realizing the extent of the trap, mentally admitted that he had suspected guard was dishonest, but hadn't expected him to be so easily deceived. Carolina, noticing the tension, suggested dealing with the scum immediately, assuring them that 10 seconds would be enough for her to tear them apart and destroy their bodies. Sauda quickly stopped her, understanding that Carolina might destroy everyone in her fervor. In an attempt to hold back the opponents, he summoned a goblin knight and ordered him to engage in battle. Guard, seeing the summon, chuckled and said that while he thought the rumors of taming were false, he now saw otherwise. He mockingly remarked that he considered tamers a worthless profession and doubted that one green knight could protect Sauda from 10 hunters. When Sauda summoned more goblins, Guard was shocked, not expecting such a large number. Sauda mentally noted that being able to control 15 creatures implied a level around 150, which should indeed instill fear even in someone like Guard. Nevertheless, Guard quickly composed himself and urged his hunters not to retreat, declaring that they wouldn't yield to mere goblins. Sauda noted with satisfaction that his goblins were clad in armor tempered by seal and had undergone rigorous training under Carolina's guidance. Guard, bewildered, was outraged to learn that they had been beaten by some goblins. Guard's subordinate, Tame Baldox, responded confidently, offering to take care of the problem and assuring him that he would handle it. Tame Baldock, who was 35 years old, defeated the goblins, turning the tide of the battle in his favor. Sauda, observing the scene, thought that this man was truly powerful. Guard, impressed by Tame's actions, praised him, saying that he was the only one they could rely on in such a situation, and then ordered him to rip off the enemy's head. Tame, with determination, replied that he would show the enemy how to be indignant in the presence of Lord Guard. Sauda, analyzing the situation, thought that something more serious than simple goblins or knights would be needed to solve the problem. Making a decision, he gave a command, sending the werewolf into battle. The werewolf, wasting no time, instantly obeyed Sauda's order and sprang into action. Tame, looking at the situation in surprise, noted that Sauda had turned out to be a worthy opponent. Guard, shocked by what was happening, exclaimed that Sauda even had a werewolf. Sauda calmly replied that the werewolf was a worthy opponent and in turn suggested that Guard admit his weakness. He also warned that he had a few more companions in reserve and asked if Guard would have any last words before he unleashed them. A frightened Guard, realizing the danger, suddenly fell, asking in shock, "Who exactly is Sauda?" Tame, recognizing the risk, immediately warned Guard that the situation was dangerous and suggested they flee. Guard, irritated and hopeless, cursed. Sauda, with a slight taunt, asked where they thought they were going to run off to. Sauda used the contact skill, activating the Mad Mushroom's effect. Upon receiving the command, the mushrooms carried it out and began their task. The powder of disorder started to take effect. Guard felt an unusual reaction, and noticing the changes occurring, he cried out that his body was burning. Sauda, seeing how his plan with the Mad Mushrooms had worked, watched the chaos they caused among Guard's subordinates. The powder of disorder affected everyone, disrupting their minds. Guard's subordinates began to act strangely, expressing excessive affection for each other and losing control. Even Tame, who was one of the most reliable, succumbed to the effect and began to admire Guard, losing his resolve. Guard, realizing the situation was out of control, tried to regain his composure, but his efforts were in vain. His men lost the ability to follow his orders and he himself was completely helpless. he understood that his position was hopeless. Guard tried to threaten Sauda, promising revenge, but Sauda was confident that Guard and his team no longer posed a threat. Sauda thought that the Rose Festival had received its just punishment, and now their name perfectly reflected their fate. Aphrodito quietly asked if he had intentionally placed the mushrooms, considering all the consequences. Seal responded, calling Sauda an animal. Yuko, barely suppressing her laughter, admitted she hadn't laughed that hard in a long time, adding that the sight was impressive even for an ordinary person, praising him for the idea. Sauda thanked her for the acknowledgement. Carolina grabbed Yuko firmly by the ears and angrily said that she was speaking to her master unacceptably rudely. Yuko hastily began to apologize, begging for forgiveness. Sauda, assessing the situation, suggested Yuko leave the mansion. He explained that rumors of evil spirits had already spread, and stronger hunters might visit here. Yuko replied with a smirk, calling the offer foolish because for people like her, nothing would change. There's no place in the world where she wouldn't be hunted. Sauda pondered, noticing that Yuko looked different now than at the cemetery when her features seemed slightly blurry. He assumed that, like Carly, she might have two modes, ghostly and human, and decided his guess was correct. Sauda said he knew of a peaceful place that would be perfect for Yuko. Yuko, with disbelief, asked if that was really true. He confidently confirmed it, adding that the place was not only comfortable but also larger than the mansion, and that hunters wouldn't be able to reach it. Intrigued, Yuko admitted it was hard for her to believe such a thing, but if it was true, she expressed a desire to see the place, asking Sauda to show it to her. Sauda agreed and said he would show her the place if Yuko turned away for a moment. Yuko turned her back and asked if she was standing correctly. Once he was sure she couldn't see, Sauda quietly placed the spherical capsule behind her. Sauda thought his hunch was correct. Yuko could be touched in her human mode. This meant that the residents could now sleep peacefully and Yuko herself would be completely safe. Satisfied with the result, he mentally noted that he had managed to catch a ghost today. Yuko found herself inside, not having time to understand what was happening, and began to realize with surprise what had occurred. A week later, Sauda bought the mansion where Yuko lived. He'd heard the house usually cost over 5 billion call, but rumors of monsters had drastically dropped the price, allowing Sauda to acquire it for just 10% of its original value. The purchase used up almost all the reward from the ore collection, but he considered it a good deal. He was a little worried that his creatures had been in capsules all this time, but now they could live in a spacious mansion. Carly now had books, and he had completed all 3 errands for the girls. Aphrodite interrupted his thoughts, irritably stating that it was time to help with the cleaning, noting that the mansion was too big to keep tidy alone. Sauda absently agreed. Aphrodite expressed her displeasure that a goddess had to clean, and Yuko supported her, grumbling that she, a demon, had to obey some human. Carolina quickly reined Yuko in, and Yuko hastily replied that she hadn't said anything. Everyone, including the creatures, successfully completed cleaning the mansion together. Sauda noted to himself that he had given each girl a separate room and moved all their belongings into capsules. Finally, he thought it would be a time of peace and quiet for sleep. However, he suddenly realized that he might have miscalculated somewhere. That night, the girls slept in Sauda's bed, mumbling something in their sleep. Noticing this, Sauda thought that despite buying a new house and setting up capsules, the situation seemed to remain the same. In the morning, a worried Aphrodite came to him with the news that Carly had been captured by some person. A stunned Sauda quickly went downstairs. He was shocked to see Carolina held captive by an unknown individual. Carolina apologized to Sauda, admitting that she had been careless. Meanwhile, the stranger, their enemy, remarked with surprise that she had heard about demons living in this mansion, but those present seemed to be humans. Seal, who happened to be walking through the mansion, noticed what was happening and intervened. The stranger, confused, asked what all of this meant and if the man was really working with evil spirits. Recognizing the opponent's voice, Seal exclaimed in surprise, asking if the person before her was her teacher. Sauda immediately remembered that Seal's teacher had vanished without a trace 2 years ago after going to battle demons. The enemy, also shocked, recognized Seal and asked in confusion how she ended up there. Meanwhile, Sauda managed to get information about his opponent. This was Riku Garbanento, a 23-year-old female dwarf from the clan. Seal began telling her teacher everything that had happened to her during his absence. She described in detail her adventures, the difficulties she faced, and the people she met. Riku asked in surprise if everything was truly as Seal said, and she thanked Sauda for saving Seal. She admitted that being outside the city, she wouldn't have been able to come to Seal's aid. Sauda calmly replied that no thanks were needed, as Seal had also helped him out many times. Riku then clarified that Carolina had been captured by the Bakregi household and assumed that Sauda had probably saved her too. Sauda confirmed this, adding that Carly was not at all the malicious demon one might think. Riku nodded, acknowledging the Bakregi company's bad reputation and praised Sauda for his courage. Sauda thought he had successfully conveyed his point to her, but suddenly Riku attacked Carolina, declaring that good demons did not exist in this world. Surprised, Sauda exclaimed, asking what she was doing, but Riku confidently stated that he was simply enchanted by the demon. It was their usual trick. Sauda countered that it wasn't true. Carolina, addressing him, noted that it was useless to explain anything to people like Riku. Riku was astonished by her agility and called Carolina quick, to which Carolina smirked and replied that her strike was human and that she would unleash a bit of her power out of respect for Riku's weapon. Sauda realized that Carly had switched to vampire mode. Carolina delivered a powerful blow to Riku, causing her to lose consciousness. Seal anxiously called out to her teacher, but Carolina reassured her, explaining that the blow wasn't fatal and that Riku would soon regain consciousness. After some time, Riku indeed woke up, realizing what had happened. She bitterly admitted her defeat, indignantly noting that she was not only beaten but also spared, which was a true humiliation for her. Sauda, curious, asked Riku why she hated demons so much. Riku recounted a tragic incident that occurred near St. Bell, where her squad of 6 A-rank adventurers encountered Ruml, a former commander of the demon army. Despite the immense difference in power, her squad was annihilated. Riku described how, after this confrontation, demons, including Ruml and his army, began to spread across the world, destroying people's lives. This fueled her determination to become an undead hunter and eliminate demons to protect the world from their threat. She explained that her actions were also driven by a desire to avenge her comrades. Sauda responded thoughtfully, processing what he had heard. Riku continued, explaining that if she had stayed to tell Seal about her decision, her resolve might have wavered. That's why she left the city without saying goodbye. Riku apologized to Seal for her sudden disappearance. Seal, unable to hold back her emotions, replied with relief that the most important thing for her was to see her teacher alive and well. Riku explained that she had heard about the increased demon activity in the area, which was why she was there. She mentioned a mansion and a casino built on the site of the Bakregi company, which was known for issuing huge loans. Many visitors, unable to pay their debts, were turned into slaves, and rumors hinted at the establishment's connection to demons. Riku added that they had tried to infiltrate spies into the casino, but contact with them was lost, and they were likely already dead. Upon hearing this, Sauda offered to take on the case himself. Riku, slightly concerned, said that if she stayed, everyone would be in danger. Sauda, smiling calmly, assured her there was no need to worry, as Riku had already witnessed Carolina's strength. Riku nodded, acknowledging this. Sauda then added that besides Carly, he had other strong allies he could rely on. He assured Riku that together they could rescue her comrades and prove that good demons truly exist. Sauda and Aphrodite headed to the casino, despite Sauda's concern that it would be better for him to go alone to avoid attracting attention. Aphrodite insisted on accompanying him, stating that she wouldn't forgive him if he wasted their hard-earned money. As they approached the casino, they overheard people talking about how the casino's business had been booming lately. They said that the old management of the Bakregi company had vanished without a trace, and the new management was showing enterprise, hinting at active operations in a sphere involving vast sums of money. Sauda pondered, recalling that he might have been involved in the mysterious disappearance Riku had mentioned. He himself was curious to know how things were for those involved. From Riku's story, he understood that huge financial flows passed through this place, and now he was curious to find out what was really going on here. Sauda and Aphrodite entered the casino, where the atmosphere was very unusual. Overwhelmed by what he saw, he exclaimed, noticing many girls with bunny ears around him. His attention was drawn to the strange tags around their necks, and he asked what they were. A man standing nearby immediately approached, explaining that it seemed to be Sauda's first time visiting their establishment. He pointed to the price tags on the girls' necks, explaining that the female staff were merchandise, and if a client won, they could exchange special currency for the girl they liked. Sauda was surprised to notice that the man in front of him, Lost Torrizalti, was already 84 years old. He asked in bewilderment if that was really true, and then clarified who the man was. The man finally introduced himself as Lost Torrizalti, the owner of the casino and the chief authorized agent of the Backregi firm. Hearing this, Sauda realized that he was likely facing the new leadership of the firm he had heard rumors about. He also understood that this system, where girls could be won through gambling, seemed more profitable than regular slave trading, thanks to the element of chance and its appeal to players. Lost added that if Sauda had any questions, he should just ask him. Aphrodite quietly whispered to Sauda that Lost was not human. Sauda reacted calmly, simply replying that he understood everything. Sauda thought that the age confirmed his assumption, but it seemed the demon in human form's piercing eye wasn't working, otherwise he would have sensed Dai's aura. It was the same with Carly. He mused that the rumors about demons being connected to the casino were probably true. Aphrodite turned to Sauda, clarifying that they needed to learn as much as possible about the enemy before doing anything. Sauda thought that Aphrodite probably just wanted to play at the casino. He agreed, and Aphrodite noted that she was right. 2 hours later, Sauda realized he had lost a ton of money. The game started fun, he won a few easy rounds, but as soon as he started raising the stakes, the cards stopped favoring him. Aphrodite exclaimed Sauda's name in disappointment. She grabbed Sauda by the shoulders and apologized, saying that she had lost too. Sauda asked if D had also lost. Aphrodite, looking a bit embarrassed, apologized once more. Sauda reassured her, saying it was fine. They had only spent 500,000 call each, which was their planned monthly expense. There was still over 1 million left in the capsule, and they could apologize to the girls later. Aphrodite corrected him, stating there was no money left in the capsule. She confessed that she had lost all the money that was in the capsule and apologized to him again. Sauda was stunned and asked if she was serious. Aphrodite, feeling anxious, asked Sauda why he had brought her there and what he intended to do. She was worried he might want something indecent from her because she had lost everything. Sauda told her not to overthink it and asked D if she had really lost all the money. Aphrodite confirmed that she had initially lost 500,000, then decided to try and win it back. Sauda noted that she probably hadn't noticed anything strange, like how small bets led to wins, but when she increased her stake, she started losing more often. Aphrodite thought about it and admitted she had indeed noticed something similar. Sauda expressed his opinion that they hadn't lost, they had simply been scammed. Aphrodite excitedly confirmed his words, saying that was exactly it. Sauda reminded her that Rika-san had talked about how casino visitors would be saddled with debt, then taken into slavery, their debts falsified, and people turned into commodities. He also explained how men were sold as cheap labor. Sauda added that he wanted to expose their schemes. He then asked D to watch over his body and, if anything happened, to contact him through their link. Sauda pondered, thinking that if he could get into the ventilation, he could get out on the other side of the wall. In that case, he would need to use Kitsunebai. Aphrodite, not understanding what he was planning, asked what he was going to do. Sauda, surprised, said he hadn't told her before that with his new skill, he could possess the bodies of other monsters. In this case, he was going to use Kitsunebai. Aphrodite admitted she was hearing about it for the first time. Sauda announced that D now needed to be ready to catch him. Sauda then transferred into Kitsunebai's body. He mused that talking about exposing their plan was one thing, but in reality, things could be much more complicated. The casino workers, discussing it, started laughing, saying it would be hard for them not to laugh. One of them asked if they meant the busty blonde and added that, judging by her appearance, she was probably an aristocrat. Sauda was surprised, thinking they were talking about D. One of the employees continued, saying it was interesting because often only idiots come to the casino, and they don't notice how they swap card suits using illusion magic. Sauda was shocked and wondered how quickly they revealed all their secrets. He asked himself if illusion magic was a type of dark magic. Suddenly, Lost appeared and asked why they weren't working. The casino employees got scared and addressed him as Mr. Lost. Lost demanded a report on the busty blonde, reminding them that he had ordered them to squeeze every last penny out of her. The employees replied that they had followed his instructions and easily swindled 10 million call from her. All of this was possible thanks to the illusion magic Lost had taught them. They added that the blonde had run off in tears. Lost punched the employee, asking if he was an idiot. He reminded them that he had repeatedly said that idiots in the game get saddled with debt and then put up for sale. Lost also suggested that a woman with such looks could have been taught to dance and sold to perverted aristocrats, earning at least 30 million call. The casino employee, terrified, promised to correct his mistake. Lost kicked him, fuming that he didn't understand how to fix the situation. He called the employee an idiot who had missed out on a ton of money and labeled him worthless trash. The casino employee passed out. Lost, with a crooked smirk, remarked that this was precisely why he hated dealing with humans. Sauda thought that to Lost, humans were nothing, just trash. He realized that the demon Lost was behind all of this. Sauda noted that because of people like Lost, others think poorly of good demons like Carly. He promised that Lost was in for a rude awakening soon. A few days later, Carolina stated that her gut feeling told her there were members of her kind inside. But based on the aura, she concluded that the casino owner was a useless lesser demon and therefore wouldn't notice her. Sauda thought that, as always, no one was more reliable than Carly. He sold rare items from the mansion and gathered 20 million call, which was all the money they had now. Sauda decided to challenge the game he had lost so many times before, poker. The casino employee asked how much Sauda was going to bet. Sauda declared he was going all in, stating he would bet all his money. The people in the casino noticed Sauda's bet and started murmuring in surprise. Someone pointed out that he was betting 200 chips at once, which was equivalent to 20 million call, and wondered what he was up to. The casino employee, concerned by such a large bet, asked Sauda if he had changed his mind, as this move would be irreversible. He clarified if Sauda was sure about his decision. Sauda confidently replied that he was sure. The casino employee agreed and announced that the game would begin. Sauda, thinking to himself that he had prepared for the worst but seemed to be perceived as a simpleton, noticed a self-assured expression on the dealer's face. He realized the dealer was relying on sleight of hand and magic, but he pondered the cards he had been dealt. He couldn't understand who would rig the cards like this, as not even a pair had come up. The casino employee offered to redeal the cards. Sauda agreed, asking him to do so. A thought flashed through Sauda's mind. While such a card distribution was possible after they had spent so much yesterday, it couldn't be a coincidence anymore. He also noted that the dealer's face clearly showed he was hiding something. Using his contact skill, Sauda reached out to Carly, asking for her help. Carolina responded that she was ready to fulfill his request. She used magic to assist Sauda. Sauda, with a smile on his face, announced that he now had all the trump cards and a royal straight flush. The people in the casino were completely shocked when they saw Sauda's cards. One of them exclaimed that a royal straight flush was a 100-fold increase on the bet, meaning a win of 20 billion call. The casino employee, stunned, couldn't believe that such a thing could have happened. Sauda, thinking to himself, realized that if they decided to cheat him with magic, it was perfectly fine for him to use his own magic, only a bit more powerful. He remembered that he had a professional mage on his team. The casino employee, unable to contain himself, accused Sauda of cheating, demanding an explanation of how he did it. Sauda, in response, expressed surprise at being called a cheater and asked if they knew the cards he held. The casino employee couldn't say anything and just sighed heavily. At that moment, Lost appeared, intrigued by the commotion. He asked what was happening. The casino employee, in a panic, addressed him as Mr. Lost, apologizing for the noise. Lost, smiling, invited Sauda into his office, adding that he wanted to give him some advice for the future, especially since he had won such a large sum. Sauda agreed and said he was coming. Carolina, watching the scene unfold, was worried about Sauda. Sauda reassured her, saying everything would be fine, and asked her to wait there, Carly. Lost, with a smirk, noted that Sauda seemed to have been incredibly lucky and congratulated him on his big win. Sauda, however, hadn't forgotten about his money and asked when he would receive his winnings. Lost, without wasting any time, promised to hand over the money and immediately lunged at Sauda with a knife. Sauda, stunned by this gesture, exclaimed in confusion, asking what Lost was trying to do. Lost explained that they weren't obligated to give money to despicable people like Sauda, and that if he had just lost, it would have been over, but now he would have to do extra work. Sauda, realizing that Lost had just revealed all the secrets of his business, understood that his plans would soon crumble. Lost then ordered his subordinates to kill Sauda. In response, Sauda commanded his goblin knights to act, and they quickly neutralized Lost's subordinates. Lost, enraged, couldn't understand where Sauda had gotten so many goblins. Disappointed by the failure, Lost admitted that his subordinates were useless and finally decided to reveal his true form. He unveiled his true appearance and mockingly declared that Sauda would now witness his real power. Lost introduced himself as Torazalti, a representative of the vampire family, level 23 in S-Class. He stated his stats: Vitality 188, Physical Strength 129, Magical Power 148, Intelligence 132, and detailed his magical skills in fire, wind, water, and darkness. Lost, with a sneer, asked if Sauda had swallowed his tongue out of fear. Sauda, assessing the situation, realized that Lost was much weaker than he had assumed, and was merely a pawn compared to Carly. Lost continued to exude confidence, calling Sauda a pathetic flea, which only added fuel to the fire. Sauda, understanding that Lost was getting too carried away, decided to use his Pokémon, which he knew would definitely wipe that smile off his face. He summoned an adamantine golem. Sauda commanded his adamantine golem, and it immediately struck Lost. After the hit, Sauda thanked his golem. Lost, stunned and enraged, couldn't figure out who was in front of him and demanded an answer. Sauda calmly introduced himself as Kazhea Sauda, an ordinary adventurer. Lost, disbelieving Sauda's words, began to doubt, claiming that an ordinary adventurer couldn't have done that. Sauda, holding back his anger, reproached Lost for fraudulently taking his money and asked how many other people he had deceived and what had happened to them. Lost was confused, trying to justify himself. Sauda, feeling angry, firmly declared that his patience had run out. Lost, in despair, began to beg Sauda, promising to free all debtors and offering first-class slaves just to be spared. But Sauda rejected his offer, stating that a different reckoning awaited Lost. Sauda, wasting no time, threw a spherical capsule which Lost was caught in. Lost frantically tried to break free, but Sauda calmed him, promising that until he released him, he would sleep like a baby. Lost fell asleep before he could say anything. Sauda, thinking he had finally caught the casino owner, realized that the exposure of the casino's schemes was complete. The establishment had lost its leadership and was shut down. The casino employees, including Rika, were freed. Rika, grateful to Sauda, offered him the money that had been confiscated from the casino. Sauda was surprised and asked if all that money truly belonged to her. Rika confirmed it was about 100 million, despite some of the money being stolen by the fleeing casino staff. She also asked if she could speak with Carolina. Rika bowed to Sauda, sincerely apologizing for her previous intentions, and confessed that it was only thanks to his efforts that the dishonest casino was exposed. She realized that she used to condemn demons, but now, seeing his actions, she had changed her mind. Carolina supported her words. Sauda, smiling, thought it was a good sign, as misconceptions were beginning to disappear. Seal, a little flustered, asked what Sauda was going to do next. Riku replied that as long as there were demons in the world causing suffering to people, she would continue her hunt, and then asked Seal if she would join her. However, noticing the look on Seal's face, Riku couldn't resist teasing her, saying she was clearly in love. Seal got flustered and tried to play it off, while Riku cheerfully added that Soda should keep an eye on Seal. With a smile, Riku placed a ring on Seal's hand, explaining that it was called the Ring of Death Resistance, and had the unique ability to save her from a fatal blow once a day. She warned Seal that adventurers face dangers at every turn, and the ring would help her avoid death at a critical moment. Seal, touched by the gift, thanked Riku, who in turn wished her good luck, hinting that she shouldn't lose to her rivals. Soda, a bit puzzled, asked what rivals she was talking about, and Seal blushed, excusing herself by saying her teacher was just joking. Lost regained consciousness and started looking around, asking in shock where he was. Soda noticed that Lost had woken up and curiously remarked that he was finally awake. Lost panicked, realizing he was tied up, and nervously began asking what they were going to do with him. He started begging for mercy, promising to fulfill any demand to save his life. Soda, hearing his plea, offered something unexpected: to become a housekeeper in his home in a new body, teasing that since Lost was ready for anything, this could be a good option. Lost, a bit surprised, agreed, noting that he was a decent cook, but then uncertainty hit him when he realized they were talking about a new body and the role of a housekeeper. Soda, deep in thought, decided to use his recent discovery, a new talent that allowed him to crossbreed demons. Succubi from the succubus family are powerful S-class demons with unique and dangerous abilities. While their physical strength is moderate 45, Their magical power 285 and intelligence 120 are high. Their main specialization is dark magic, in which they're considered among the best of all demons, and aphrodisiac juice extraction skills, which allow them to manipulate the desires and emotions of other beings. A unique characteristic of these creatures is that all succubi are female, and they actively seduce and take over males from other families to create offspring, which they then abandon. This gives them power and control over their victims, and their skills in carnal love turn them into dangerous manipulators. The conditions for their appearance involve a rare and unusual crossbreeding of a vampire and a mad mushroom, which grants them additional magical abilities and powers. In turn, succubi pride themselves on their mastery of dark magic, in which they are considered among the best of all demons. Soda thought that succubi were monsters who, with their sexy bodies and insatiable libido, turned men into slaves, and that this was every man's dream. He also rejoiced that this day had come and thanked Lost. Lost, having transformed into a woman, was horrified by what was happening and didn't understand what had happened to him. He started panicking, asking what had occurred and what these changes in his body were. Soda, although not fully grasping what had happened, couldn't help but praise the transformation, noting that Lost had a cute face and a bust size roughly comparable to Aphrodite's. Lost, in a panic, asked Soda what he had done to him, not understanding what had happened. Soda, trying to calm Lost down, replied that he didn't fully understand what had happened himself, but noted that Lost had now become a truly beautiful woman. He added with a smile that he was even a little envious now, as Lost could enjoy her new appearance and fondle such charms as much as she wanted. Soda joked, offering to touch her new curves, which enraged Lost. He tried to hit him but couldn't, feeling his hand stop in midair. Soda explained that this was the effect of the sphere capsule, which limits the ability to harm its owner. He thought that even though D had hit him several times, it seemed the effect only manifested from blows delivered with the intent to cause pain. Or perhaps the goddesses simply possessed unique characteristics that set them apart from others. Lost felt sad and wondered why this was happening to him. Aphrodite, noticing his state, asked what was wrong with him, while Seal expressed her sympathetic reaction, saying she felt sorry for Lost. Soda pondered, thinking that perhaps he had indeed been cruel to him. Carolina asked Soda to let them handle the matter, and Yuko supported the suggestion, approving of it. Soda agreed but asked what they were going to do with her. Carolina replied that at the moment, she wasn't ready to serve the master, so they would start her re-education from scratch. Lost scoffed, saying she could do without maids, wondering how they planned to re-educate someone. Yuko hit Lost, silently apologizing for it. She sternly reprimanded Lost, calling him ignorant and explaining that before him stood the mother of vampires herself, Lady Carolina. She added that a lowly demon like Lost had no right to speak to her without permission. Lost, hearing Carolina's name, reacted with disbelief, stating that it wasn't true, because Carolina was a hero of the vampire race and wouldn't serve a pathetic human. Carolina, suppressing her anger, warned her that if he uttered another insult towards Lord Soda, she would rip out her tongue and she would never be able to speak again. Lost, struggling with the shock, admitted that it was indeed Lady Carolina before him. She also said that she was now happy to serve her, the mother of vampires. Soda, surprised by what was happening, asked if they had broken Lost's male dignity. Yuko calmly replied that for vampires, the greatest happiness was to serve a stronger individual, explaining that this was an expected response. Soda pondered, realizing that he now understood what had happened more clearly. After one night, Soda was surprised to notice how much had appeared. Aphrodite laughed, saying that Lost had prepared everything, hinting at her cooking skills. Soda, surprised, asked if she was serious. Lost, with a smug expression, replied that there was nothing a human couldn't do, but a demon could. Soda mused that he only wanted a succubus, but now he had a housekeeper, which wasn't bad either. Previously, he had only trusted Carly with all the housework, especially the kitchen, as she literally held everything together. Besides, he couldn't help but notice how good Lost looked in a maid outfit. Lost, noticing Soda's gaze, quickly explained that she had prepared it out of love and respect for Lady Caroline and certainly not for him. Soda was surprised, realizing that Lost seemed to be a true tsundere. Caroline, hearing Lost's words, reminded him that she had already told him to watch his tongue when speaking to their master. Lost, realizing his mistake, tried to justify himself, but Caroline didn't allow it, strictly punishing him for making excuses. Lost apologized, but it was already too late. Soda, a little embarrassed by the situation, asked if they could eat now. Later in his room, Soda noted with satisfaction that he had eaten his fill and now felt good. Soda, pondering, realized he hadn't checked his status in a long time and was surprised to find he had gained several levels, likely thanks to Yuko and Lost's help. He also noticed he had a new skill. His profession was now Monster Tamer, level 576 with 262 vitality, 97 physical strength, 208 magical power, and 2993 intelligence. Among his new abilities were the Divine Gift, Absolute Domination, and a set of skills: Sphere Capsule, Piercing Eye, Monster Crossbreeding, Contact, Psychological Manipulation, and Reincarnation. Soda's particular attention was drawn to the A-class skill, Reincarnation. This ability allowed him to temporarily transform into the form of a captured creature while retaining his own status. The conditions for acquiring it were creating a creature of at least S-class with an intelligence of at least 2,000. Soda, reflecting, noted that the conditions for activating Reincarnation were met when Lost became a succubus. He found it interesting. He understood that it was something like psychological manipulation, but now his body wouldn't be defenseless. All changes happened to another creature, and it didn't directly affect him. Soda decided it would even be fun. He wondered who to choose for Reincarnation and decided on Aphrodite. She was at the very top of the list, and there was no reason to be shy about that choice. Soda, having reincarnated as Aphrodite, noticed that his voice and clothes now perfectly matched the goddess's appearance. He felt no shame, as it was his body. Soda thought that if he touched himself a little, it would be fine, as it was his own property. He admired the softness of the body, thinking he could continue doing this indefinitely. At that moment, someone opened the door. Lost, entering, was surprised to see everything. Soda, stunned, cried out, trying to justify himself by saying that it was him, Soda, and not someone else, and that he was the sun goddess Aphrodite. Lost smirked, pointing out that it was a cheap trick and that she knew perfectly well who was really in that body. She added that the manners and movements were far too masculine to be convincing. Lost joked that if Carolina found out what happened, Soda would lose all respect in her eyes. Soda, scared, didn't know how to respond, understanding that the consequences could be terrible. Inside, he realized he had started acting like a character from a hentai anime. In desperation, he begged Lost to keep it a secret and promised to do anything she wanted. Lost smirked, asking if he was ready for anything, then tied his hands. Soda, not understanding her intentions, got scared and asked what she was planning. Lost replied that she was going to teach him a lesson in humiliation, one she herself had experienced, a lesson in what it means to be turned into a woman. Soda, completely confused, realized the situation had become very tangled and internally mused about how bodies intertwine like lilies and souls like roses. He tried to stop Lost, demanding that she cease. Soda thought that captured beings couldn't harm their master. However, Lost, with a smirk, remarked that he could be subdued with such a quick flick of the tongue. She declared that this wasn't a demon rebellion but merely part of a special performance, and that now she could do whatever she wanted with him. Soda, in a panic, pleaded for her to stop. He realized that if she continued, he would lose something very important, and thought it was better to just be branded a pervert. In desperation, he exclaimed that he needed help. Carolina, hearing him, rushed to his aid. She demanded an explanation, asking what was happening and what Lost's behavior meant. Lost quickly tried to justify herself, claiming that it wasn't what Carolina thought. She explained that Soda had been abusing his skill and engaging in debauchery, and she was simply trying to punish him. Soda, in response, accused Lost of debauchery, calling her a hussy. He realized that the duration of his transformation was much shorter than he had anticipated, and apologized to Lost for his actions. Soda noted that the only things left to buy were cheese and eggs. He mused that the more people involved in an event, the harder it became to organize the shopping. He briefly considered hiding everything in a secluded spot or sending it to a capsule, but ultimately decided he could handle it himself. Meanwhile, Aphrodite drew Soda's attention to a small clothing store, calling it cute. Soda, noticing Aphrodite's new clothes, was surprised and wondered where she got them. Aphrodite explained that Losta-chan had sewn the outfit from materials found in the mansion. Soda was amazed that Losta could create such an intricate design and thought that, in addition to her excellent cooking skills, Losta could also sew, making her a great team member. Aphrodite expressed regret that they hadn't been alone much lately and noted that Soda had stopped saying nice things about her. She shared her desire to spend the day together and go shopping. Sauda figured that this was probably why Aphrodite had put on her new dress. Accepting her offer, he allowed her to choose whatever she wanted. Later, Sauda noticed that the amount of shopping was significantly more than he had expected, admitting he hadn't anticipated such a scale. Aphrodite explained that she had picked out delicate lingerie for everyone and tried to choose the most suitable items, which was why there were so many things. She then suggested they visit another nearby store. A man approached Aphrodite, surprisingly calling out her name, and then, a little embarrassed, confirmed that it was indeed her. This guy was Morizumi Shinji, a 15-year-old Japanese youth. Sauda, at this moment, wondered how someone with a Japanese name could know Aphrodite. Aphrodite, also a bit surprised, responded, noticing him and trying to remember. Morizumi Shinji confirmed it was him and reminded her that she had summoned him from Earth. He introduced himself, which surprised Sauda, as Shinji also turned out to be a summoned person, just like himself. Aphrodite finally remembered Shinji and called him by name, but Sauda skeptically thought she barely remembered him at all. Shinji, meanwhile, asked what she was doing in such a place, reminding her that she was busy with the important work of connecting their world and this one. He also noticed Sauda's presence and asked who he was. Aphrodite quickly replied that he was her servant. She explained that she had taken a vacation from heaven, chosen an assistant, and decided to see this world. Sauda was shocked by her words, not expecting such an answer. Shinji, however, took her explanation calmly, even agreeing that it made sense. Sauda was completely bewildered and felt like his brain had just exploded from all the information. Although he realized it was difficult to explain what was truly happening, he decided to accept the situation as it was. Aphrodite, changing the subject, asked Shinji if he was currently hunting demons. Shinji confirmed that he was currently serving in an organization called Abyss Mysteries, which he described as the strongest group of hunters in Algade. He added that they temper their strength daily to prepare for the predicted resurrection, and noted that he had achieved all of this thanks to the holy knight profession Aphrodite had given him. Sauda thought that this profession was clearly something prestigious and powerful. Shinji recalled an acquaintance he was eager to introduce Aphrodite to, emphasizing that this person was also Japanese and possessed extraordinary strength. According to him, they had recently met. Suddenly, they heard a rough man's voice who, addressing a passerby, loudly shouted that he wasn't watching where he was going and seemed to want to die. Sauda mentally noted that this stranger resembled a classic movie brute. The rough man, raising his voice, declared that he belonged to a well-known A-rank adventurer group in the city known as the Bezalt brothers. Sauda was surprised at that moment, realizing that these were indeed high-ranking adventurers, even though their appearance didn't give it away. Bezalt continued, adding that they weren't just some minor adventurers, and suggested their opponent bow an apology to avoid a beating. He also rudely insulted him and stated that he wouldn't escape trouble. The passing man suddenly attacked the Bezalt brothers. Sauda, watching this, was stunned and couldn't believe the speed of his movements, barely noticing the attack itself. His mind was consumed with the question of who this man really was. After a brief skirmish, the mysterious guy easily dealt with his opponent and contemptuously called everyone weaklings. He turned out to be 15-year-old Japanese Kuro Ryuki, owner of two legendary S-class swords, the demonic Debane Save and the Holy Stardust Blade. One sword controlled darkness, the other light, and Sauda was simply bewildered, trying to understand where Kuro had acquired such incredible artifacts. Shinji, noticing the impression made on Aphrodite and Sauda, proudly added that Kuro was the best in their group and possessed the strongest hero profession. He was known as dual-wielding Kuro due to his unique mastery of two holy blades at once. Assuring Aphrodite, Shinji guaranteed her that with an ally like Kuro, there was nothing to worry about. After all, there was no one who could defeat him. Kuro, according to him, was capable of destroying even a demon lord. Returning home, Sauda sat down and said that he couldn't feel his legs at all after the long day. Carolina, expressing her sympathy, apologized to him for having to do all the shopping. Sauda, trying to reassure her, replied that it was no big deal and added that he had met a truly incredible person today. Aphrodite agreed with him, noting that Kuro was indeed amazing. She mentioned that he possessed the rare and powerful hero profession, which, according to her, was the complete opposite of the weakest and most useless profession, monster tamer. Sauda suddenly noticed Carolina's expression and asked what was wrong with her. Carolina, hesitating slightly, explained that she remembered someone named Kuro. Sauda, surprised, asked if she had seen him before. Carolina confirmed that she had once encountered him in battle and was defeated. Sauda was stunned and stammering, asked again if she had really lost. Carolina calmly recounted that before they met, she lived in a settlement with other demons until a hunter named Kuro appeared one day and destroyed their village. Sauda, trying to understand the consequences of these events, assumed that her enslavement was also related to that defeat. Carolina confirmed this, explaining that she became a slave after losing to Kuro. Sauda silently realized how far Kuro's influence extended over the fates of those he encountered. Sauda fell into deep thought. He had never known that Carolina was enslaved after being defeated by such a powerful opponent as Kuro. Previously, it had seemed a mystery how such a strong Carolina could have been captured, but he never imagined the answer would be this. This Kuro truly seemed incredibly strong. As a hero who hunted demons, he was the absolute opposite of Sauda, a monster tamer who lived among them. Internally, Sauda admitted that if anyone was to defeat Ibris, it had to be Kuro. Nevertheless, his heart told him that, if it were possible, he would want to stay here, close to his friends. When he first arrived in this world, his initial thought was to return home, but now he realized that his current life wasn't so bad after all. He wished that the powerful demon Ibris would never be resurrected. However, deep down, he understood that it was inevitable. The world seemed to be giving signs that their peaceful days were coming to an end. Suddenly, Aphrodite woke him up, alarmed by something serious. Sauda sat up abruptly and, looking around, asked what had happened and why everyone was gathered in his room. Seal quietly pointed him toward the window and suggested he look. Sauda walked over to the window, looked outside, and couldn't believe his eyes. Hovering majestically in the sky before him was a dark castle, slowly drifting through the air. Carolina confirmed his worst fears. It was the Demon Lord's castle. People around him were discussing the powerful demon's castle that had appeared in the sky. Some nervously urged others to pack their belongings, while others openly expressed their fear of the looming threat. Hearing all these conversations, Sauda wondered if the castle's appearance was connected to the prophecy. Disappointed voices of adventurers echoed through the guild hall. One of them was upset to learn that the required rank for the quest was A or higher, and he had really wanted to participate. Hearing this, Sauda suspected the quest might be related to the demon's castle. Sauda noticed an emergency quest on the board, subduing a mighty demon. The quest required a minimum A rank and involved investigating the demon's castle floating above the coast. The reward was negotiable, repeat attempts were forbidden, and due to the need for an expensive levitation stone, candidates would be carefully selected. Sauda sighed, realizing that his low rank prevented him from participating in this quest. He comforted himself with the thought that there were plenty of people like Shinji and Kuro around, whom he could rely on for such a task. Deciding to leave this quest to more experienced adventurers, he continued to look around. Later, Aphrodite asked Sauda if he had taken on that quest. Yuko and Lost had stayed at the mansion. Sauda explained that it was unavailable for his rank and he had no choice but to decline it. Instead, he chose another quest, subduing imps, which was suitable for his level. The goal of the quest was to subdue one imp that had appeared on the coast, and the reward was 8,000 call. This quest also couldn't be repeated, but it was available for his G rank. Seal, with a hint of irony, remarked that Sauda, as always, hoped someone else would handle his task and kill the imp for him, calling him a coward. Sauda, indignant at the statement, asked again, not understanding what he had done wrong this time. Carolina intervened and calmed him down, saying that his decision not to get involved with the castle was a wise one. She explained that, according to her intuition, it was unlikely a truly powerful demon resided in that castle, and anyone who presumptuously claimed such a grand title was most likely an impostor. Sauda, trying to understand Carolina's certainty, asked if she was absolutely sure about it. He mused internally that if Carolina's words proved true, there really was no point in going to the dangerous castle, and it would be better to focus on completing regular quests. Suddenly, a rude voice shouted an insult from the side, immediately catching Sauda's attention. By the sound, he realized it was the Bezalt brothers, the same thugs who had acted provocatively before. Seeing that Sauda wasn't noticing them, the brothers continued to mockingly fuel the conflict, wondering why he was ignoring them, and declared him a tough guy. Sauda watched them, mentally chuckling at their ridiculous appearance, thinking that these brothers didn't look like A-rank adventurers at all. They had just recently received a good lesson from Kuro, but it seemed they hadn't learned anything. The thought crossed his mind that he had encountered many strange people today. Suddenly, Soda saw information about a conflict involving the Bezalt brothers. It was a dark apostle, an S-class creature with terrifying stats: level 40, vitality 1008, physical strength 1580, magic power 1280, and intelligence 888. Seeing such a dangerous enemy, Soda panicked, thinking the Bezalt brothers should flee as quickly as possible if they wanted to survive. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the Bezalt brothers mocked the Dark Apostle, calling him an armored idiot. One of them even kicked him. However, their insolence cost them their lives. The Dark Apostle mercilessly killed both of them. Carolina, realizing the danger, urged Soda to retreat immediately. Soda, somewhat stunned by what had happened, agreed. Turning to Aphrodite and Seal, he told them to take cover in the capsule for safety. Seizing the moment, he asked Carolina who this Dark Apostle was. Carolina explained that he was one of the servants of Ibris, a powerful demon. Nevertheless, his appearance surprised her, as only Ibris himself could control the Dark Apostles. Despite this, Carolina was certain they needed to leave the danger zone immediately and return home. Their escape was halted by an unexpected sight. Dark Apostles began mercilessly attacking the residents, unleashing destruction upon them. The residents, gripped by panic, cried out for help, their screams for salvation tearing through the air. Soda, watching the chaos, felt helpless, realizing he couldn't handle such enemies. At that moment, a mysterious woman approached them, letting out a soft chuckle. Her name was Ruml Finelli, and despite her appearance, she was 388 years old. The woman greeted Carolina with a smirk, calling her by her full name, Carolina Barton. Soda pondered, trying to understand what was happening. He recalled Rika talking about the commanding marshal of Ibris's army who had annihilated an A-rank adventurer squad. He wondered how she could have known about Carly. Carolina, in turn, asked Ruml what was going on here. Ruml, smirking, answered her question, saying such things were obvious. She explained that the apostles only followed Lord Ibris's orders and reminded Carolina that she once led the entire army, so how she couldn't know this remained a mystery to him. Soda was astonished to learn that Carly had once led an army. He was shocked, but given her strength and demonic nature, it became easier for him to believe such details of her past. Ruml continued, suggesting that Carolina consider her dignity and noting that Lord Ibris recognized her talents. She also stated that if Carolina behaved like an obedient girl and went to the castle, the apostles would quickly be recalled. Carolina, indignant, asked if they intended to enslave the townspeople. Ruml dismissed her question, telling her not to speak nonsense. She added that all living things in this world originally belonged to Lord Ibris. With no other options, Carolina decided to go with them. Soda looked at her and uttered Carly's name. Carolina, with her head down, confessed that she had no excuse, master. Soda, determined not to let her leave, declared that he wouldn't let her pass. He ordered the adamantite golem to retrieve Carly from her. The adamantite golem began to follow the order, attacking Ruml. However, Ruml destroyed the golem with a single blow. Soda was in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed that it couldn't be. Soda wondered how it was possible for the golem to be destroyed in one hit. Stunned by what had happened, he fell to his knees, unable to comprehend what had just occurred, feeling his strength and confidence crumble, and questions about Ruml's power filled his mind. Ruml, with disappointment in his voice, stated that he was let down by Carolina. He said that a demon like her had made a mistake choosing to serve a human like Soda. Soda felt his weakness, thinking about how he couldn't protect himself or others. The next morning, Lost angrily thought that if Carolina was gone, he wasn't going to stay and do anything in this place. Yuko agreed with him, saying that obeying a person like Soda was a mistake. Aphrodite, noticing their conversation, indignantly called them to order, stating that they should be ashamed to talk like that. Seal supported her, adding that at such a moment, they needed to unite and find a way to save Carolina. At that moment, Soda heard strange sounds from outside. A short while later, guards entered the mansion. Soda stood up, asking anxiously who they were and what they were doing there, demanding an answer. One of the guards addressed him by name, informing Soda that he was arrested on suspicion of treason. Soda asked the guards about the reasons for the treason charges, wondering what they meant. One of the guards told him not to play dumb and ordered his subordinates to seize him immediately. The guards promptly obeyed the order, grabbing Soda firmly, giving him no chance to resist. In confusion, he exclaimed, demanding to be released, and thought to himself that he would try to get the capsule now. However, the guards managed to use some kind of agent that immediately made Soda start losing consciousness. His last thought before he completely blacked out was why darkness was coming so quickly. One of the guards reported that the suspect had been apprehended and added that he needed to be escorted to the prison tower. At that moment, Seal and Aphrodite uttered Sauta's name, worried about his arrest. Once in the prison tower, Sauta began mentally recording his observations about what was happening to him. On the very first day, by carefully listening to the overseer's conversations, he was able to understand the reason for his arrest. It turned out that his detention was related to an event called the Attack of the Mighty Demon's Apostles, which had caused serious damage to the city. The government launched an investigation into the incident, finding witnesses who claimed to have seen a suspicious guy talking to demons. Further investigation revealed additional details indicating that this guy had repeatedly been in the company of creatures resembling demons. The government, drawing its conclusions, accused Sauta of the recent destructive event, portraying his actions as if Kezia Sauta had conspired with demons to overthrow the government. He also realized that due to his state of exhaustion, he had no strength left. Moreover, his stats had significantly dropped and his skills were blocked, which greatly complicated his situation. Sauta, whose monster tamer level had reached 576, found that his characteristics had significantly decreased. His vitality was now only 27, a reduction of 235 points. Physical strength had dropped to 1, a decrease of 6, and magical power had decreased to 2, losing 206 points. Intelligence was particularly affected, falling to 30, which meant a loss of 2963 points. In his exhausted state, his skills were unavailable. Sauta thought that such a condition might be caused by some kind of poison and acknowledged his situation as practically hopeless. On the third day, he noted that the strange state of exhaustion was not going away. Starting to ponder possible ways new doses of the substance could be entering his body, Sauta decided to flush all his food down the toilet to prevent further poisoning. On the fourth day, he felt cold and hungry, wondering how a person could feel so bad after just one day of starvation. On the fifth day, overhearing the guard's whispers, he learned that the exhaustion drug was being sprayed into the cell through the ventilation system, making it useless to throw away his food. The sixth day brought some relief after eating, but the thought of the situation potentially worsening lingered in his mind. The feeling of loneliness became increasingly unbearable, as he had no one to talk to. By the seventh day, his desire to meet someone intensified. He wondered how his friends were doing, hoping they hadn't been captured. It was then, with a heavy heart, that he realized how much happiness was hidden in his carefree days of freedom. On the eighth day, his cell door unexpectedly opened. Sauta thought that perhaps his prayers had been answered, and someone would be moved in with him. To his surprise, Kuru the swordsman stood before him. Recognizing him, Sauta exclaimed in surprise, calling him by name. Kuru confirmed his identity and recalled seeing Sauta with the goddess. Sauta introduced himself, noting that, like Kuru, he had come here from Earth. Kuru, narrowing his eyes, suggested that Sauta was also trapped. However, Sauta, not understanding what he meant, asked him a bewildered question, wanting an explanation. Kuru, noticing Sauta's confusion, explained that he was probably unaware of recent events. He clarified that everyone summoned from Earth had been arrested simultaneously, and such a coincidence was clearly not accidental. Kuru emphasized that it was a well-planned operation, organized by the adjutant of the mighty demon's forces named Hunl, known by the moniker the Great Sage. Sauta repeated the name of Sage Hunl in bewilderment, trying to process what he had heard. Kuru confirmed his assumption and added that Hunl's name was celebrated in songs as that of an outstanding commander of Ibris's army. It was Hunl who had dispatched angels to all corners of the world and gained power over the human realm. Kuru speculated that Hunl had begun eliminating anyone who might hinder the resurrection of the mighty demon. Realizing what he had heard, Sauta asked a clarifying question, wanting to confirm that it was Hunl who had resurrected Ibris. Kuru sadly confirmed his suspicion, adding that only a mighty demon could control the sky castle which necessitated Ibris's resurrection. He explained that for this, Hunl had obtained Ibris's preserved remains. Half a millennium ago, a hero defeated Ibris, causing his soul to leave his body and his magical energy to dissipate. However, people still feared him, and so Ibris's remains were securely hidden under guard in the capital. Hero explained that despite the security, Hunl managed to bypass the guards, steal the body, and then somehow resurrect it. Sauta, astonished by such a detailed account, asked Kuro how he knew all these specifics. Kuro replied that of course he knew because he was the one who snuck past the guards and stole the body. Sauda exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe his ears. Kuro quickly defended himself, asking Sauda not to misunderstand him. He explained that he wasn't actually to blame, as he himself had fallen victim to Hunl's cunning deception. According to Kuro, an incredibly beautiful woman he had never seen before begged him to steal the remains, citing something extremely convincing, including her outstanding beauty. Kuro recalled handing the body over to her, after which everything that happened next was a blur. Sauda, realizing the cause of the incident, punched Kuro, accusing him of being responsible for all their troubles. Kuro, trying to defend himself, cried out that he didn't mean any harm and hadn't done anything wrong intentionally. Sauda thought about Kuro, realizing that despite his previous admiration for this cold-blooded and incredibly strong warrior, he had completely forgotten that Kuro was just a regular high school student. Sauda's thoughts lingered on Kuro's equipment, 2 legendary swords and a black feathered cloak. As he noticed, these hinted at what's known as 8th grader syndrome. It seemed to Sauda that if you removed all this flashy pretense, the mighty warrior with almost cheat-like stats would turn into a naive teenager prone to falling for a woman's charms. Understanding this, Sauda apologized to Kuro for hitting him and suggested they figure out how to escape from prison. Sauda himself decided that they needed to get Carly back as quickly as possible to confront such a cunning opponent as Hunl. However, Kuro, devoid of hope, coldly replied that it was all useless. Without their abilities, they were just ordinary Japanese high school students and couldn't do anything, as their defeat, in his opinion, was inevitable. Sauda frowned, wondering if Kuro was right. It seemed impossible to him that he could do nothing when his friends were in trouble. However, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected voice calling his name. He instantly recognized that voice. Aphrodite, proclaiming herself the most charming goddess in the world, announced that she had come to save him. A tunnel had been dug near the prison tower, leading to Soda's cell. Seal received a message from Yuko via a spell, stating that Soda was on the 8th floor in cell B. Lost, annoyed by the situation, confirmed her intention to get to Soda, commenting that he was nothing but trouble. She also expressed surprise at how such a massive tunnel could have been dug in a week. Seal reminded her that she was a dwarf and her innate skills allowed her to dig the tunnel, though without Lost's freezing magic, the walls would have collapsed long ago. She also thanked her for her sewing skills, which made their costumes look like those of a real warden and prisoner, and encouraged her, adding that Lost was better at the role than she was. Lost, blushing from the praise, responded awkwardly, not expecting to be appreciated so much. Seal proposed a plan. They needed to find the keys and steal them without attracting attention. Lost concluded that the only way was to approach one of the wardens. She pretended to be escorting a new prisoner and asked for the keys under the pretext of showing her charge his new home. The warden, suspecting something was amiss, noted that he hadn't been informed about a new prisoner and had never seen Lost before. In response, Lost flirtatiously sat on the table in front of him and with a coy smile promised to thank the warden many times, convincing him to hand over the keys. The flustered warden agreed. Lost also added that it was their shared secret. The warden promised to keep it a secret and handed over the keys. Once Lost had the keys, she quietly lamented having to act as if she had behaved frivolously. Seal, however, praised her, stating that everything was perfect. Lost opened the cell and, addressing Soda, curtly ordered him to grab his things and come out. Seeing his saviors, Soda uttered their names with relief, gratefully realizing that Seal and Lost had come to his aid. Seal noticed they were running out of time and reminded Sauda to hurry, as they hadn't planned their escape route yet. Sauda, however, asked them to wait, saying he wanted to bring one more person along. Hearing this, Kuro grew suspicious and expressed doubts about trusting someone who collaborated with demons. Sauda replied that even though his friends might be demons, they were still his friends to him. He pointed out that they all shared a common goal, to infiltrate Ibris castle and fight. He added that for this, they would need the abilities of Kuro, whom he called the strongest hero wielding 2 swords. Convinced by Sauda's sincerity, Kuro sighed and agreed to join, expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, Lost noticed the guards were already approaching and warned everyone. Seal quickly ordered them to move in their direction and Sauda hurried to follow. Later, Yuko, barely holding back her exhaustion, dragged the entire team, irritably asking why she had to do all the work. Seal tried to cheer her up, noting that they were almost at the carriage waiting nearby, and reminded her that its rental was paid. Sauda, watching the scene, thought to himself that their escape seemed to have succeeded, though it felt quite strange. A girl with the ability to fly had dragged them the whole way. Aphrodite, at that moment, laughed joyfully and reminded Sauda that he was now indebted to them for the rest of his life. Sauda reservedly agreed, acknowledging the truth of her words. He smirked to himself, noting that all Aphrodite did during the escape was hang on Yuko like useless baggage, but in any case, her presence warmed him. Sauda, reflecting on his saved life, expressed surprise and gratitude, mentioning he hadn't expected help even from Lost. However, Lost immediately retorted sharply that she hadn't saved him for his sake, but only so that he, with his cunning nature, would help deal with Lady Carolina. Sauda, noticing Kuro had a nosebleed, asked worriedly what was wrong with him. Kuro quickly brushed it off, claiming he was fine. Lost, noticing Kuro's strange behavior, exclaimed, suspecting he was looking up her skirt, to which Kuro quickly denied. Yuko, annoyed by the situation, warned everyone that if they didn't calm down, she would simply let them go. Seal noted with relief that Kuro allowed them to stay with him, and Sauda confirmed that it was indeed good news. Aphrodite, however, looked around with dissatisfaction and compared the surroundings to her first night spent with Sauda, which made him chuckle a little. Sauda realized that Kuro's gang had established bases all over the world, and the unassuming appearance of these locations helped them avoid detection by the authorities. This hideout was perfect for him to lay low while Kuro went to another base to meet with his clan members. Kuro promised to return if needed, but Sauda understood that the prison had actually worked in his favor, though he definitely missed having girls around. Kuro also shared a stone of weightlessness, which made it possible to infiltrate the Sky Castle, but Sauda was a realist and knew he couldn't just waltz in through the front door. They needed to come up with a plan, and Lost and Seal agreed with him. Yuko then reported that she was having some problems. Concerned, Sauda asked what was wrong. Yuko explained that a fellow demon had given her something important and showed it to him. The message stated that Yuko could now also join the army of a powerful demon. It also offered service to the great and legendary Lord Ibris. The message mentioned that there would be no payment delays in the army, the team would be friendly, and the workplaces comfortable. The call was for them to become demons. Sauda, somewhat stunned, reacted with doubt, saying it sounded strange. Meanwhile, in the Sky Castle's throne room, Ruml finished her report. She addressed Lord Ibris, stating that the report was complete. Ibris told Ruml that when they were alone, he could call him by his real name. He expressed a desire for Ruml to trust him completely. Ruml apologized, addressing him as Lord Hunl. Hunl noted that the probability of their plan succeeding was about 30%, which wasn't enough for him. Ruml explained that the humans sent by the gods were resisting and showing unpredictable strength. Hunl, after listening, ordered them to continue the arrests, asserting that their advertising campaign would soon work and demons from all over the world would join their cause. Ruml nodded obediently, agreeing. Hunl sighed deeply and rose from the throne. He admitted that problems kept appearing, adding that being great wasn't all that fun. However, his only joy was talking with Carolina. He then turned to her, noting that she was acting like a stray, neither eating nor sleeping. Carolina defiantly replied that she wasn't going to get poisoned or wake up in a coffin. Hunl chuckled, saying her words were cruel. He reminded Carolina that she had always been in love with this body and asked if she liked it when he touched her. He added that she had already shown her true colors and suggested she become his. Carolina, full of contempt, spat at Hunl and called him a stinking piece of dirt who had stolen Lord Ibris's body, saying she was disgusted by him. Hunl laughed and wondered how she could spit in someone's face like that. Carolina's inner monologue was filled with fear and hatred. She felt a strange attachment from Hunl, which she later came to despise. Carolina realized that he had placed his soul into Ibris's body and was now lying about resurrecting a mighty demon. Hunl, pleased, declared that his magic would soon cleanse her mind, and she would become as obedient as a doll, ready to jump at his command. Carolina felt that her soul and body couldn't fight against this horror. She prayed to her master Sauda for help. Several days passed. Events in the second dining hall of Ibris Castle attracted the attention of those present. One of the men turned to Lost, asking for a refill. Lost responded affirmatively, indicating she was ready to fulfill the request. Meanwhile, other men in the dining hall were animatedly discussing Lost. One of them remarked on how attractive she was and confessed his intention to express his feelings to her. To this, the others objected, saying that Lost should belong to everyone, not just him. Sauda used his transformation skill and turned into Lost. In his thoughts, he noted that despite the external appearance, the spirit hidden within remained unchanged. He knew that the transformation effect usually didn't last long, but thanks to Lost's magic potion, this skill became available for prolonged use. Lost agreed to it for Lady Carolina's sake. As a result, the attractiveness of Lost's body proved to be far more significant than the resumes and portfolios of her rivals. That's how they ended up in this situation. Yuko, the head maid, suddenly reminded them that she had already discussed how wet dishes should be handled. She asked why she had to repeat it again. In response, Sauda, in Lost's form, apologized to the head maid with a guilty look. Sauda recalled that Yuko, the current head maid, had previously emulated the maids from Ibris's old army and had now taken on this position. In her opinion, this circumstance also played into their hands. However, their main goal in the castle was to find Carolina. Disguised as performing their duties, they searched the castle to return Carolina to her capsule, which required them to get within 5 meters of her. The contact skill was supposed to help with this search. The contact skill was a passive D-class ability that allowed for mental communication with captured creatures. Its range extended 50 meters from the Tamer. Sauda noted that although the castle was enormous, the range of contact gave him hope that with effort and persistent searching, he could find Carolina. Almost the entire castle had been searched, but Carolina still couldn't be found. Only the throne room remained, accessible only to high-ranking officials close to Ibris. However, no one had any information on how to get there. Sauda thought that climbing the career ladder wouldn't help, as it would take too much time, which she no longer had. And then an opportunity unexpectedly presented itself. People in the dining hall became alarmed upon seeing the new guests, and someone exclaimed in surprise that the First Division had arrived. Ruml, one of the newcomers, greeted them and explained that the head chef of the first dining hall had been slightly killed, so they had come to eat here, in the second dining hall. Sauda recognized Ruml, an elite warrior from the First Division and one of the top brass's close associates, who usually dined in the first dining hall, exclusively reserved for the elite. In contrast, the second dining hall was open to any demons and other creatures. Knowing that Ruml had access to the throne room and the privilege of private meetings with Ibris, Sauda realized this was a rare chance to get close to her. He wondered how he could take advantage of this opportunity. Ruml addressed Sauda, mistaking her for Losta. She looked at her suspiciously and spoke directly. Sauda, pretending to be Losta, responded with feigned surprise, trying not to reveal his true thoughts. Mentally, however, he became wary, realizing that Ruml was scrutinizing her and likely suspected something. Ruml, showing some interest, admitted that she was seeing Losta for the first time and demanded her name. Sauda, playing her role, replied in a trembling voice, introducing herself as Losta Torzalti. Ruml chuckled, assessed her, and confessed that she liked Losta. She approached closely, squeezed Losta's butt, and invited her to her room that evening, promising not to harm her. Still pretending to be Losta, Sauda blushed and agreed. Later, Sauda stood by Ruml's room door, reflecting on what had happened. His thoughts were filled with surprise. Ruml actually found him in Losta's form sexually attractive. This unexpected turn of events, however, proved to be quite opportune. Sauda saw it as the first real step toward the throne room. Having made up his mind, Sauda, still in Losta's guise, knocked on the door. Ruml opened the door and, seeing Sauda as Losta, warmly said that she had been waiting for her. Sauda was surprised internally, noticing that Ruml was wearing a light robe, which added to the unexpectedness of the situation. Ruml offered her wine, to which Sauda, continuing his role, timidly replied that he didn't drink. Without hesitation, Ruml gave her a glass of regular grape juice instead of wine. Sauda, slightly flustered by such attention, wondered internally. Ruml was showing him care, even though he was just a maid. After a short pause, Ruml asked why Losta decided to join the mighty demon's forces. Sauda replied that he had long dreamed of seeing Lord Ibris, and joining the service offered at least a small chance of that. Ruml nodded, expressing understanding, as she added, the entire demon race adored Lord Ibris. Sauda seized the moment, asking if Ruml had seen Ibris personally, and if there was any hope of seeing him, even for a moment. Ruml explained that Lord Ibris rarely leaves the throne room. To enter, a special pendant is required, which grants the right to enter the hall and see him in person. Sauda realized this was the most valuable information he had received during his entire stay in the castle. He decided that he would try to acquire this pendant at the first opportune moment. Ruml suddenly noted with interest that Losta was only asking her about Lord Ibris, and she wondered if Losta loved him that much. Sauda, in Losta's form, tried to awkwardly joke it off, stating that he didn't have any special feelings for Ibris, but then he mentally panicked, realizing that Ruml might have started to suspect him. However, Ruml grabbed Sauda's hand, and she pushed him towards the bed. Ruml quickly changed the subject, stating that when she was with Losta, she only thought about her and even felt jealous. She kissed Sauda. Sauda was surprised he hadn't even noticed when Ruml managed to undress him. Ruml declared that she was right. Lost's body underneath his clothes was truly magnificent. Passion filled her voice as she openly suggested they spend the evening making love, and then she removed her own robe. Sauda realized in his mind that he was in a difficult situation, but he soon understood that this was an excellent opportunity. A plan formed in his head. He decided to exhaust Ruml so that while she rested, he could discreetly take her pendant. Ruml provocatively called him kitten and assured him he would enjoy it. But then Sauda realized his idea was naive. As an inexperienced young man, he was planning to tire out an adult woman who, most likely, had considerable experience. Feeling flustered, he asked her to wait, but he already knew he was in an awkward situation. Blushing, Sauda thought that he had now left the Virginity Club. After all, contrary to his expectations, events were unfolding completely differently from his scenario. Ruml was in complete control of the entire process, leaving him powerless and unable to manage the situation. Ruml reminded him that, according to the castle rules, they couldn't sleep together. Ruml left the room. Sauda noted with disappointment that despite all his efforts, Ruml had still left and his plan to steal the pendant had failed. However, he wasn't going to give up. Several days passed. Once again, Ruml and Sauda spent the night together. Ruml praised Lost, saying with admiration that he was growing in her eyes, marveling at his appetite. Sauda was giving Ruml pleasure. He mentally analyzed the situation and noticed that Ruml was without her armor, which gave him a chance to capture her in a capsule. But he understood that the guards at the room's door would notice any attempt at an attack, and the slightest mistake would put his life in danger. Ruml, summarizing their evening, declared that it had been magical. Sauda, still in Lost's guise, feigned sadness and asked her to stay, confessing he was lonely and again asking if she would leave him tonight too. Ruml regretfully explained that she didn't want to leave either, but reminded him that those were the castle rules. Sauda thought with annoyance that this plan had also failed. He was mentally irritated, calling it a difficult quest and cursing the obstacles preventing him from getting the pendant. Realizing that he couldn't succeed with ordinary methods, he decided he had only one last resort left. In 3 days, he intended to complete this quest at any cost. 3 days later, an unexpected commotion broke out at Ibris Castle. The guards, realizing they were under attack, immediately tried to assess the situation. One of them dismissively remarked that this time, it was probably inexperienced adventurers, easy to stop. They chuckled, discussing the convenience of the weightlessness stone, which allowed invaders to float up slowly before plummeting down rapidly after being hit. But then, they suddenly realized the artillery had stopped working and the invaders had managed to advance. Shocked, they couldn't understand how this had happened. Sauda knew the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. The operation had begun. One of the guards reminded the others that the most important thing now was to protect the castle's control cabin. They feared that if the invaders took control of the cabin, they could land the castle and attack them from the ground. With these thoughts, they set off to fulfill their duty. At this moment, Shinji appeared in the guards' path, decisively stopping them. The guards were astonished by his presence, as only a limited number of demons knew about the secret path he had taken. Shinji, wasting no time, demonstrated his technique, performing an arc swing. He annihilated his enemies. Sauda noted to himself that Shinji truly possessed the skills of a genuine holy swordsman. Seal, meanwhile, turned to Sauda, stating that she and Shinji would take on the defense of the control cabin. She asked Sauda to move on and complete his part of the plan. Sauda, in his Losta form, thanked Seal and Shinji for their support and continued to move forward. He noted in his thoughts that luck was on their side so far. None of his allies had been injured yet. Although he was the one who had disabled the artillery and informed his comrades about the secret path, he knew that there were demons in the team who tended to submit to stronger beings, and this instinct could hinder their actions. For now, Kuro remained his main reliable support. Meanwhile, Kuro was fighting with surprising power, and Sauda, watching him, was amazed by his skill. The guards, seeing his strength, uttered in horror that he was like a true monster and seemed impossible to defeat. Sauda recalled how weak and desperate he had seen Kuro in the prison tower and couldn't help but marvel at the transformation Kuro displayed in battle. Kuro smirked and remarked that the guys seemed nervous, but told them not to rush. He added that his name was legend, and his power would lead them to their deaths. Sauda, observing this, thought with a smile that even though Kuro had 8th grader syndrome, a tendency for flamboyant declarations, he was still incredibly strong. Then Kuro, without slowing down, continued to fight, summoning demonic powers. Sauda noted that even though Kuro easily dispatched his enemies, there were more and more of them, and it seemed like the stream of foes would never end. Kuro finally dropped to his knees, breathing heavily, and with a sigh of relief, uttered the word victory. Sauda was impressed. Kuro had fought alone against 100, but his strength was slowly fading. Just then Sauda heard a familiar laugh. Ruml appeared before him, mockingly commenting that she hadn't expected to see such guests in the castle. Sauda realized with horror that Ruml had entered the battlefield. Ruml addressed Kuro with admiration, noting that he had single-handedly killed many Dark Apostles. Despite him being an enemy, she decided to show him her respect. She then offered him a chance to join Ibris's side, promising him untold riches. Kuro, with a scornful smirk, declared that he wouldn't become a slave for such trivial things. Ruml, unfazed, added that by joining their ranks, he would have access to any woman of his choosing, offering him the opportunity to take any of the waitresses as a close assistant. Kuro was momentarily flustered, which surprised Sauda, who was watching and mentally urging him to resist the temptation. Realizing that Kuro wasn't going to agree, Ruml changed her tone and ordered him to die for the glory of King Ibris, launching an attack. Kuro managed to dodge her initial blows, but he was soon cornered against a wall, and the situation became critical. Sauda, still in Lost's form, worried about Kuro. He decided to intervene and loudly called out to Ruml, asking her to stop. Ruml turned, surprised, and asked Losta what she was doing there, reminding her that the waitresses had been ordered to retreat. In response, Sauda as Losta pulled out a sphere capsule and spoke its name, taking a decisive step forward. He summoned the Dark Apostles and, addressing Ruml, asked her to surrender. Ruml was stunned and exclaimed, not understanding why they had rebelled against her. Sauda thought to himself that he was grateful to Kuro, as it was thanks to him that he was able to capture 15 Dark Apostles. He decided it was his turn now and told Kuro to rest. In Lost's form, Sauda declared that she only needed the pendant, and if it was given to her, they wouldn't harm these people. Ruml, already furious, couldn't believe what was happening and said with bitterness in her voice that she didn't believe in Lost's betrayal. Ruml's reaction shocked Sauda. Ruml declared that she had loved her. She was introduced as a representative of the Centaur family, with a level of 573 and an S-class. Her vitality was 5532, physical strength 6540, magical power 3920, and mana 4028. Her skills included ultra-generation, mega strength, and high-level fire, wind, water, and dark magic. Sauda noted to himself that Ruml's true form was quite impressive. With those stats, she looked like a serious threat. Ruml destroyed the Dark Apostles with a single blow, which surprised Sauda. He thought the Dark Apostles should have surrounded Ruml, knocked her down, or at least ridden her, but one blow was enough. He realized that today was definitely not his day. As Losta, Sauda surprisingly turned to Kuro, asking if he could still fight. Kuro, in turn, mumbled something incoherent, saying he wanted a boob from some auntie. Sauda realized that Kuro had completely lost control and understood that the situation was getting out of hand. But Ruml's unexpected voice scared him. Ruml, addressing Losta, suggested they go with her to apologize to Lord Ibris together. She promised to be by her side and said that after that, she would handle the punishment herself. Sauda, surprised by her words, couldn't understand how she was willing to forgive him, given that he had betrayed her. He wondered what he had become to her if she was ready for forgiveness, and despite his surprise, he realized he had an idea. Sauda, as Losta, bowed before Ruml and said he apologized for hiding the truth from her until now. Ruml, sighing, expressed her satisfaction with this beginning and asked if Sauda would listen to her request. Sauda, as Losta, declared that he no longer wanted to lie and promised to show Ruml his true form. He dispelled the transformation spell. After that, Sauda returned to his usual appearance. Ruml, seeing that a guy was hidden under Losta's guise, was surprised and thought it was foolish of him. She mused that it all felt like a dream, but then realized no, this was actually happening. She also wondered if she might have shared a bed with this boy. As a result of the shock, Ruml lost consciousness and collapsed. Sauda, looking at her, thought that what had happened had shocked her greatly. He apologized to her for deceiving and pretending. Sauda had carefully considered everything and decided he had to take her with him. He took the pendant and placed Ruml inside the capsule. Sauda noticed the pendant was glowing. He figured this light would probably lead him to the throne room. Sauda hurried towards Carly, but soon ran into a dead end. He noticed the light was shining directly on one of the walls and realized there might be a secret passage there. Sauda assumed he could only pass through it with the pendant. He went through the secret passage. Opening the door, Sauda entered the throne room and called out to Carly. Carolina weakly addressed Sauda, barely able to utter his name. Worried about her, he approached, trying to support and encourage her, saying he would help soon and asking her to hold on. But then Ibris stopped him and told him not to rush. He asked if Sauda had forgotten him, adding that he was none other than the mighty Ibris. Sauda was stunned and couldn't understand what was happening. Everything seemed strange to him, as if he had experienced something similar before. Ibris, calling Sauda by the name Kezia, explained that if Sauda hadn't come, he would have come to him himself. He thanked him for saving his time and expressed a desire to talk. Ibris asked if Sauda thought he had seen him before. Sauda couldn't understand what he was talking about. Ibris laughed and said that Sauda didn't understand, but promised to explain everything. He revealed that the mighty Ibris was Sauda's name from his past life. Sauda began to doubt if this was possible, but quickly dismissed these thoughts, believing Ibris was just rambling. However, something inside him shifted, and he remembered Dai's words, who had said that only exceptional people receive a divine gift. Sauda couldn't understand how an ordinary Japanese high school student like him had received the gift of absolute dominance. He couldn't find an answer to this question, but if he assumed it was true, everything became even more confusing. Upon hearing Ibris's confession, Sauda asked who he was then if he had been Ibris in the past. Ibris noted that Sauda quickly grasped the situation and introduced himself. He explained that he used to be an advisor in Ibris's army, but one day he stole Ibris's body and now resides within it. Sauda realized that everything had become much clearer now. He remembered that Carly had suspected who he really was, which was why she said there was an impostor in the castle. Only a fake was hidden within the mighty demon Ibris's body. Hunl suggested that Sauda fulfill a long-held dream. Not understanding, Sauda asked what he meant. Hunl pointed Sauda to a specific spot, urging him to look there. The legendary sword of the mighty demon was an artifact of unknown class, capable of unleashing its true powers only for the one who could draw it. Hunl added that the sword was the key to Ibris's hidden powers. He expressed confusion as to why he couldn't draw the sword, speculating that his incompleteness was the reason. To draw the sword, both halves, body and soul, were needed. He suggested they do it together. However, Sauda, after considering his words, realized the sword was his, and his memories confirmed it. Approaching the sword, Sauda grabbed it and declared that Hunl couldn't draw the sword not because he was only half of Ibris, but because he never possessed the true core of the mighty Ibris to begin with. Sauda drew the legendary sword. Hunl noticed that the sword yielded easily to Sauda and offered to take it, claiming that Sauda wouldn't get any benefit from it anyway. Sauda looked at Hunl and asked what would happen if he said no. Hunl, flaring with anger, warned him to watch his tongue if he valued his bones. He gave Sauda a choice: either he would calmly hand over the sword or Hunl would take it from Sauda's body. Sauda, after a moment of thought, replied that his decision would be different and threw the sword. Hunl was left bewildered, and Sauda declared that neither of the proposed options would work, and it wouldn't be by Hunl's will. Hunl noticed the sword flew out of bounds and exclaimed in irritation, cursing the situation. He irritably wondered when the sword would finally be his. Then, suppressing his anger, he uttered a few furious phrases, agreeing with what was happening but clearly unhappy with the situation. Hunl, unleashing his true power, changed size and transformed into a demon with a level of 1153, an S-class, and colossal stats in strength, magic, and intelligence. His skills included super-level fire, wind, ice, dark, and light magic. He declared that Sauda had missed his chance to live, and now it was time for him to die. After that, Hunl attacked and crushed Sauda with his hand. Laughing, Hunl said that Sauda died quickly despite having the soul of Ibris, because his body was still human. Carolina, seeing her master's death, began to scream, unable to believe what was happening. Sauda, using his contact skill, connected with Carly and told her not to cry. He admitted that his body couldn't be saved, but assured her that this wasn't the end yet. Sauda, remembering, breathed a sigh of relief. A moment before his body's demise, he had managed to transfer his soul into a goblin's body. He knew there was still time. Through the contact skill, he gave his creatures an order to hold out as long as possible to buy time. Hunl, looking at Sauda's creatures, sneered and dismissively called them weaklings, scattering and killing them one by one. Sauda, watching their struggle, thought of them with regret, apologizing for putting them in such danger, and hoped they just needed to hold on a little longer. When Hunl, out of breath, realized that only one goblin knight remained, he yelled that death awaited him too. Sauda, realizing the criticality of the moment, understood that he had nowhere left to go. At that moment, Aphrodite appeared, and looking around, she asked if she was too late. After confirming that everything was ready, she turned to Sauda. Aphrodite, looking at Sauda, confirmed that everything was ready. Sauda was mentally astonished by her presence, thinking about Aphrodite. Hunl, noticing her, fearfully asked if she was a god, reminding her that there wasn't a single god on earth capable of stopping him. At his command, the barrier was lifted, and he found themselves in the heavens. Hunl was stunned, trying to figure out how he ended up in paradise. Sauda thought with relief that they had made it just in time. His first order was for Seal to lift them higher to execute a plan he had been confident about until this moment. Hunl looked around and contemptuously declared that this wouldn't help them defeat him. Sauda mused that Hunl was right about some things. He realized that while Dee had higher stats, she was physically weaker. He noted that Aphrodite's physical strength was 19,822, while Hunl's was 35,940. Sauda understood that they had already done a lot, but victory was still not guaranteed. Aphrodite, noticing the tension on Sauda's face, advised him to relax and promised to show him her hidden trump card. Sauda was intrigued by her words, not understanding what she was about to do. Aphrodite, addressing Hunl, pronounced his doom, introducing herself as the goddess of beauty and summoning the divine wind. Hunl, in a fit of rage and despair, tried to object, asserting his might and unparalleled strength, but his body was obliterated. Sauda was stunned, realizing that Aphrodite had used the very spell she once tried to use against the goblin, destroying the powerful demon with a single blow. Aphrodite, pleased with herself, declared that now he understood how beautiful she was. After some time, thanks to Aphrodite's restored magical powers, she was able to heal his body and all his monsters. After that, they returned to the soft green earth. Sauda asked Aphrodite if she was really leaving, to which she confirmed she was going home, reminding him that the gate's power would be active until evening. Sauda refused to return, explaining that he still had things he wanted to finish there. Before leaving, Aphrodite gently kissed Sauda on the face, making him blush slightly. With a smile, she confessed that she liked him. Aphrodite said goodbye, adding that they had a fun time. After her departure, Sauda stood there, wondering why her leaving bothered him so much. Memories flooded his mind. He recalled how he had forcibly brought her here, and how she had lost all her strength, often leaving her helpless, yet she had saved him many times with her actions and her smile. Sauda mentally thanked her for everything, feeling a warm gratitude towards Aphrodite. Sometime after Dee's departure, Sauda's life changed drastically. He settled in the castle and took the place of a powerful demon. Ruml announced that the report was finished, addressing Sauda as Lord Mighty Demon. Sauda, surprised, asked if Ruml would ever stop calling him that. Ruml replied that he wouldn't, adding that as long as Sauda was only vaguely aware of his true nature as Ibris, he would continue to use that title. Sauda pondered how such a fate had come to be. It all started with a legendary sword, then demonic nature and traditions intervened, forcing the demons to acknowledge him as their master. Under pressure from Carolina and Ruml, who genuinely believed in his power, he agreed to become their leader. Nevertheless, his goal wasn't to rule the world. He decided to become a bridge between demons and humans, hoping to establish peace. Every day, he worked hard, trying to create conditions where humans and demons could live together without conflict. Ruml suggested he look over the attached documents for the day. Carolina, addressing him, wished him good work and thanked Carly. Sauda thought that Carly and Ruml were helping him with his work and noted that nothing had changed. However, he observed that Carly was always close by and readily available. Carolina informed him that Sauda had received a gift from the servants, a new item from Losta. Sauda, surprised, exclaimed that Losta was a sorceress. Sauda thought about the changes in his life. Seal, Yuko, and Losta had joined his retinue and were looking after his health. Although his life had changed, they managed to maintain friendly and warm relationships, which made him happy. But he still missed their noisiest companion, and that sometimes made him feel sad. Later, Ruml informed Sauda that they had an emergency. Sauda, concerned, asked what had happened. Ruml reported that some vulgar girl had broken into the castle and claimed she knew Sauda. She had been ordered to be arrested. Sauda, surprised, asked what she meant by a vulgar girl. In response, a voice rang out, warning them not to touch her. Hearing that voice, Sauda felt that it was familiar to him. Once again, a voice rang out, defiantly declaring that everyone should understand who she was. The voice claimed that the greatest and most beautiful goddess stood before them, and that with just one word from her, Soda would be thrown out. Soda and Carolina laughed when they heard this. Aphrodite, noticing their reaction, asked them to stop laughing and help her. And so everyone gathered together.